Good morning, everyone. We're on the record in case number 2023-00008, an electronic examination of the application of the Fuel Adjustment Clause of Kentucky Power Company from November 1st, 2020 through October 31st, 2022. My name is Angie Hatton. I'm Vice Chair of the Kentucky Public Service Commission, and I will be presiding alone today, but the other commissioners will be able to review the record. If you have cellular telephones, please turn them off or at least put them on silent before we begin. The hearing today is for the purpose of taking evidence in this matter. The 2-year reviews require the PSC to examine the operations of the FAC for Kentucky Power to disallow any improper expenses and, if necessary, order prospective changes to the FAC. Testimony has been previously given and been filed into the record along with numerous documents. Any witness called to testify today will be subjected to cross-examination by staff for the purposes of obtaining additional information or clarification of information previously on record. The entire record of previous Kentucky Power FAC case numbers 2022-00036 and 2022-00263 have been incorporated by reference. These cases are still ongoing before the Commission, and upon conclusion of case number 2023-00008, a copy of the final order in that case will be placed in the record of those cases and will be closed. At this time, we'll have entry of appearance of counsel, and I'll also request that each party's counsel identify their witnesses at this time. For the applicant.
Good morning, Katie Glass of Stites and Harbison on behalf of Kentucky Power. Also appearing is Ken Gish of Stites and Harbison, and appearing pro hac vice is Hector Garcia Santana, counsel for AEP.
Thank you. And if you could also identify your witnesses, please.
Certainly. We have Alex Vaughn, Tim Kearns, Lara Kahn, Kim Chilcote, Brian West, David Mell, Josh Burkholder, Clint Stutler, and Doug Rosenberger.
Thank you. And for the interveners?
Mike West for the Attorney General's Office.
Vice Chair, good morning. Mike Kurtz, Jody Collar-Cohn for KIUC. We have joint witnesses with the AG, Lane Collin and Randy Futrell.
Thank you. And for Commission staff?
Good morning, Your Honor. I'm Jed Penny here on behalf of the Public Service Commission. I also have Jason Collier and Michael Crum from the Office of the General Counsel, and Sarah Jankowski and John Rogness from the Division of Financial Analysis.
Thank you. And I've been informed that public notice has been given and filed in the record?
Yes,
Is that
Your Honor.
correct? Are there any outstanding motions?
Yes, Your Honor, we have 2 motions for confidential treatment that are outstanding.
Ruling on those promptly.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move into the public comment portion. I've not been informed of any public comment that anyone's waiting to give, but we'll give some opportunity now. Anyone wishing to provide public comment may do so by following the instructions located on our website at psc.ky.gov. Written comments may always be submitted by sending an email to psc.comments@ky.gov. And let the record show that the instructions and link to provide public comments have been posted on the website for the past full day. Do you know whether any requests have been received?
Not aware of any, Your Honor.
Okay. Is there anyone here from the public who would like to give public comment at this time? Seeing none? Counsel, at this time, you can call your witnesses, please, and all witnesses who have provided testimony, responded to data requests, or are adopting the testimony of a previous witness should be impaneled at this time.
Thank you. The company would call Lara Kahn, Kim Chilcote, Josh Burkholder, David Mell, Doug Rosenberger, Clint Stutler, Alex Vaughn, Tim Kearns, and Brian West.
Were there some last-minute changes? I think maybe notices last night that some weren't available.
Yes, Your Honor. So Ms. Kahn has adopted the testimony of Mr. Bishop in this case and in the case 2022-263.
Okay, that's the only substitution.
The only one from last night. We did have some prior adoptions as well, but those have been in the record for a few days.
Are there any objections? No objections?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All witnesses, please raise your right hand. Do Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Yes.
Counsel, please.
Thank you. With your Honor's permission, I will just go down the line and do a direct examination of all the witnesses.
Sure.
Okay, Mr. West, can you please state your name, employer, and position?
Brian West. I'm employed by Kentucky Power. I'm the Vice President of Regulatory and Finance.
And can you please state your business address?
1645 Winchester Avenue, Ashland, Kentucky 41101.
Did you cause to be filed into the record of this case rebuttal testimony?
Yes,
And do you have any corrections or updates to that testimony?
I do not.
If I asked you those same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Chilcote, could you please state your name, employer, and position?
Kimberly Chilcote, American Electric Power Service Corporation. My title was currently the Director of Coal and Reagent Procurement, and the business address is 1 Riverside Plaza, Columbus, Ohio, 43215.
Did you cause to be filed into the record of this case direct testimony and responses to data requests?
I did.
And did you cause to be filed into the record of case number 2022-263, direct testimony?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any corrections or updates to those answers?
The only update I have is my title has changed since that was filed. I was the manager of coal procurement at the time of filing, and I have since been promoted to the Director of Coal and Reagent Procurement.
Thank you. Subject to that update, if I asked you those same questions today, would your answers be the same?
They would.
Ms. Khan, can you please state your name, employer, and position?
Blair Kahn, Kentucky Power, Manager of Regulatory Services,
And your business address, please?
1645 Winchester Avenue, Ashland, Kentucky 41101.
And did you adopt the direct testimony, rebuttal testimony, and responses to data request of Mr. Bishop in this case?
I did.
And did you also adopt the data request responses of Mr. Bishop in case number 2022-263?
I did.
And do you have any corrections or updates to that testimony or responses?
I do not. However, there was an errata testimony filed by Mr. Bishop, which was for a corrective statement regarding a forced outage in our representative month.
Thank you. Subject to that errata testimony or that correction, if I asked you the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Mr. Kearns, can you please state your name, employer, and position?
Yes, I'm Timothy Kearns. My employer is American Electric Power Service Corporation. My position is Senior Vice President of Fossil Anhydride Generating Assets. Business address is 1 Riverside Plaza, Columbus, Ohio, 43215.
Thank you. And did you cause to be filed into the record of this case rebuttal testimony?
Yes, I did.
And did you also adopt the data request responses of Robert Jesse in this case?
Yes, I did.
And did you also cause to be filed into the record of case 2022-263, discovery responses and rebuttal testimony?
Yes, I did.
And do you have any corrections or updates to any of those documents?
No.
If I were to ask you those same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Mr. Rosenberger, can you please state your name, employer, and position?
It's Douglas Rosenberger, American Electric Power Service Corporation. Address is 1 Riverside Plaza, Columbus, Ohio, 43215.
And did you say your position?
Oh, I'm sorry, Director of Regional Engineering Services.
Did you cause to be filed into the record of this case direct testimony and responses to data requests?
Yes, I did.
And did you also cause to be filed into the record of case number 2022-263, responses to data requests?
Yes,
Do you have any corrections or updates to any of that information?
I do. I filed errata testimony on February 5th. There were 2 changes to 2 outage end dates
Okay.
in the table.
Do you also have an update to your title?
I do. At the time of the duration of this, when the testimony was filed, I was plant manager at Mitchell Plant. During the entire time, it was a recent change in title and position.
And do you also have an update to one of the confidential attachments that were filed in this case?
We do.
Okay, and Your Honor, we do have an update to a confidential attachment. We can either, at Your Honor's discretion, describe what that change is later in a confidential session, or we'd also be happy to, in addition, file a supplemental response to that after the hearing in this case has concluded.
Definitely a supplemental response. And then when we are on confidential record later, a description would be appreciated.
Great, thank you. Mr. Rosenberger, subject to those corrections or updates, if I asked you those same questions today, would your answers be the same?
That's correct.
Okay, great. Mr. Stutler, can you please state your name, employer, and position?
My name is Clint Stutler. I'm the manager of natural gas and fuel and procurement for American Electric Power Service Corporation. Address 1 Riverside Plaza, Columbus, Ohio 43215.
Thanks. And did you cause to be filed into the record of this case direct testimony and responses to data requests?
Yes,
Do you have any updates or corrections to that information?
I do not.
If I were to ask you those same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Mr. Burkholder, can you please state your name, employer, and position?
My name is Joshua D. Burkholder. I'm employed by American Electric Power Service Corporation as Managing Director, Transmission RTO Policy. My business address is 1 Riverside Plaza, Columbus, Ohio 43215.
Thank you. And did you cause to be filed into the record of this case direct testimony?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections or updates?
No.
And if I were to ask you those same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Mr. Mell, can you please state your name, employer, and position?
My name's David Mell. My employer is AEP Kentucky Fire, Big Sandy Plant.
And your position, please.
I'm the plant manager, and my address is 2300 US 23. The zip is 41230.
Thank you. And did you cause to be filed into the record of this case direct testimony and responses to data requests?
I did.
And have you also adopted the data request responses of Paul Massey in case number 2022-263?
I have.
Do you have any corrections or updates to that information?
I do not.
If I were to ask you those same questions today, would your answers be the same?
That's correct.
Last but not least, Mr. Vaughn, can you please state your name, employer, and position?
Yeah, Alex E. Vaughn, employed by American Electric Power Service Corporation as the Managing Director of Renewables and Fuel Strategy. My business address is 1 Riverside Plaza, Columbus, Ohio.
Thank you. And did you cause to be filed into the record of this case direct testimony, rebuttal testimony, and responses to data requests?
I did.
And did you also adopt the testimony and data request responses of Jason Stiegel in case number 2022-263?
I did.
Do you have any corrections or updates to that information?
I do not.
Okay, if I were to ask you those same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would be.
Does that conclude your direct?
It does.
Cross-examination order that I have is Attorney General and then KIUC. Is that okay with the two of
Sounds
you?
fair.
All right, please begin.
I just have some questions for Mr. Vaughn. That's okay. Mr. Vaughn, are you familiar with Mr. Collins' testimony that the PUE sets a line of demarcation between economy and non-economy purchases?
Can you speak up just a little?
Sure.
It's hard in the box here.
Yeah.
All right.
Are you familiar with Mr. Collins' testimony that the PUE sets a line of demarcation, he calls it, between economy and non-economy purchases?
I'm familiar with his testimony.
Okay. Do you alternatively refer to this line of demarcation as an arbitrary price limiter in your testimony?
I do, yes.
Okay. Would you say it's self-explanatory that the peaking unit equivalent is based on the operation of a peaking unit?
No, it's based on the cost of a peaking unit, not the operation. And if you go back through every order addressing how the PUE was set, you can see that. And you can also see in those orders that it is meant to apply to all purchase power. Those are the words from the commission.
I guess I'd like to understand this use of the word arbitrary. What makes the PUE an arbitrary price limiter?
Certainly, just a moment, I'll read you that piece of testimony. Yeah, so it's addressed on page R12 of my rebuttal testimony, and it's characterized as arbitrary because it's completely hypothetical when we do in fact have the actual price of economy energy purchases that are made through economic dispatch purchases, whether it's from, well, I guess the purchase is not from our own generation, but it's from an economic dispatch solution from the RTO we belong to. So having a price limiter on economy purchases that is hypothetical kind of meets my definition of arbitrary.
Well, you've got your rebuttal testimony in front of you, right?
Yes, sir.
Can you turn to page 16 and read starting on line 7 through 14, starting at further the inclusion?
Page 16, line 7. Further, the inclusion of startup costs was explicitly approved by the Commission in case number 2017-00179. The $30 per megawatt hour startup cost that was approved by the Commission in that case was equal to the cost divided by the megawatt divided by the minimum runtime of 1 hour.
The next two sentences as well, through line 14, I believe.
Through line 14, okay. As the PUE is a hypothetical price limiter, not based on a real generator, where every hour of purchased power is evaluated independently, it is wholly reasonable to assume the PUE's theoretical combustion turbine is, in air quotes or real quotes in the words, started up every hour for comparison purposes. It is a marginal price limiter, not economic redispatch of actual resources.
I guess I want to ask a question about this statement that the runtime of 1 hour is a minimum. If startup costs are included every hour, wouldn't that support a conclusion that the runtime of 1 hour was a maximum and not a minimum?
No, sir. And so if you go back to my testimony and work papers and what was approved in 2017, it's clearly shown in the exhibit that for every hour, the formula is the daily median gas cost as already approved at the correct index times the heat rate divided by 1,000 times the additional megawatt hour adder that is included in that Exhibit 8, AEV 8, in that case. And that includes fixed variable O&M costs and the startup cost adder. We had also proposed some other rates that apply to natural gas service. The PSC denied those at the time, but the exhibit clearly shows that it is a cost that is applied every hour, and there's a formula there.
So, based on that description, you would not agree that with startup costs being included in every hour, that would imply that there are no scenarios where runtime would carry over from 1 hour to the next?
No, because it's completely hypothetical. You are evaluating every single hour independently in the PUE calculation, if it applies, because there's initially a threshold test each month where either it's binary, either the PUE applies for that month or it doesn't. And then you evaluate every single hour. And you're taking a hypothetical combustion turbine, which combustion turbines in reality run less than 10% of the time, and you're making it available and comparing it independently in each hour 8,760 hours a year. So no, I don't agree with your statement.
And you already indicated the inclusion of startup costs was explicitly approved in case number 2017-179. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'd like to hand this out. You hand one to Mr. Vaughn.
Thanks.
So what I've handed you is 2 pages, pages 55 and 56 of the commission's order of January 18th, 2018, in case number 2017-179. I think the commission has notice of its own orders, but I would ask that this be made Attorney General's hearing exhibit 1, if that's okay.
Any objection?
The only objection is that we could have the whole order entered then, not just this excerpt.
Well, for the sake of not printing out, a lot of copies of 155 pages of an order, I selected these 2 pages. I'm happy to make the full order
I
available.
just think we did adopt the whole order in the record.
That's fine.
Submit it electronically.
Okay. I can do that. Ms. Vaughn, can you just read that entire section entitled Peaking Unit Equivalent Calculation?
The whole section or just the last sentence?
The whole section.
Okay. Kentucky Power proposed to change the methodology for calculating the peaking unit equivalent, in parens PUE, used in determining the FAC purchase power limitation. In its application, Kentucky Power proposes to include the cost of firm gas service as an expense in the calculation of its PUE. Kentucky Power stated that since the hypothetical combustion turbine could be dispatched any day of the year, it requires firm gas service. The Commission disagrees. While firm gas service would certainly allow the CT to be dispatched any day of the year, the Commission is unaware of any jurisdictional utility utilizing firm gas service for a CT, because CTs typically operate at low capacity factors and are primarily utilized during the summer peaking months when pipeline capacity would typically not be constrained. The Commission finds the inclusion of firm gas service in the calculation of the PUE to be unreasonable, and therefore, this change in the PUE calculation should be denied. Kentucky Power's proposal to include startup costs and variable O&M expense is reasonable and should be approved.
So that last sentence that Kentucky Power's proposal to include startup costs and variable O&M expense is reasonable and should be approved. Is that what you're talking about when you say the commission expressly approved startup costs?
Yes, that is what it means to me. The company's proposal was approved.
Does the commission's order expressly say anything about whether startup costs should be included in each hour?
The company's proposal did, and the commission approved that. And if you look at AEV Exhibit 8, which I sponsored in that case, and which you didn't, but the KIUC also agreed to in that case, as well as the other settling interveners. On that exhibit, there is a equation that shows what the peaking unit equivalent will be, how it will be calculated every hour, and that includes the startup cost adder. So it is explicitly approved in my mind.
So if you could just confirm a couple statements from your rebuttal for me. On page 11, I believe you say the PUE thus operates as a proxy and not as an actual CT unit. Is that correct?
Yeah, I used the word proxy because that's the word that the commission had used over and over again in previous orders when it approved the hypothetical combustion turbine as the peaking unit equivalent. It's a proxy, it's not an actual generator.
And on page 12, you say the PUE does not represent reality.
I'm sorry, what was that? Does not represent?
The PUE does not represent reality. Is that an accurate characterization?
Yes, it is a theoretical construct.
So I want to turn back to that 2017-179 order that I just had you read from. There's a section that says, in its application, Kentucky Power proposes to include the cost of firm gas service as an expense in the calculation of its PUE. Kentucky Power stated that since the hypothetical combustion turbine could be dispatched any day of the year, it requires firm gas service. Is that an accurate recitation of that?
Yes, that's what the words say.
So Kentucky Power had requested that the commission include firm gas service costs in its calculation of the PUE, correct?
Yeah, and the reason we did that, the reason I did that for Kentucky Power is because when we were evaluating how the PUE was calculated, it didn't include all the actual variable costs of a hypothetical combustion turbine, which was the construct that was approved. It was just a heat rate that had been arbitrarily agreed to in the past, based on a GE frame that we didn't have or didn't own, and we would apply that seasonally to a gas index price each day and each hour. And so we thought it was reasonable to add, it would put us on more even footing with the other utilities as they use the actual variable cost of their peaking units. So we added other variable costs, including the O&M. We proposed the firm gas service, the startup costs, the FERC park and lend rate. All of those other variable costs, one would occur if you had a real CT. So that our FAC economy energy purchase limitation would be on equal footing, as close as it could be, since we don't own a real CT, with the other utilities.
So that's an example of a characteristic. It's a characteristic of I think you said a real CT that the company requested the commission consider.
Yeah, again, it was additional variable costs that were not included in the theoretical construct. So we wanted to have those included.
And the commission disagreed, and just to go back to that order, it says the commission disagrees. While firm gas service would certainly allow the CT to be dispatched in any day of the year, the commission is unaware of any jurisdictional utility utilizing firm gas service for a CT because CTs typically operate at low capacity factors and are primarily utilized during the summer peaking months when pipeline capacity would typically not be constrained. The commission finds the inclusion of firm gas service in the calculation of the PUE to be unreasonable, and therefore this change in the PUE calculation should be denied. So my question related to that is, it sounds a lot like the company's proposal and the commission's decision-making on the PUE are considering how an actual CT operates, correct?
I disagree. They're just saying those costs shouldn't be included in the hypothetical price limiter. And again, if you want to go to commission orders, I'll point you back to when the PUE was originally approved in case number 2000-00495-B, and it's very clear that it is a hypothetical unit that, because the company doesn't have a real one, and the word proxy, hypothetical, and theoretical are used over and over again. It was never considered to be an actual generator because we don't have an actual peaking unit.
So when it says CTs typically operate at low capacity factors, your testimony is that the commission is not talking about how CTs actually operate?
I actually agree with them. CTs operate at a low capacity factor, which makes the peaking unit equivalent even more theoretical, as that it applies every hour of the year.
So where should the commission draw the line between the characteristics of actual units that it should consider and those that it shouldn't consider in the PUE calculation?
I think it should consider any change to the PUE should be considered in a base rate case, because if you change the construct in any way, whether you add variable cost delimiter or remove variable cost delimiter, it changes the amount of non-FAC eligible economy energy purchases that need to be included in base rates. And that's why we've done this in base rates previously, and when we changed it in this case, we adjusted the amount of non-FAC eligible purchases from the test year that would have went into base rates to account for that. So I don't think any sort of retroactive change to this should be considered. If you do it, it should be prospective, and everyone can have their opinion on what hypothetical unit should be used, or what aspects of a CT the company doesn't own, or some other technology should be considered. But you got to do it holistically.
But you're not willing to draw that line here as to which characteristics of an actual unit should or should not be considered.
It wasn't whether it was an actual unit or not. Again, it was that we noticed that there were variable costs not included, real variable costs, components, concepts that weren't included in the PUE. And so to make adjustments, you typically need something that's known and measurable. You have to have evidence to support it. And so we looked at an affiliate's combustion turbine just to price that one component. We could have went to EIA, we could have went somewhere else, I guess. Again, no matter what the basis for the adjustment is, it's theory. It's not an actual generator. And as I discussed in my testimony, it goes on because the heat rate of the actual Cerrado Unit 1 is 30% higher than what is used in the peaking unit equivalent. Again, I'll go back to, you gotta look at everything. If you're gonna say it's actually Cerrado 1, you gotta make all the changes. But again, it isn't.
So Cerrado 1 is the unit of the affiliate that you went to and made the comparison that you just referenced?
Yes.
Okay. Page 12 of your rebuttal, lines 6 through 12. Can you read those for me?
Start of the second sentence.
The implementation.
Certainly. The implementation of the PUE predates the company's participation in RTO energy markets with hourly economic dispatch solutions.
And through the next two sentences, I believe.
The construct is more geared towards a utility that is its own balancing authority and that must make bilateral purchases from other balancing authorities from time to time to meet its energy needs. The concept simply does not make sense for a utility in the company's position where every hour the RTO is solving for the least cost economic dispatch of the entire footprint, including the company's load.
So the concept that does not make sense, is that the PUE in general?
Yes, because if you look at the administrative regulations that discuss this, it says all purchases based on economic dispatch are FAC includable. Every purchase the company makes from PJM is based on its hourly security constrained economic dispatch solution. And again, when this was originally instituted, Kentucky Power was part of the AEP control area. It wasn't in an RTO. It was more similarly situated to what LG&E is now, where you're not part of a regional energy market.
So are you or Kentucky Power suggesting that the commission should scrap the PUE since it doesn't make sense?
Not as we sit here today, but perhaps, like I've said, in a next base case, rate case where all things can be considered prospectively, perhaps we will.
Those are all my questions. Thank you, Mr. Vaughn.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I have questions for Mr. Vaughn and Mr. West, so I'll just start with Mr. Vaughn.
Well, we're impaneled, so I guess
Okay.
anyone could state their name and then answer.
Okay. Well, these are just for Mr. Vaughn.
Sure.
Mr. Vaughn, in 2000, who proposed the PUE?
In 2000? Sorry, did you say in 2000?
Yes.
Yeah, I believe it was Kentucky Power.
Did Kentucky Power propose it because it would hurt Kentucky Power or help it?
I was not with the company at the time. Based on my reading of the order, it seems that the commission had told the company it had to have this price limiter to implement the administrative regulations, and that they placed us on notice that they would apply an interpretation to all energy purchases occurring after April 30th.
Well, let me help you out there. Kentucky Power proposed it, and you just indicated earlier why, is because Kentucky Power claimed or complained that it does not have a peaking unit, the other utilities did, therefore it is unfair to base the line of demarcation between economy and non-economy on your base load units, which was lower, which would characterize more purchases as non-economy, and you raised it with the PUE to get more purchases characterized as economy. Isn't that correct? And fully recoverable in the FAC.
Again, I was not there. I was not with the company.
Well, you testified about it, and you were right. The company proposed it based upon a GE simple cycle CT heat rate and applied to an index price of gas as a way to raise the line of demarcation in the year 2000, correct?
It was a way to put us on equal footing with the companies that did have a peaking unit. But you're correct. If you're comparing a peaking unit to something with a higher heat rate that is going to be applied to a daily gas price, it's going to produce in general a higher line of demarcation to be applied to all energy purchases. than would some sort of baseload unit.
And then, in 2005, were you aware that Kentucky Power unilaterally dropped the PUE?
I was not aware that we unilaterally dropped it.
And then reinstated it in 2014?
No, I did not know that.
Okay. Let me ask you this. In 2017, you were aware that you came in and proposed 3 adjustments to get the PUE even higher. Firm gas, variable O&M, and startup costs, correct?
I think there were some like FERC tariff rates in there too, like the fees type. But yes, those in general, correct. It's all in my Exhibit 8 from that case.
Okay. And your testimony, Mr. West handed out, let me have marked this KIUC hearing Exhibit 1. This is your testimony from the 2017 case.
Thank you.
Any objections?
No.
No, Your Honor.
Okay, this is your testimony from 2017 where you proposed 3 changes to increase the level of the PUE. Is that correct? I think we'll start on page 33.
Yes.
Okay. Startup costs, firm gas, transportation, and variable O&M. Is that correct?
Yes, and there's a listing of the components below that go into some of the variable O&M components, or
I guess the
firm
Q&A
gas. Sorry, firm gas. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's what it
firm
is.
gas transportation. And then above on page 33, lines 5 through 14, this is the original calculation. It's the GT heat rate proposed by the company in the summer versus non-summer. It's the gas index proposed by the company back in 2000, which was approved. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, on page 34, you describe the rationale for each of these 3 proposed increases to the PUE. And let me ask you to read your testimony on line, we'll start on line 1 on page 34 through line 7. Well, actually through line 12.
Question: why should the cost be included in the peaking unit why should these costs be included in the peaking unit equivalent cost calculation? All of these costs the company is proposing to include are costs that would be incurred to operate an actual natural gas combustion turbine generating unit, in parens CT. The peaking unit equivalent cost calculation seeks to mimic the cost of operating an actual CT because the company does not own a real CT for purposes of calculating the FAC purchase power limitation. CT startup costs include startup fuel consumed, station power requirements, startup maintenance and labor, and are incurred when bringing a CT online but prior to the unit generating power. These are real costs that the hypothetical CT would incur in order to generate electricity and should be included in the peaking unit equivalent cost calculation.
Okay, how do you square that with the testimony you filed in this case, where you say on rebuttal page 11, line 11, quote, "The PUE formula is what Mr. Futrell described as a hypothetical rate-making methodology." Here's the key, "and was never designed to replicate the actual performance of a generating unit. Rather, it is an arbitrary price limiter. Was never designed to replicate the actual performance of a generating unit." How do you square that with your testimony from 2017 when you said these added costs are exactly designed to replicate the cost of an actual generating unit?
Because it uses words like mimic and hypothetical. It isn't a real unit. If it was a real unit, it wouldn't have an off-the-shelf type heat rate. We would actually own the unit. We'd be able to observe it. It's not there. It's not real. It is, again, it's the words in all the previous orders approving it talk about proxies and theoretical and hypothetical units. But again, we had to have evidence to show what a reasonable cost for including these new category of costs were.
At the end of this, KIUC Exhibit 1 is your Exhibit 8. I think you referred to that in discussions with Mr. West.
Yes,
Can you turn to that?
absolutely.
Now, you say that, well, first of all, the firm gas calculation was, firm gas adjustment calculation was denied by the commission, correct?
Correct.
They adopted the startup cost of $30 a megawatt hour, correct?
Correct.
Now, you said it was very clear, this is a by-hour calculation. It looks to me it's by month. January, February, March, April, May through December. Where is it clear that this is by hour?
It's the bolded statement underneath the table that says proposed new peaking unit equivalent cost calculation equals, in parens, daily gas price times heat rate divided by 1,000 paren plus total megawatt hour adjustment. The total megawatt hour adjustment in the table equals the sum of the firm gas calculation that was denied, the startup cost per megawatt hour, which is $30, and the variable cost of $3.48 per megawatt hour. And you have to show it by month because the already approved heat rate changes seasonally.
Well, if it's so clear that you showed by month, if it was so clear, why didn't you say that the startup cost that would be by hour, which is the way you use it now?
It's implied and it's expressed in the equation that shows how it will be calculated.
It's implied. All right, and then later on in your rebuttal testimony, you say that on page 13 through 15 or 16, that this hypothetical peaking unit's got nothing to do with Appalachian Power Cerrado Unit 1, correct?
The hypothetical unit itself is not Cerrado Unit 1. We used Cerrado Unit 1 in 2017-00179 as a basis for determining the reasonable amount of startup costs to add to the calculation.
Well, yeah, you used it as the basis, right? As for your actual cost of a CT. You used Appalachian Power Cerrado number 1.
Not as an actual cost of the CT, as a way to quantify the startup costs we were proposing to add to the calculation. We had to have some sort of quantification as evidence for what level should be included in the calculation.
This is an exhibit sponsored by witness Stiegel. It's about your testimony and your exhibit. I'll hand it to you. If you can answer the questions, and that's great. If not, I'll ask him.
He's not here. I'm Mr. Stiegel today.
Oh, well, good. That's good.
KIUC 2?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Staff asked you in this question, how did you get the variable O&M, and how did you get the startup costs for your proxy? And the answer go to page 3 of the exhibit. This is your exhibit from 2017 we just talked about, correct?
In the data response here?
Yes.
Yes.
The next page is the
Madam Vice Chairman,
Just a moment.
The Exhibit AV8 does not have the header that we put in here, and it's missing documentation from the as-filed Exhibit AV8 in case 2017-00179. So if we'd like, we have copies of the AV178, I'm sorry, the the work papers for AEV8 from that case that has all the information in it and the proper headers if we want to file that in the record, but this is
I
this
noticed
is
it
not
wasn't
information.
identical. Do you want to question on this document?
Yes, on this document, if Mr. Gish wants to talk about, redirect something else, I guess that's up to him.
And we will.
Okay. So the page 3 of this is your exhibit from the 2017 rate case, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Page 4 and 5 shows the calculation of a $3.48 per megawatt hour variable O&M, correct?
Yes.
Do you see the unit name Serrato all down the line on the page, maybe 25 times?
Yeah, absolutely. That's where that cost component, that's where the proxy came from.
Okay, so your rebuttal testimony that Serrato was not the actual proxy unit. How do you square that?
Because it isn't, for the reasons that I state on page 16 and 17 of my rebuttal testimony. If we were actually using the Serrato unit, the real unit, the heat rate that would be applied would have to be 30% higher than what gets included. It could only be applied 10% or less hours in the year because the unit does not run more than that. It cannot, it does not. So again, it's a proxy. We have applied attributes from various things, including a hypothetical GE frame from 2000 to come up with a price limiter. It's not the Serrato unit.
Okay, and then if you turn the page, when you get to the startup costs, in the very top left hand, Serrato Unit 1. So
Yeah,
that, your
same
answer would be
answer.
the same, it really was just, had minimal to do with this actual calculation?
Yeah, I guess we could have, we have a number of CTs in our Western companies that we could have used as well, but we picked this one since it sits in the next state over, and it's owned by another Eastern affiliate. But any kind of cost basis could have been included for this. We could have went to EIA, some other publicly available source. We used a unit that we were familiar with as the proxy for the cost of starting up and having variable O&M added to the peaking unit equivalent.
So was Serrato just chosen at random? Why did you choose that?
Yeah, proximity really. It's in our Eastern affiliate. Like we could have used any of the CTs in our Western company. We have a number out there as well. Or like I said, could have picked another data source. But the thing to remember here is that if it were actually that unit, it could not apply every hour of the year. And you'd have to raise the heat rate to over 13,000 versus the 10,000 heat rate, 10.4 and 10.8 that's being used in the hourly calculation now.
Let me move on to a kind of a related, different topic. On page 9 of your testimony at the bottom.
Direct or rebuttal?
Rebuttal, sorry. Page 9 rebuttal at the bottom, line 17. Other variable costs included in energy market offers include scrubber chemicals and emission allowances. These costs can add anywhere from a couple of dollars to almost $20 per megawatt hour to actual variable costs of Mitchell based on the cost of the underlying commodities. Now, what was the purpose of that statement?
It was to show.
Let me ask you, was it to say that
Can he answer the question?
Go ahead, Mr. Vaughn.
Thank you.
It was to show that the comparison Mr. Collin had made on pages 13 to 15 of his testimony was incomplete, and that he was comparing a full LMP price to just a fuel rate.
Well, isn't that what the FAC regulation does? Variable O&M costs are base rate items. The FAC compares the expense.
It's not variable O&M, it's consumables and emission allowances. It's the same thing as fuel. It's not recovered here, it's recovered in the environmental surcharge in Kentucky, but when you're making a comparison on a variable cost basis, you have to show apples to apples.
Well,
Because if the variable cost of that,
the variable O&M of your gas units are not recovered in the environmental surcharge, nor Mitchell nor Rockport. Those are base rate items.
I'm not talking variable O&M on page R9.
Isn't scrubber reagent and consumables characterized as variable O&M?
No, it's essentially a fuel cost in my mind. It has to be consumed with variable O&M in my mind is operations and maintenance work that is allocated on energy basis versus a demand basis.
You would agree that the fuel adjustment clause recovers account 151 fuel, not variable O&M.
It does not include scrubber chemicals and emission allowances. I agree.
Okay, my only point here is, where do you get $20 a megawatt hour is the variable O&M cost of Mitchell?
So as an addition, yeah. So sorry. The answer to that is during the review period, during the anomalous commodity run up during 2022, the cost of NOx allowances went up exponentially, and so there were times when those were adding $10 to $15 per megawatt hour to the dispatch cost of a coal unit during the summertime. During NOx season, you have to have NOx allowances to generate and emit.
Would you agree that over the last 10 years, the variable O&M costs at Mitchell went from a low of $2.76 a megawatt hour to a high of $5.10 a megawatt hour, even though there might be anomalies during any hour or period?
I would agree that they would be commensurate with whatever the cost of the underlying chemicals are. So limestone, lime, emission allowances, any sort of reagent costs that need to be consumed at the plant to be in compliance.
Okay. You're the witness to talk about the actual mechanics of how the PUE calculation works, is that correct?
I believe so.
Your Honor, okay, this will be KUC 3. Mr. Arnold, are you familiar with, every month, the company goes through a calculation every hour of every day of every year during the review period that determines how much the PUE disallowance will be, if any? Is that correct?
That is correct. It's part of the monthly FAC accounting.
Okay, and you're familiar with this document as part of what's filed? I think it's at the top where it came from.
Yeah, I'm generally familiar with it.
Okay. I could, because this is an hourly calculation over a 2-year period, 700 plus line items, to make it readable, I chose one 24-hour period, October 10. You see the highlighted hour 20?
Yes, on October 10th, 2022.
Okay. Is it correct that the internal load of the Kentucky Power in that hour was 620 megawatts?
That is what it is showing.
And, well, okay, we'll go with this one. 620 megawatts. And the load was met on column 3, purchases assigned internal load 611 megawatts plus line losses, column 3A of 9 equals the native load of 620.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so during this hour, 100% of native load was supplied by PJM market purchases.
That is what it appears, yes.
And in the far right column, the purchase price from PJM was $107 a megawatt hour.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, page 2 and page 3 shows that none of the power plants were operating during this hour, in fact, this whole 24-hour. In fact, none of the company's power plants operated at all during October. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think we have other witnesses here that address the reasons behind that.
Okay.
Yes.
So all the load was met by purchases. And then page 4 goes through the PUE calculation. Okay, let me walk through it. Again, we've got the purchases assigned to native load 610. I think there was a rounding, 610.8 or 611. The purchase price was $107 a megawatt hour. Am I right so far?
Yes.
Okay. The PUE shown was $92 and 92.448 for that hour. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, you took the gas price times the heat rate plus variable O&M plus $30 a megawatt hour, and you got a $92 PUE for that hour, correct? It was actually that $92 the entire 24 hours. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's the same price every 24 hours because you use the median gas price from that day.
So the 92 was, the $92 PUE was less than the $107 actual purchase. So in this hour, there was a disallowance of $8,912. Is that correct?
I'm not going to characterize the disallowance. It limited FAC recovery of that purchase by $8,912.
Okay, so during this hour, customers were charged $92 a megawatt hour for, quote, economy purchases, even though all the coal-fired power plants that were not operating, and Big Sandy too, had a lower cost than $92.
Can you repeat your question?
This calculation shows that $92 a megawatt hour times 610 or 611 megawatts was recovered from customers in the FAC.
Yeah, that's correct. This is 2022 is the highest commodity price year that we've seen in over a decade.
And if you were to get rid of the PUE, as you indicated might happen in a future case, or you might recommend it, customers would have paid the entire $107 market purchase instead of only paying $92. Is that correct?
Yes, that $107.04 is what the economic dispatch solution of the RTO produced in that hour.
Okay. Now, this also shows that the PUE applies not just to 100 megawatts, size of Cerrado Unit 1, not just to 200 megawatts, which is Mr. Collins' testimony, but the PUE applied to 610 megawatts, 611 megawatts, all of the purchases to meet native load during that hour.
It applies to all purchases as ordered by the commission in 2000-00495, where it explicitly states that we further place AEP on notice that we would apply this interpretation to all energy purchases.
So, one last exhibit, Mr. Vaughn. Have it marked as KIUC 4. It's a different hour, same charts, same. this is the same math, a different hour. This is June 2nd, 2022, hour 15. You see the highlighted? Mr. Vaughn?
Yes.
Okay. In this hour, the internal load of Kentucky Power was 809 megawatts. Is that correct? Line 7, or column 7?
Yes.
Okay, and that 809 megawatts was met by column 3, 361 megawatts of purchases, 13 megawatts of losses, plus dispatch generation from Kentucky Power's power plants of 435 megawatts.
Yes.
Okay. Now, it also says net available generation, line 6 was 945 megawatts. What does net available generation mean?
It's the amount, it's the megawatts of generation that are available.
Okay, page 2 of this exhibit. Of this 809 megawatts of available generation, we see that Big Sandy was not available at all. See the zeros for Big Sandy at the top?
It shows that it is offline.
Okay, and that Mitchell 1 was available.
That is Mitchell 1, sorry, trying to find.
Mitchell 1
Yes,
was available, is that correct?
Yes, Mitchell 1 and Mitchell 2 are both online.
Okay, so, and at the far right, we have the amount available for Mitchell 1 is 345 megawatts, 385 megawatts. Is that correct?
Are you saying that that's the amount that's,
It's on the far right. It's highlighted in yellow, 385.
yeah, I think that's the amount generated, not the amount available.
The amount
It's running at
dispatched-
minimums there. It's available at 770, and Mitchell 2 is available at 790.
That's the whole, that's the whole plant. We're talking 50% share. I think the amount available is 385 Mitchell 1, 395 Mitchell 2, plus 165.45 of Rockport Unit 2 on the next page.
Okay.
385 plus 395 plus 165 equals 385 plus 395 plus,
Roughly 945?
yeah, 945, which was the net available on page 1, correct?
Sure, yes.
Okay. So page 4 of this exhibit picks up a lot of the same numbers. The purchases assigned to native load on page 4, 360.87. And we had 361 on the first page. Does that match?
Yes.
Okay, and the purchase price was $114 a megawatt hour.
Yes.
The PUE, because gas was very high, was $121 a megawatt hour.
Yes, it was.
Okay. The Mitchell 1 fuel cost, $24.81 a megawatt hour in that hour.
Correct. Those are accounting costs that get applied. That's not replacement or doesn't take into account any sort of limits on fuel. But yes, that is the accounting cost for that month on average.
Okay, Mitchell 2, $24.28 a megawatt hour.
Yes, sir.
Rockport 2, the other unit available, $37.10 a megawatt hour. Is that correct?
That's all correct, yes.
Okay. There was no PUE disallowance. The company made 361 megawatts of purchases at $114 a megawatt hour, but because the PUE was $121 a megawatt hour, there was no, you don't like the word disallowance, there was no elimination from the FAC during that hour, correct?
Correct, yeah. And again, you pointed out gas prices were very high.
My question is this. During this hour, why was AEP Service Corporation or Kentucky Power only running 435 megawatts of its generation, which had a cost of between $24 and $37 a megawatt hour, and instead was buying 361 megawatts from PJM at $114 a megawatt hour.
Great question, and I'll point you to the discussion in my direct testimony, the testimony of witness Chilcote, and then my rebuttal testimony. There was a very constrained coal market, and we had not seen these commodity prices since 2008. There had never been this strong of an energy market in over 10 years, and the coals didn't exist to dispatch the plants at what economics would have said they should have dispatched at. So you had an average pile cost of $24 there for Mitchell, but if you just let it dispatch, you would have run out of coal, and then you would have had the units derated for capacity purposes. You would have potentially incurred penalties later that year when the units were needed during a performance interval. And so the Kentucky Power and AEPSC actively managed the amount of fuel that we had under contract and was delivered to our plants to maximize the economic value for customers.
You agree that the FAC regulation is intended and required to result in reasonable fuel costs for consumers?
Yeah, I think in general, right? So it does a couple things. It determines what the amount of concurrently recoverable fuel and purchase power expense are for customers, and then in hearings like this and in base rate cases, you also determine what costs were prudent and what's includable in rates.
What good does it do consumers to pay for these power plants if they don't run, and you buy expensive market purchases instead?
Can you repeat your question?
What good does it do for consumers to pay for these expensive baseload coal power plants, which would be Rockport 1, Rockport 2, Mitchell 1, Mitchell 2, and Big Sandy 1, the gas plant? Total cost, annual cost of $173 million a year in return and fixed costs. Customers are paying for that as a hedge against expensive market purchases. What good does it do for customers if those power plants they're paying for don't run?
So it's not what they do, it's what's reasonable and what needs to be expected from these units. And the characterization that they don't run is incorrect. They have run over the last decade almost exactly as much as their entire peer group of coal plants have in the PJM RTO. And so you have to look at what's reasonable and what's possible for that technology. If they were combined cycles, all of the peers, natural gas combined cycles, their peers would be at 86, 85% dispatch rates. Coal plants are between 40, in the low 40% now. That is what they have achieved, whether it's owned by a utility or owned by a hedge fund or equity firm or a co-op. That's, on average, that is what the plants are producing. And customers get value out of that, not just from the fuel costs, but also from the capacity requirements that those plants meet. And that's what Kentucky Power and AEPSC manages for them.
Would you agree that during the 2-year review period, Kentucky Power spent $238.7 million on PJM market purchases?
I'm sorry, the air just came on. Can you speak a little louder?
Yeah, this is from Mr. Collins' testimony, pages 4 and 12, that during the review period, Kentucky Power bought $238.7 million worth of energy purchases from PJM.
That's not my number.
Do you have a copy of that testimony in front of you?
Yeah, what page is he on?
4 and 12.
Sorry, which testimony was that?
Colin rebuttal.
Colin, okay.
Or, no, was calling direct in the 0008 case.
Sure, yeah, I'm looking at it. What's the question about his number?
Line 8 on page 4, $238.7 million worth of purchases from PJM during the review period.
What about it, I guess?
Would you agree that that's, I mean, nobody rebutted this. You had a number of, you had, I don't know, 4 or 5 rebuttal witnesses. Nobody challenged that number. Do you believe it's correct?
I have no reason to believe it's incorrect, but it doesn't, it doesn't matter what the size of it is. You could look at the previous review period during, like, say the COVID pandemic in 2020, and that number may be higher because the company's units didn't dispatch very much at all because it was more economic for customers to just buy market energy. So you could end up with a volume that's higher than that, and both can be prudent.
But during the review period, the average purchase price was $47.71 a megawatt hour.
Yeah, absolutely. The review period included the largest commodity blowout in over a decade. This wasn't just the Kentucky Power issue. It was all the RTOs, all the utilities, every AEP peer, our regional peers. Fuel costs went up a lot during the review period.
And market prices did too, right?
Yes.
Why wasn't Kentucky Power running Mitchell and Rockport full out and selling power off system and making a big profit and crediting it back to customers instead of running them so little that they had to buy huge amounts of power?
Again, I'll point you to my direct and rebuttal testimonies, right? There, you contract fuel, as witness Chilcote will testify, has testified, you contract fuel to what you expect to burn under normal conditions. No one forecasted the macroeconomic changes in late 2021 through 2022. And if it was economic for us to run our coal plants more, it was economic for the other 52 gigawatts of coal plants in PJM to burn more. Had there been more tons of coal available, all the coal plants would have dispatched more. It just didn't exist. The mining production was not there, and witness Chilcote can discuss that more. So if we had the coal available at that low price, then absolutely those plants would have run as much as we could have. But they, again, the testimony shows, the evidence shows, we took the coal that we had in our contract, it was available to us when the plants were available, and we used our market strategies to produce the highest amount of economic benefit for customers.
Vice Chair, I'm going to, thank you, Mr. Vaughn. No further questions. Thank you. I'm going to have questions for Mr. West, so I'll turn attention to him unless you want to take a break.
They're all sworn in. I don't know whether we want to rotate who's in the witness stand there or microphones back there. It doesn't matter a whole lot to me. Normally when we impanel, everyone can sort of pipe up, but we can take a quick break and then switch who's in the hot seat.
Why don't we take a break, and then I can also confirm with our court reporter what might be best for us.
And I know our staff is gonna have questions for all of the witnesses, so I don't know how much rotating we do today or how feasible it is to continue to rotate, but confer with your court reporter and see if anything's easier. And in the meantime, how about a 10-minute break?
That sounds great.
We'll come back at 10:32-ish,
Thank you, Chair.
just because I can't. Okay, we're back on the record, and I believe we were still in the examination, Mr. Kurtz.
Thank you, Your Honor. These questions are for Mr. West. Morning, Mr. West.
Good morning.
Is this, you comfortable sitting there?
Sure.
Okay, all right. You testified in your rebuttal regarding the operation of the fuel adjustment clause. Is that correct? Page 5, you cite the regulation 807 KAR 5.056.
That's correct.
Okay, and you make the observation that you believe that the AG KIUC position for Mr. Collin and Mr. Futrell could constitute retroactive rate making?
As I state in my rebuttal testimony on page R5, I am not an attorney, but I do believe that that would constitute retroactive rate making, as I understand it, yes.
Okay. Are you, you're familiar with the regulation, you cited to it, correct? So let me just hand you a copy of it.
Not an exhibit.
I guess it's for ease of reference, maybe we will make an exhibit.
KIUC 5.
Thank you.
We'll mark it as KIUC 5. Better make sure the witness is on.
And I'll object to this just to the extent that Mr. West has already indicated he's not an attorney, and so to the extent Mr. Kurtz has questions that would require a legal conclusion, we would object.
And I'll take those anytime you feel like he's asked for a legal conclusion.
Thank you.
So you're familiar with the regulation, but not as an attorney, as the chief regulatory person at Kentucky Power?
Yes, generally familiar.
Okay, you're aware that the enabling legislation is 278-030, fair, just, and reasonable rates, and 278-030-2, adequate, efficient, reasonable service?
We object to the extent it calls for a legal conclusion.
You see that on page 1 of the regulation highlighted?
Yes, I see that.
Okay. Page 3 of the regulation, section 3, review of fuel adjustment clauses. Let me ask you this, first of all. Kentucky Power has a new fuel adjustment every month, correct?
Kentucky Power files a monthly fuel adjustment clause, yes.
Okay, and you implement that fuel adjustment clause unilaterally. You file it with the commission, but there's no official commission order approving it. You just go ahead and implement it, and then we have these 6-month and 2-year review cases, correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
Well, that's the way, you've been doing these for a long time, right?
Yes,
How long have you been with Kentucky Power?
since 2019.
The, page 3, the review of the fuel adjustment, let me see if you're familiar with this. Fuel charges that are unreasonable shall be disallowed and may result in the suspension of the fuel adjustment clause based on the severity of the utility's unreasonable fuel charges and any history of unreasonable fuel charges. So is reasonableness your understanding of the basic tenet of the regulation? Unreasonable charges shall be disallowed?
Objection to the extent it calls for a legal conclusion.
I think the reg speaks for itself. Can you rephrase that in a way that doesn't ask him to interpret what it means?
Yeah. Would you agree that reasonableness of the fuel charges is one of the important aspects of the regulation?
Objection to the extent it calls for a legal conclusion.
He's the head regulatory person at Kentucky Power. This is a reasonableness regulatory question. If he doesn't know, that's fine.
I'm going to allow the questioning. However, I'm not sure how useful it is.
Okay, you're right. Do you have an answer to that question?
Can you ask the question again, please?
Is reasonableness important in an FAC review case?
I think reasonableness is important. I also think prudence is important. And I think the company's witnesses and their testimony have demonstrated that in this case.
Are you familiar with the Mitchell FAC disallowance order from 2015 where the commission disallowed $54 million of Mitchell and Rockport no-load fuel costs?
That was before my time at Kentucky Power, and I'm really not familiar with the case.
Okay. It was case 2014-00225. Assuming that the commission disallowed $54 million total and ordered $13 million that had already been collected to be refunded through the FAC regulation, would that bear on your observations to whether or not the AGKUC position is consistent with commission practice, or would in fact be retroactive rate making?
We'd object to the extent that Mr. West has already indicated he's not familiar with this case, and also to the extent Mr. Kurtz may be testifying.
I'll rephrase. What would Kentucky Power do if the commission suspended the fuel adjustment regulation for Kentucky Power and said, you've had assume a $54 million disallowance from the Mitchell case, and we're just going to have you collect all your fuel costs and base rates for a period of time?
Well, I think that Mr. Vaughn testified already that because of the PUE being implemented prior to us joining an RTO, and now it's kind of doesn't have the same relevance that it did at that point. And all of these economy market purchases should be recoverable.
That's really not my question. My question was, what would Kentucky Power do if the commission suspended the operation of the FAC for Kentucky Power and had you recover all of your fuel and purchase power costs and base rates?
Well, since we just went through a base rate case and those costs were not adjusted in that case, the company would have to file a base rate case to attend to that issue.
So you could recover your fuel and purchase power through base rates and manage those costs, manage PJM, do whatever you want, just like you do with your health care costs, your labor costs. If the FAC was suspended, you could recover them in base rates and manage those costs like any other costs.
I'll also object to the extent this calls for a legal conclusion. The company implements the regulations as required with its fuel adjustment clause, and Mr. Kurtz's hypothetical would require Mr. West to form a legal conclusion as to whether the law would be changed and what would happen.
I don't think that's a legal conclusion.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay, the regulation says it may be suspended if there's been a history of unreasonable costs. My question is, you could recover those costs and base rates if the FAC was suspended, could you not?
I suppose that's possible, but I disagree with your characterization that any of these costs were unreasonable in this case.
Got it, okay. You were here for Mr. Vaughn's cross-examination?
For the majority of it, yes.
There's this very complicated calculation every hour of every day of every year as to what costs are economy and what are non-economy, what does the PUE allow or disallow. If the commission said this is hard for us to audit on an hourly basis, therefore we're going to turn it over to you to be in charge of your own fuel and purchase power costs, you manage it in base rates, you could do that, couldn't you?
We could do what the commission orders us to do. We certainly can. But in this case, we followed the regulations. We followed what is currently approved by this commission and appropriately calculated the PUE as it is approved.
Vice Chair, those are all my questions for Mr. West.
Do you have questions for other witnesses, or?
Oh, those are all my questions for all the company's witnesses, Your Honor.
Okay, and would you like to move to admit your exhibits?
I would move to admit KIUC 1 through 5. Madam Vice Chairman, the company does not object to the admission of those exhibits, except to note that the highlighting in exhibits KIUC 3, 4, and 5 are for reference and not indicative of, I'm sorry, 2, 3, 4. The highlighting in the KIUC exhibits are for ease of reference and not to designate any confidential information.
Right. In this case, yellow does not mean confidential.
Correct, Your Honor.
All right. Commission staff.
I have a few questions. Thank you. So I'm going to start by referencing a confidential attachment that I think I'll be able to discuss without having to go into confidential session. All right, and I'm going to be referring to, in the current case, 23-0008. It's going to be attachment 2 to Kentucky Power's response to staff's first request, item 4. And
Please let me know if someone feels that we're veering toward confidential.
Certainly.
And what this is that this is essentially, these are, I guess, for lack of a better word, coal bid sheet analysis. And like I said, I'm not going to get into the specifics. Kentucky Power wasn't here for the last FACs just a few weeks ago, but I asked similar questions to all the other utilities and didn't have to do that. So just so I know to whom I'd be addressing a particular question, which of the witnesses will be responding to this?
Witness Chilcote will respond.
Oh, hi, over there. Thanks, Mr. West, for moving. So do you have that pulled up in front of you?
I do, sir.
Okay, so I'm just going to be looking at the columns at the very top. I'm going to be working from left to right. I'm just looking at the Mitchell Low Sulfur 2022 purchase. And so just to give frame of reference, I'm asking questions about how Kentucky Power conducts its analysis, not the specific numbers that are on this page. That's why we don't have to go to confidential section. So we've got the offer, plant, and year over to the left. I think that's going to be self-explanatory. Followed by the mine, followed by the quantity, the tons, and the BTU. So tons to me is self-explanatory. Can you explain to me what is meant in that column by BTU? I know it's British Thermal Unit, but for the context of this.
Yeah, it's a total BTU calculation using the tons offered and the heat content of the coal that was offered in the solicitation.
Okay, and so heat content, how is that calculated necessarily?
It is the British Thermal Units. So when you purchase a coal, it has a certain heat content.
All right.
And that's what's represented by that column.
And so how is that heat content determined? Does the Kentucky Power just define that, or is it the mine?
So when we solicit bids, we ask the coal companies to provide to us their quality specifications, which heat content would also be included in their quality specifications. So a coal company would essentially take a sample of the coal that they have. They would take it to an independent third-party lab, and that lab would run the analysis, and then they would provide that data to us.
Okay, all right. And so the next column over would be coal price, and is this on a per ton basis?
That is.
Okay, and that's just what you would be paying either the mine or the broker for that coal.
Correct.
Okay, and then and then the next one over is transportation, river or rail, and I understand that. Is it my understanding that deliveries to Mitchell are primarily by barge?
So Mitchell can receive coal by two methods.
Okay.
It receives by barge. We also are connected to one of our suppliers by a direct belt from the mine.
Okay, and then so the belt, is it high sulfur coal that comes from the mine that's next to Mitchell, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and then I'm stepping over questions I was gonna have, but I might as well, if you're here. So, and I'll come back to this bid, you know what, I'll finish the bid sheet, then I'll ask you another question. All right, so then you have the transportation, and I believe, is transportation costs included in that coal price that's immediately to its left?
It is not. The transportation, you'll see that it notes the district where the mine is coming from. So that's the loading point. So, I mean, I don't think it's confidential. These say, you know, River Point Dock, and then to the right of that, it lists dollars. It says rate, and that's the rate to get that coal from that dock to the Mitchell plant.
And so, I believe I read in one of the case files, in the record, one of these things, that does Kentucky Power utilize an existing transportation agreement or an existing transportation contract that another utility may have, or the AEP operating company has?
Yeah, we have an overall operating company agreement for transportation. We have some shared assets.
Okay, all right. So then, so the rate for that, when you look at the transportation, it probably deals with distance and loading points and all that stuff. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, all right. And then so we go over to the offered quality of the BTU. And that's the same thing where they have conducted, meaning the people from whom Kentucky Power would be buying coal, has conducted an analysis of the third party. So, and then you have the pounds of SO2. Is that SOx? Is that what people refer to as SOx?
People would call that SOx. That's
Okay.
correct.
All right. And so that varies amongst different kinds of coals. And then the next thing is going to be sulfur percentage, correct? And then
Correct.
ash percentage.
Correct.
All right. So each one of those, are those inputs there also a result of that third-party test? These are inputs that are provided to Kentucky Power?
Yes, they are.
Okay. And then you get to the quality adjustment. So that first column, what is the quality adjustment?
So what the quality adjustment does, it takes into account the amount of SO2 in the coal. We have to remove the SO2, and so there is a cost to do that. If you look, there's a small box on the left-hand side of that sheet below where it talks about Mitchell, and it gives some numbers about FGD removal, efficiency, et cetera. Those are what's used to calculate the quality adjustment. Because of the cost to remove SO2 from the coal, that's an added cost that we bear. So that gets included in our evaluation of how much does this cost, how much does this coal cost the consumers to make electricity with?
Right. So would it be correct to say the higher like say the SOx or sulfur content, the more expense would be borne by the company to remove that?
Correct.
And then so in removing it, and granted, Mark Overstreet's not here, he would say he went to law school because he's told there's no math. I went to law school because I was told there's no engineering. So in removing the SOx and the sulfur, there are chemical reagents that are used in the process?
That is correct.
Okay, and so is it the cost, when you're talking about the cost that the utility has to remove the SOx and the sulfur and the like of that, is it primarily those chemical reagents at which you're looking, or are there other costs that are involved with it?
That is the main cost. If you see in that block, it gives you a removal cost of dollars per ton.
Okay.
And that includes the cost of the reagent. It also includes some other cost at the plant to process that reagent and make it available to be used for the removal.
Okay, and you may not know the answer to this question, so that's why you are surrounded by friends. But when we're talking about the cost of reagents and stuff, and you're including in this price for coal, and I'll try to ask this question in a way that makes sense. We go over to the quality adjusted delivered coal column and the delivered MMBTU column, correct? Now, with regard to the quality adjusted delivered cost, those results that are there in the delivered MMBTU cost, are those for the purposes of evaluating the bids? In terms of trying to, assuming all things are equal, assuming that the coal's available, that there's no problems with production, you've done your due diligence, it's there, you're looking at those things, and at that point would be like I said, assuming all things are equal, the lowest price coal would be something that you would choose.
So yes, when we evaluate bids, we look at it on the lowest delivered cost to make a purchase, right? So we can have the lowest delivered cost for the customers to the plant to make electricity.
Okay, and that's what I was asking. I'm not this is not a gotcha question. All right, so I won't have any more questions really about the confidential nature of this. Just one follow-up question, and I can't remember. It might have been Mr. Vaughn that talked about the cost of reagents and where they are recovered. And so the reason I'm asking this question is that the cost of the reagents and the cost of removing the SOx and whatnot are included in the evaluated cost when deciding to make a particular bid. So when you're looking to recover the cost of fuel burned through the FAC, is it this cost that you hear when you're doing the evaluation of per ton with the quality and everything that's being pushed through, which would include the cost of reagents and the like of that, or is it a separate type of calculation of what is running through the FAC and then the reagents are recovered through the environmental surcharge mechanism? And if you don't know, I'll just get it into a post-hearing data request. But I said, Mr. Vaughn, I think may have said, and I don't want to put too many words in your mouth, but I'm going to, that earlier in response to cross from Mr. Kurtz, I believe, that we were talking about, like some of those chemical components that you thought might be recovered through. And he was asking questions about O&M.
Lime, limestone, those types of things, yes.
And those are the reagents that we're talking about that are used to take out the SOx and NOx or whatever and stuff. Is that correct?
I'm going to work with Kim here, with Chilcote, but yes, I believe she evaluates it on a total cost basis, and regardless of how the recovery is bifurcated from a rate-making standpoint.
Okay.
I would say that we look at it on a total delivered cost basis of what is it going to cost us to use this product, right? So we're not concerned about where those costs are recovered.
Right.
Our sole concern is to get the lowest delivered cost to the plant for them to use to make the electricity.
Okay, thank you very much. That answers my question. I appreciate that.
Can I add one clarification? This is Lara Khan.
Yes, ma'am.
So most of the reagents are recovered through the environmental surcharge, but they have to be approved through our ECP, Environmental Compliance Plan, so there may be reagents that are within our base rates.
That's fair. Thank you. I appreciate the clarification. And honestly, these weren't questions I intended to ask, and so you're just lucky and inquisitive. Well, and one last question about this. I misspoke about this sheet. In these evaluation sheets, this or even some of the earlier cases, was the coal severance tax of the origin of the state removed in the evaluation?
We don't remove any cost in the evaluation of our bids, so the cost that's offered to us is how we evaluate. And we wouldn't have changed what we had purchased based on coal severance tax.
Okay. All right. Now I will move on from that one confidential document. Hopefully I'm not going to reference anymore, so we can all take a deep breath. I only have 68 more questions to go. So, generic question I want to talk about is anybody who makes the filings for the Form A FAC filings, not the backup filings, but the ones where Kentucky Power makes the filing with the proposed FAC factor for the following month?
So Lara Khan speaking. That would be Brian West's team. So specifically, Scott Bishop and myself prepare the FAC in tandem together,
Okay.
although he is considered the lead on it. The FAC itself, though, has a ton of inputs that go into it. So to compile it, we're getting a ton of accounting files or maybe automatically generated reports that we're pulling every month in which to do that.
Right, and so there's correct me if I'm wrong, but there are primarily two, shall we say, monthly filings that a generator makes with the Public Service Commission. One's going to be the Form A. It's kind of a simpler form, wouldn't you agree? What I'm talking about, it's what is presented to the Public Service Commission on a monthly basis, no later than the 20th of every month, for the proposed FAC factor for the following month, correct?
So Correct, I just adjusted a little bit. It's 10 days before the end of the month or before it goes into effect. So for us, our first billing cycle might be like the 27th, so we would back
Okay.
it up from there.
All right, all right. Thank you. I appreciate that. I've already been told I was wrong a few times today, so, but I do appreciate the clarification on that, particularly since it's a shorter month, even though it's a leap year. So with that Form A, if you're familiar with that, is there, when you're making that filing, Kentucky Power making the filing, is there any prorating of the FAC factor that goes into, that is considered, or is it goes into effect March 1?
So on a Laricon speaking, apologies, on a typical month, it's always on a bills rendered basis. If you look at our forms, it says effective for billing month X, and that's why we do it that way. If there was to be some reason to prorate, we would do that, such as a commission order that says, this is for services rendered on and after so-and-so date. And that happens typically within a base fuel change in a 2-year review.
Okay, all right. And then, this is more of an accounting question, but, can you describe what happens between an expense month and the final fuel schedule? I guess is that what the true-ups and everything that occurs, that, a month or two later, what gets clarified between the estimated and the actual expense month?
I think it's just a matter of, we only have preliminary numbers for certain things, and we will not estimate at all any non-FAC eligible costs, such as for forced outage, purchase power related purchases, sorry, that was duplicated. And then the PUE. We won't try to estimate either one of those components at all. And then most of our numbers are actuals in terms of our coal burned or our gas used. Then we true that up in the next month with the actuals.
So you don't forecast, you don't estimate the PUE,
We do not,
and then if
for
that's
purposes of the fuel adjustment clause.
for the purpose of the fuel adjustment clause, and then, so, under that scenario, just high level, PUE is the line, anything purchased, anything above that cost is considered what a non-economic purchase, not to be recovered through the FAC, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then anything below is an economic purchase and is recovered through the FAC. Either which of those purchases is subject to review later on, but for the purposes of recovering through the FAC, that's the dividing line, that PUE.
Laricon's being correct, so we will estimate the purchase power costs.
Okay.
But then the next month we'll true up if there was anything that should have been excluded.
Okay, all right. I understand, sometimes it's an art, not a science. And so that satisfies my question, just how, we get to that. And so, I believe that Kentucky Power is proposing to reset its FAC base rate. Is that correct?
Laricon speaking, correct. It is currently 2.612, and Bishop testimony, page 5, we're proposing 3.38.
Okay, and remind me which month you're proposing to use as the reflective month.
Laricon speaking, so that would be January 2022.
Okay, and so it's now February of 2024. Has anything transpired in the 2 years in the 2 years for the month that Kentucky Power wants to use to reset its FAC base rate that would lead Kentucky Power to propose a different rate?
Not that, Laricon speaking, not that I'm aware of. Scott Bishop did look at the months that have now billed that we're aware of, so through November 2023, and looked at what the FAC rate was for those months, and our proposed rate is very much in line with that, except for a couple outlier months. And then also, I can infer that because we're in line through those new months of consideration. If you look at table step 2 on page 8, that we're there very much in line with our forecasted as well, which means I can assume we are going to continue on that trend.
Okay, and you were referring to a table, I'm sorry, where was it?
It's on, well, I'm looking at the errata, so it's Bishop errata 8,
Okay.
table SEV 2.
Okay. Now I have a few questions about, you can sit back, I don't think, you can do whatever you want, but my next question is about gas transmission and sales, so.
Larry Kahn speaking, I'm good, I'll sit back.
Okay. Just, does Kentucky Power have firm gas transmission contracts for its one natural gas generating unit?
Clint Stutler responding, yes, we do have firm transportation for Big Sandy.
And is it with one transmission company, or are there a few in the area?
Yes, it's with one pipeline company from a specific receipt point to Big Sandy as a delivery point.
Okay. And then I'm taking a look at the response to staff's first request, question 6, attachment 1. And I believe, and also in Mr. Stutler, your direct testimony, page 11. I'll give you a second to get to your testimony. Just let me know when you get there.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. I think the testimony states, beginning in January 2023, Kentucky Power began purchasing a portion of expected natural gas requirements at a fixed price in advance of the month of flow. This reasonable and prudent strategy modification will subdue volatility to an extent and will provide additional surety of natural gas costs. So prior to that, were all purchases spot purchases?
That is correct. And prior to 2022, the natural gas market prices were, low and pretty stable. But with the volatility that we've seen in the last couple of years, specifically the end of 21 and then into 22, where we saw prices increase due to a bunch of different factors related to production levels, demand for natural gas, the ebb and flow of natural gas storage. Our position is that, we want to take a stance and buy some additional forward gas at fixed prices to kind of protect customers against that volatility that we see ongoing into the future.
And so, if you have a fixed natural gas price, is this more of a physical hedge or a financial hedge?
It's a physical hedge.
Okay.
So the gas is basically delivered in forward months at a fixed price.
I'll ask one question. I know Kentucky Power is not necessarily the natural gas business, but is there a possibility of Kentucky Power having the ability to store natural gas?
We have evaluated that at this point in time. The pipeline that we currently have firm service, they did not have any availability of gas storage, but it is something that we've looked into.
So when we're talking about gas storage, actual storage on the pipeline.
Yeah, so in theory, the way it would work is that we would purchase gas during periods of, say, low cost, maybe March, April timeframe, put that gas in the storage, and then be able to pull it out during periods of higher cost, most notably the winter time, January and February, where prices are more volatile. We've started looking into it. We had discussions with the pipeline company, and they did not have anything available for Big Sandy to use at this point in time.
Okay, and so when you're looking at storage, you would pay the pipeline company for that storage, right? And it's whether or not they're oversubscribed in that line, et cetera, and so forth.
That is correct. There's a cost that comes with storage that would have to be evaluated to make sure that it makes sense.
Okay, and then sticking with your direct testimony, Mr. Stutler, bottom of page 11 into page 12, and your testimony says that the flow period is usually 1 day, but can extend from 2 to 5 days, if that period includes a weekend or a holiday or both. So, my question is what happens if something changes in the meantime? Does this take place every day, this decision about gas, or, it's 5 o'clock on a Friday and everybody goes home, and if something changes, there's no ability to get gas. The reason I bring this up is that it was an issue, I believe, with Winter Storm Elliott in PJM, where it was Winter Storm Elliott was coming into a long weekend, not just a regular weekend, a long weekend, and I think the ICE gas marketers were on holiday. There was simply nobody to call to get gas for some of the units. Does Kentucky Power, AEP, either one have the ability to procure gas if it needs to on the weekend?
Yeah, absolutely. And, for a point of clarification, so ICE is an exchange where buyers and sellers get together to transact. And, it's available on the weekend. I mean, we could put a bid on ICE for the weekend, but the problem is that probably nobody's looking at it because it is a weekend. And I guess to answer an earlier question, this is a 24/7 job. There's things that are always changing. We're able to kind of look in the next day to determine whether or not we think Big Sandy is going to get an award, and we're able to make our purchase decisions based on that. But when you have a long weekend or a weekend period, Big Sandy may be in the money 2 out of the 3 days or 1 out of the 3 days, so there's some uncertainty that goes along with that. And so in those types of cases, sometimes we'll make the decision to buy the gas for the weekend if it's a 3-day weekend, and then potentially have to sell some gas back if Big Sandy does not get an award. Other times, when we look at it and we say, okay, well, it doesn't look like Big Sandy's going to be in the money, we don't buy any gas, but then all of a sudden PJM awards Big Sandy, so now we're back into the market on a Friday after 5 or Saturday or Sunday trying to pick up gas so that Big Sandy can operate.
Okay, and so Big Sandy is a converted unit, correct? It was converted from coal to gas?
That's correct.
And so with those characteristics, and this is, you brought about, you raised the question in my mind about, okay, all of a sudden, you didn't anticipate it to be called, but it cleared. How long does it take to fire up Big Sandy, I guess, so that it can be dispatched?
That's probably a better question for Witness Mel, but it's not a quick startup.
Okay.
It's a period of hours.
All right, Mr. Mel, do you know?
David Mel responding. When we receive a bid, normally it's in the afternoon on around 1 o'clock. It takes us 2 hours to put a fire in the boiler, and then it takes us to release to PJM for full dispatch is 20 hours later. So it has a considerable startup time.
So when you say you get the notification at 1 p.m., that's for the day-ahead market?
Yes, typically, yes.
Okay, the unit has been bid in at a certain cost, and then PJM will let you know by about 1 o'clock or so.
Correct.
And if you get 20 hours, that means that it can come online, it's like 1 is 4, carry 2, about 10 a.m., 9 a.m.-ish, is that what we're looking at?
Correct. That would be, we come online, just to be clear, we come online probably 14 hours into the process.
Okay.
We start to generate electricity, but full release to PJM is another 6 hours to clean up our water and heat up the rest of the system.
And at that point, you're available for, I'm using, terms of art, full dispatch, I guess, running at full capacity, to the extent that PJM would assign it, roughly a time where that curve that starts to go up, the price curve starts to go up. Right?
Correct.
More load is needed.
Obviously, PJM typically brings us in when they forecast the price, the demand, and the price is going to be there to support us running.
Okay, all right. And then So Big Sandy's not necessarily what is deemed, is it correct that Big Sandy's not necessarily deemed what a base load unit? And I saw it referred to as and I cannot remember where in the record, is that maybe intermediate load unit? Would that be a fair characterization? It's not a CT over here on this side in terms of, the load capacity factor, but it's not a coal unit either.
I don't know that the term is an intermediate load. Depending on the price of gas, Big Sandy can run full load round the clock.
Okay.
So we kind of, I don't know what the term might be, but we have flexibility. One of the beauties of that unit is we have flexibility to control across the whole load range. And then if prices are low enough, and the demand's there, we will sit at full load, 295 megawatts.
Okay.
So once we get online, there's a good bit of flexibility for that unit. We can turn down, our turn down's fairly low.
Okay. Thank you. And then, so, Mr. Stutler, it goes back to you. Just one last question about that. Is it, does Kentucky Power / AEP have policies in place for procurement of gas on the weekends?
We do. And that, I guess the procedure or the policy is that we would solicit suppliers via telephone or text message, ask them availability of supply, and then if there is availability of supply, then we'll get some pricing information and make purchase decisions based on that.
Okay, all right. So just to give you all a sense of what's to come, my next few questions are going to talk about coal procurement, particularly about coal procurement during the period under review, the 2-year period under review. So just gird yourselves. So during the period under review, at what point did Kentucky Power begin to realize that their coal inventory at Mitchell could be an issue?
Kimberly Chilcote responding. So you have to understand the whole economics that was in play during the time, right? We were coming out of COVID in 2020 and into 21. And into 2021, we had significant supply on the ground just due to the lack of demand that we had seen in the prior years. And then as Kentucky Power went out, AEP Service Corps went out for an RFP in May of 2021 for purchases of coal. When we went out for that RFP in May of 21, our forecast showed that we had enough coal purchased in 21 to meet the forecast that we had at that time for the Mitchell plant. We purchased coal for Mitchell in later years from that May 21 RFP. And then as you walk through that summer months of 2021, the whole macroeconomics changed, right? You saw increased gas prices. We saw increased power prices. There was a huge demand for coal externally outside of the United States. And so we went out for an RFP. We had a new forecast in September. And when we had that forecast in September, we had a need for more coal for Mitchell for the end of 21. And so we went out for an additional RFP at that time. When we issued that RFP, we asked for it in a shorter time of return than we had historically.
Excuse me, just to clarify, are you still talking about the September RFP?
The September of 21, yes, sir. So in September of 21, we didn't get any bids for 2021 at that point. Most of the coal companies were what I would call fully subscribed, right? They had sold all their coal for 2021 and a large portion of their coal for 2022. And prices were rapidly increasing for coal at that point too. What we did as a company, we didn't sit around and say, oh, there's no coal, we're just gonna wait. We picked up the phone, right? Because we've been in this business for years. So we picked up the phone and we said to these suppliers, we need you to help us. We need more coal. And what can you do to help? So we issued that plea, not just for Kentucky Power, but for all of our utilities, right? Because it wasn't strictly a Kentucky Power issue. It was a national issue, right? Everybody needed coal at that point. And we were not, we found coal in the market. We actually ended up contracting, we talked about the belt that goes to Mitchell from one of our high sulfur suppliers. We actually ended up doing contracts with 2 other high sulfur suppliers at that time. So we added diversity of supply into the Kentucky Power portfolio because of reaching out to people and trying to find additional coal at that time. But we didn't have enough, and nor could we purchase enough to meet the new forecast that we had. We purchased what we could, but there just wasn't enough to meet that new forecast. And then the other concern you have with that is now I'm purchasing coal at significantly higher prices than I had purchased in years, right? We saw that market go from, the high sulfur market went from $45 a ton, right, in early '21. And in the end of 2022, or October of 2022, that market was $200 a ton. So there was a significant change in the whole market during that time. So you have to make reasonable purchases, right? I don't want to purchase a whole lot of $200 coal because that's not going to make us very economic in the long run. So it was you had to make the decisions that you knew at the time that were the right decisions.
Okay, and just for point of clarification, you said you're talking about we made coal purchases. You're talking about the operating company, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and making purchases on behalf of a lot of AEP entities.
That's correct.
And so with regard to Kentucky Power and Mitchell, it's correct, Kentucky Power has a 50% interest in Mitchell, correct?
That's correct.
And the other utility is Wheeling Power, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and then so when we, the company making purchases for coal, it's doing it on behalf of both Kentucky Power and Wheeling Power, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, all right. And so, when do you, we'll get to the adder and the 10-day rule in a little bit about PJM, but, so, this is, I asked questions about when did Kentucky Power become concerned about their coal stockpile. So when did PJM, if anybody knows, when did PJM start discussing concerns about adequacy of fuel supplies or availability?
Alex Vaughn responding. Mr. Stiegel's testimony in 22-00263 discusses that. On page 5, it was in October of 2021 when PJM revised Manual 13 to account for these potential fuel and reagent shortages in the coal fleet.
And so so that's when PJM did it. When did AEP, I'm going to use AEP because I mean, I'm going to make a statement, you can tell me if I'm wrong, or you can pretend it's a question. The decisions for coal purchases and bidding units into the market and stuff are not made by the individual utility. They're not made exclusively by Kentucky Power. They're made by, well, I mean, AEP, operating company, might have some say. Would that be correct?
Let me explain, Alex Vaughn respond. Let me explain how it happens, just to give you the flavor there. And so, to your first question of timing, Witness Chilcote just discussed that it was September RFP, so sometime during September there, where the forecast, the demand for power from coal-fired generation had changed, and we went to the market and didn't get responses. So that lines up exactly where PJM is making market rule changes to protect against this, and so it's that September October timeframe in 2021, and you can plot that on a curve of gas and power prices. It's where you came up out of the trough that we'd seen for a very long time of low power prices, and it's kind of towards the start of the new new plateau there. How the process works on offering units, committing units, all that, especially during this period of time, we have monthly meetings with all of the relevant personnel. So all of the OPCO personnel for finance, regulatory, operations, generation, the folks that manage the plants, the folks that procure the fuel, the folks that offer the units in, do the daily interactions with PJM, and then some folks like myself sit in as well, and we look at the analyses and the information available to us at the time, and the subject matter experts in each area, they make proposals of what they think the prudent course of action is, and then the operating company officials tell them yes or no, I would like you to engage in that. Apply that strategy for me, or how about you tweak the strategy like this and let's do that. And then AEPSC goes back and does that for them. So like I said, myself or Mr. Stiegel, we're in a lot of these meetings, and so are a lot of the people in this room, and Witness Stutler, Witness Chilcote, maybe Mr. Dial isn't around anymore. They would make along, as well as the other commercial operation folks, they would say, Mr. West, we think we need to do X, Y, and Z, and he would say, yeah, that's reasonable, or how we do X and Y, and not Z. That's how the interaction works between the subject matter experts there at the service company, and how they get that direction from the OPCOs.
Okay, all right. And so that'll lead into a question in just a little bit, but I'm going to take a step back. And so we talk about changes to Manual 13, and I understand, I think it was testimony of Mr. Stiegel, which, is that correct, that talked about those changes, but you've adopted that?
Yes.
Now, is Mr. Stiegel still with the company?
He is. He's testifying in Oklahoma tomorrow.
It's warmer there. I can understand why you want to be there. Okay.
He and I get around to the 11 states, so
okay,
things like this happen.
All right. And so how are, to the extent anybody knows, how are changes made to the PJM manual? Let's pick Manual 13. How are those made?
I think there's some changes. It depends. You're getting a little past my depth of all of the RTO administration. I might look to Mr. Burkholder for some help there, but generally changes happen to the tariff or through manuals through a stakeholder process, or potentially it could be brought on by the independent market monitor. I do not remember who in this case said we need to change this procedure in Manual 13 from a fuel security standpoint, as I sit here today.
Okay, because AEP, just broadly speaking, is a member of PJM.
Yes,
It would be incorrect to say an insignificant stakeholder or a large member of PJM?
We are a large utility, yes.
All right. And so if changes are going to be made to a manual, I'm just wondering, does AEP have a seat at the table for those changes?
Yeah, I believe so, but again, I'll look to Mr. Burkholder. There's not always right. There's procedures, right, and you get a vote perhaps regardless of your size, depending on in some cases. So, if we were 50% of the RTO in some hypothetical, I don't believe we get 50% of the votes and how something changes. But regardless, that change in Manual 13. Because of fuel security, it lined up with what our experts were observing in the market and what we were seeing in other utilities at the same time.
Okay. Mr. Burkholder, do you have any follow-up to that question?
This is Joshua Burkholder responding. Yeah, I would say so. Changes to the manuals that are being discussed here are reviewed at various committee levels at PJM. Typically, so if there's concerns, we can certainly advocate. Voting you're talking about would generally be advisory, to be able to represent as the sort of the stakeholder group in general, support or oppose the proposed changes. So I think that this has been characterized fairly. Anything substantive to change or alter about the discussion.
I beg your pardon, I didn't hear that last part.
Oh, just said, so nothing to sort of change or alter the discussions that have been had on this matter.
Okay, so you say it's subject to approval by various committees. You mean committees of PJM?
So it will be voted on typically because it's a business practice manual, on an advisory basis.
Okay.
So, again, so PJM, the Office of Interconnection, will, take into account, that voting as they look at changes to, in this case, to business practice manuals.
Yeah, so do you know if FERC approval is necessary for changes in the manuals?
Typically not.
Okay, so, but if there are changes in tariffs, then that's where FERC approval would come in, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, all right. Would I be out over my skis to suggest that the committee that approved the changes would have been the MRC, the Market Reliability Committee for PJM?
I am not familiar with the particular changes that were made as far as knowing exactly the committee, the stakeholder process that occurred during that time.
Okay, and I guess if I were to ask a question regarding if you knew who were members of the Market Reliability Committee, that you may not be able to tell me?
Correct.
Okay, all right. And so, Mr. Vaughn, you talked about the meetings that were held at PJM when it became apparent that coal might be an issue. An issue for good or for bad. Yeah.
Sorry, the meetings I were discussing were AEP meetings.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
All right, AEP meetings and the like of that.
I sit in exactly 0 PJM meetings.
That's right. Thank you. AEP meetings.
Okay.
And you talk about who are in these discussions. Are there any documentation that AEP has, of these meetings, or the things that were discussed? Are there meeting minutes for this? Is there a timeline that could be provided to the commission that shows to document AEP's, quote unquote, concern and the actions that it was taking to address these that aren't in the record right now?
I believe everything is in the record right now. We have summary documentation that gets included kind of as a discussion document each month. So I'm almost certain it's already in the record as a data response. We can probably get that to you here afterwards, the reference to it. But basically what it is, again, it's pulling together a lot of people that are doing a lot of operational things to have this discussion. So we don't, during this period of time, things were very busy, things were very volatile, right? A lot of operational concerns, and so you had all of the utilities together in this discussion, and the way we kind of laid it out was here's what would happen without intervention. Here's what we're recommending, and kind of in terms of a discussion document that provides like the base analysis behind the recommendations. We don't take minutes.
These meetings weren't conducted according to Robert's rules or something like that?
No, they were not brought to order. There was no secretary taking down everything. No.
Okay. We may ask a post-hearing data request for additional documentation, if any, but just to let you know, we may be asking for that.
Yeah, certainly. And I'll tell you right now, we have a standard discussion document that we use every month.
And so when you're discussing the utilities that are all meeting, they're all AEP utilities. Are you talking about the load serving entities, or are there also, does AEP have merchant interests elsewhere that would be part of the conversation?
These are all the regulated utilities during the review period here. It's folks, it's your PJM and SPP, vertically integrated utilities. We don't have like the wires company in Ohio or Texas in there. Like, this discussion is superfluous to them. They don't have power requirement needs. They're not they're not a load serving entity, or they're not. I guess they're deregulated in those states, so they serve load, but they don't have to procure the service, right? So it's other utilities like Kentucky Power Company.
Okay, and so then I guess for Kentucky Power, and we're looking at their quote-unquote zone of PJM, is it the AEP East Zone? Is that correct?
Well, so the AEP zone's a transmission zone. When you're be looking at like Kentucky Power, it has a different, all of the vertically integrated utilities, AEP utilities in the east have different and distinct pricing points. So like we have a pricing aggregate for the Kentucky Power load set up in PJM, so that's a price specific to our actual load here in Kentucky. Appalachian Power has its, Indiana, Michigan Power has its own pricing node, so they're separated.
All right, so it just, I was wondering, you can pull up, are you familiar with the app that PJM has?
Yeah, I've subscribed to the PJM app.
Yeah, you can pull it up, you can look at the LMPs, but I guess.
Great at parties.
Yeah, that's right. You should try explaining civil procedure to some people. But anyway, the what happens is that, if you look, it'll show you the zone, correct, and it'll be one color, but you can press on different little points, and then it will give you a different price according to the utility in there. Is that correct? Is that what you were talking about? The different pricing points?
Yeah, right. So the zone, like when you're looking at like an LMP map on PJM.com, is the entire zone. It's not Kentucky Power. There's basis between different points in the zone. Basis being a different congestion and loss price. Same price of energy across the whole footprint, and then congestion, transmission congestion, and marginal losses change the nodal pricing. And so Kentucky Power has its own aggregate price for its load.
Okay. All right, so let's talk about the PJM 10-day rule, broadly speaking. First, I want to, is the 10-day rule still in effect?
Some form of it is. I can't remember if it's been relaxed or not. Like if it might be a different amount of days, but there's still some sort of fuel security.
Okay, so we'll talk about the 10-day rule. It amended PJM, and correct me if I'm wrong here, PJM amended Manual 13 to implement the quote-unquote 10-day rule, or 240 hours. I mean, it's, and right, because that increased it, if I'm correct, from minimal hours, maybe like a 3-day, 36-hour requirement, to 240 hours. Is that correct?
I
Something
don't
to check.
recall what it was before. I know during the review period here it was changed to 10.
Okay, so are you familiar with PJM Manual 13 at all? Anybody here?
I can't recite from it letter and verse. I have been through it previously.
Okay, all right. Rather than belabor the point and pull up PJM Manual 13 right here at this moment, I think as post-hearing data request, I'll ask for pretty specified walk through PJM Manual 13, about, especially the emergency. I guess PJM Manual 13 addresses emergency operations, correct?
Sure, certainly.
All right. And so we'll be asking a post-hearing data request, asking to be walked through, once the changes for PJM Manual 13 were implemented, which of those sections applied, and just, we'll put a pretty detailed post-hearing data request about, Kentucky Power's thought process about the application of the rules in Manual 13. All right, I mean, either that or I'll pull it up here and we can walk through it page by page. It's 212-page document.
I like the latter.
Okay, all right.
The former.
Just
send us the data request.
Okay,
please.
all right. And I made Ms. Jankowski happy. She doesn't have to share it on the screen too.
Okay.
So can you tell me then what the 10-day rule did?
What it did?
Yeah. What did it change? What is the rule?
Yeah, so basically what happened when they implemented it is if your fuel or reagent inventory went below 10 days, you had to go into emergency reserve. What is the status actually? Make sure I get the wording correct. You had to move to a maximum emergency status, which essentially meant that your unit was forced offline until you built back up 21 days of burn of inventory. And so if you're above 10 days, you're fine, as long as you keep your inventory there. You dip below, the rule says you're going to go into this new commitment status, you're going to come offline, and you're going to stay there until you build build your inventory back. The issue with that is if you are out, if your unit's offline for fuel supply reasons and it's economic, PJM would have dispatched you otherwise, you're considered forced out. And you're now at risk of derating the amount of capacity, accredited capacity that unit gets attributed to it for purposes of meeting your capacity requirements. And you're also at risk of, potentially at risk of other penalties, right? I mean, think if there was a performance assessment interval, they would have called an emergency and you'd be dispatched. But, there's still risk there because, as Mr. Mel discussed, it takes a while to bring some of these units online. So yes.
So you're talking about intervals and like that, like a cold or hot or cold weather alert, they call it?
System emergency, whatever, generally speaking, yes, it's a winter storm Elliott or extreme heat period, something like that.
So, and I'll come back to questions about the 10-day rule, but just broadly speaking, because I'm not trying to establish anything. I'm just trying to get a grasp on how a utility functions in PJM. Now, Kentucky Power participates as a fixed resource reserve, FRR?
Fixed resource requirement.
Okay. And the other alternative, is that the RPM?
Yes, sir.
Reliability pricing
Model.
So, as an FRR, does Kentucky Power have any leeway in deciding what units it bids into the capacity auction?
So whether a unit, I'm gonna step back. So if any resource is committed as a capacity resource, whether it's in an FRR plan, like the company does, or if it's in the reliability pricing model auctions, that resource then has a must-offer commitment every day. It must offer its capacity into the energy markets if it's available, right? And you're subject to all the regulations around when you can take a planned outage or not, and all of that. And so that's the big first requirement.
Right, and I guess my question is that in the 3-year base residual auction, correct, that's when a load serving entity, or maybe an LSE, but whoever owns, a generator owner, says, I will commit these units into the auction.
Certainly.
Does Kentucky Power have to include all of their generating units? And I ask this because Kentucky Power wasn't here back at the beginning of January for the fuel adjustment clause hearings for the rest of the generators, but just subject to check. I'm just using this not as evidence, but just to illustrate the point, is that East Kentucky Power did not include in the base residual auction 2 or 3 of their CT units.
Correct.
So they weren't, they for whatever reason, they decided not to, and therefore those units couldn't be called. Well, I guess they could have been called, but they weren't used to look at capacity.
You don't have a must-offer. Those units wouldn't have a must-offer commitment.
All right, that's
obligation. They can, under that, if you don't commit the unit in the capacity market, you can then, if you want to offer it into the energy market seasonally or whatever your strategy is, you can do that.
Okay, and then when you offer it into the market, you could be for off-system sales or just whatever. It's like, wow, we can make a lot of money or something like that.
Certainly.
Yeah, I'm just asking. I'm not really going anywhere with it. I'm just trying to establish some ideas of how things operate within PJM. So all units for this period of time that Kentucky Power must offer.
They are all committed. All the company's resources are committed in the FRR plan or during some. I have to go back. We've had some length traditionally in the FRR plan from a volumetric standpoint, and so if we've met all of, just for further clarification, Kentucky Power participates in a joint FRR plan with Appalachian Power Company, Wheeling Power Company, and Indiana Michigan Power. So we pool all the resources, get all the benefits of diversification. It's like a mutual fund from a risk standpoint to meet the actual physical obligations, and we commit all of our resources, we being Kentucky Power, into that plan. If the plan is long, we make some additional opportunity sales into the RPM markets, either the base residual auction or an incremental auction. again, to maximize whatever revenue opportunities there are based on the assets we have. So yes, we commit Big Sandy and the Mitchell units as capacity resources. They have must-offer obligations.
All right, and just, like I said, just trying to get an idea broadly of how the bidding is work capacity. And so as must offer, unless a unit is on a planned outage, or let me take a step back. If it's in must offer status and it's in a planned outage, does a utility run the risk of performance penalties, or are they protected by the fact it's a planned outage?
During the review period, no. If you're in an approved outage, you're fine. Again, we can point back to it's not in the review period, but go to Winter Storm Elliott, and Big Sandy 1 was in an approved outage during the performance interval. It was not assessed a penalty. Had it been forced out, so it was not an approved outage and it just couldn't perform, you would incur a penalty.
Probably, yeah, and during Winter Storm Elliott,
during
making a
any
statement,
performance
it would have been
interval.
very unpleasant.
Yes.
Okay, so, and is the same true for maintenance outages?
That's also an approved outage.
Right. Is there a point where a maintenance outage might extend too long and then be classified as a forced outage?
You are getting beyond my technical skills there. I would refer that question to Mr. Kearns.
Hi, good morning. Tim Kearns responding, and the answer is yes. PJM has rules around how long a maintenance outage is allowed, or the duration that's allowed. Now, you can request as you approach that, during certain months, it's like 9 days. It's the weekend before and after a 5-day normal week. So as you get close to the end of that 9-day period, if you need to extend that outage, you can request an extension, and PJM will approve, or they can say no. If they say no and the unit has to remain out, it goes into a forced outage status.
Okay, and so if a unit is in a forced outage status, how does PJM decide that performance penalties should apply? Like, how does it calculate that it otherwise would have been dispatched?
So there's only penalties, like when we're talking like a performance interval, when you have a declared system emergency.
Right.
And so there's that. What the implicit penalty that happens when you're forced out is that it derates the unit's capacity. It again, during the review period, the amount of accredited capacity you received for any resource was the installed capacity, essentially adjusted for the E4D, which is a PJM acronym, essentially for the effective forced outage rate of the unit. So the more forced outage hours you have, the higher your E4D rate will be, hence the lower the amount of accredited capacity you get for that resource.
Okay, all right. And so, going back to extending, you talked about extending maintenance outages. What about extending planned outages? Is it something you still have to report to PJM and get approved?
Yes, Tim Kearns again responding. If a need arises where you need to extend a planned outage, again, you request that extension from PJM. They will either approve or deny that. Again, if it's denied, then the unit status switches to forced outage.
Okay.
There's also qualifiers about what they will accept as a reason to extend a planned outage. For example, it needs to be for work scope that was originally identified in that planned outage that you were going to do. So if you find something new, it's likely they won't extend that planned outage or allow you to extend it.
And so in PJM, they said that there's a kind of a scope of things that they would accept or not accept. Where can those be found? Is there a PJM manual that would apply to this?
So it comes back to the original planned outage scope definition. When you request that planned outage, you tell them what scope you're going to execute, and they would refer back to that. So a good example would be the Big Sandy outage that we're talking about that occurred in the fall of 2022. Going into that outage, the primary scope was to inspect the generator, and we expected to require a partial re-wedge, just based on the amount of time the equipment had been in service. when we got in there, we saw that it required a full re-wedge, which would take more time than what we had in the schedule. So we requested an extension, PJM approved that extension, and then we went on.
Okay, all right. Sorry, I got a field. I'm gonna come back to the 10-day rule. And I want to refer to Vaughn's direct testimony, and filed in this case, page 5, 21 through 23, and page 6, 1 through 4, and also Mr. Stiegel's direct testimony filed in 2022-263, page 5, lines 12 through 17. And I think they say the same thing, but I'll give you all a chance to take a look at it. And since Mr. Vaughn, since you adopted Mr. Stiegel's testimony.
They say the same thing.
All right, they say the same thing. And there it says that when discussing the 10-day rule that, quote, PJM had, quote, the ability to request a generating unit with less than 10 days of coal to move to a maximum emergency status until coal inventory exceeds 21 days. This means any unit below the 10-day rule may be forced to shut down and remain offline until its inventory reaches 21 days. So, I think earlier you said, well, let me ask you this, referring to this testimony, is putting moving a unit into maximum emergency status, is that something that was at the discretion of PJM, or was it something that would occur automatically if you crossed that 240-hour threshold?
So, again, things were fluid at that time, and they're making these changes as you had these very high demands for generation that you hadn't seen in well over a decade. And I'm not certain as to the distinction of it was must or may. We did not want to find out either way and run the risk of having 11 days of forced outages placed on our unit, any unit. And so whether we were managing the inventory, there's not much of a big difference during this period of time when you're looking at availability of fuel and the economic demand for these units between running the unit completely out of fuel and having 10 days of fuel. You know, if you just look at some of our analyses over the period in these monthly documents, if you didn't adjust the offer price to manage the amount of fuel because of the issues that Witness Chilcote discussed, the unit just runs out of fuel. And so you're at the same place essentially, whether you're at 0 or 10, you have to manage that so that you do not run the unit out of fuel, so that you do not derate it. I think I have a number in here somewhere. I think it's 234 days.
117 per unit.
Yeah, of forced outage that we avoided through that strategy.
And so forced outage means completely running out of coal or falling to below the 10 days.
It would be either. It would potentially, it would just be 10 days less. If you didn't use 10 days as your bogey, if you use 0, it's either way you're out of.
Okay, and so what does maximum emergency status mean?
Means that your unit's only available if there's a system emergency.
Something trips offline on the system, and then you have a big shortfall that would call on something maximum emergency status. Cold weather, hot weather.
Some sort of system emergency, yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
The distinction there is it's not. It could be economic for the unit to be on, but PJM's not going to dispatch it when it's in that status unless there's a system emergency. That's the difference.
All right, and then you are employed by American Electric Power, I presume.
The service company.
Service company.
Yes, sir.
Yes, the service company. And so would it be fair you would have insight into at least some of the operations of the other utilities under the umbrella, Indiana, Michigan, Wheeling, APCO, is that correct?
Yes, sir. I
All right.
provide the same services to all of our operating companies.
All right.
Yes.
Are there other utilities I didn't mention that you are aware of in the AEP umbrella that you might have known? Are those the only ones that are in the PJM footprint?
In PJM, it's Indiana, Michigan, Appalachian Power Company, Wheeling Power Company, Kentucky Power Company. We also have Kingsport Power Company, but it doesn't own any resources. It has a full requirements contract with APCO.
Okay. And so did any of the units across any of the AEP service codes, not service codes, sorry,
Operating companies?
operating companies run afoul of the 10-day rule?
I do not believe we did, because we applied the same active management to all of the coal units in PJM under the AEP, vertically integrated utility umbrella. So we treated, you know, the I&M units, the Appalachian Power, you have the wheeling portion of Mitchell and Kentucky Power, the same strategy, same general strategy, right? But different magnitudes or applications.
So because each unit might have a different circumstance.
Well, yeah, absolutely. They all use different coals, right? You might have a Western coal for a Rockport, or you might have different blend of coals for a Mountaineer or Amos in APCO than you do Mitchell, right? Everything's a little different, so you had different supplier concerns. So you're managing available fuel during the period, finite amount of available fuel over the period in the same general way. Just applying it to each.
Like Rockport has. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
I was just saying, you're just applying it to each resource's unique circumstances.
Like Rockport gets, I think, was it Powder River Basin coal primarily?
Somewhat, yes.
Mitchell, a mix of North Appalachian and Central Appalachian, and then so I don't know about Mountaineer or Amos, but you know, there's
yes, sir.
Some different requirements, I assume. So okay, so each one's going to have a slightly different price point. There might be fuel available. It would be fair to say it might be fuel more available for one if it has a particular blend than another, and that would affect the coal conservation strategy, I guess, for that unit.
Yeah, you had different inventory amounts at every plant.
Witness Chilcote responding, just to give some clarity. I mean, we did look individually, right, at each unit during that time, right? And we looked at the fuel that was purchased and the fuel that was being delivered. So each unit was evaluated specifically based on the contracts and the fuel that was purchased for those units. So, you know, APCO might be a little different than Kentucky and all the other, you know, Indiana, Michigan, yet different again. So we weighed each operating company based on what they had for purchases and all that at the time.
Okay. And then so, since it was probably hypothetical, we're not aware of any units that actually fell below that 10-day and got put in timeout. But does anybody know if there is one, there's penalties involved by being in a forced outage. Right? Economic penalties that are already there. Are there additional ones if you were to fall below the 10 days? Is there a timing requirement by which you have to, did the PDM establish a timeline, like you must get back to 21 days within X number of time, or are those performance penalties, if they're assessed, you know, incentive enough to build up the stockpile?
No, not that I'm aware of. I'm not aware of any additional penalties other than that you're forced out until you rebuild your inventory 21 days.
I mean, the forced outage penalties are not fun anyway.
No,
Correct. I'm sorry, that was a statement. I meant to make it as a question, but,
Okay.
all right. Yeah, just was.
Mr. Penny, since
Oh,
you
wait.
paused,
Sorry.
I'll give you some discretion to find a stopping point whenever you think you're at I don't want to interrupt your flow, but I do want to build in a lunch break.
Right, you know what, I have one question. Mr. Jankowski suggested that there's a lunch break coming up anyway, so I'll do what I told. So the one last question is, I asked you about any AEP units which you're aware that had run afoul of the 10-day rule. Do you know of any of the units in PJM that may have run afoul of the rule?
I do not know. Generally speaking, generation operators keep their unit parameters and conditions pretty close to the vest. There's a lot of the generation in PJM is independent power producers, you know.
Independent power producers, I mean, basically merchants, is that what you'd say?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Your Honor, we have come to a break.
Okay, so we'll take an hour lunch break. we're back on the record, and I believe we were with you, Mr. Penny.
Right. Sorry to dash people's dreams, but I still have some questions. Pull it up. All right, so what I'm going to pull up on screen an exhibit that was filed in the record here, just for ease of reference, and it's going to be in 2023-0008. It is response to staff's first request, item 3. Huh? That's not the reference? What is the reference? Oh, sorry. All right, so I need you to refer first to, I've been corrected, and it's a very poor way to start the afternoon. So I'd ask that you refer to staff's first request, item 3. All right. And in there, I just need somebody to confirm with me that days supply in coal inventory is calculated by taking the tons in storage and dividing it by a full load burn rate.
Witness Chilcote responding. Yes, those days supply is at a full load burn rate. That is correct.
Okay. And it's 24 hours, full load.
Correct,
Okay.
correct. So it's saying if we ran the units at maximum load for 24 hours, we would have that number, we could run for that many days at maximum load.
Okay, all right, with nothing coming in. to
That's
replace it.
assuming nothing coming in, yes, yes.
All right,
That's just what you have in inventory.
okay, all right. And then, so now I bring up the response to the data request, the staff's second request, item 6, attachment 2 is what it is up on the screen. It's the Excel version.
Excuse me, Mr. Frank, you could repeat the reference.
It is the response to staff's second request for information, attachment, item 6, attachment 2.
Great, thank you. I just didn't find it down, but you got it.
Do you have that?
I have to.
All right. Same page of the hymnal. So here we are. And from December 2021 to January of 2022, you got that? Okay. The coal inventory for high sulfur increases, and the coal supply for the low sulfur goes down. But if you look at the ending balance in terms of tons of coal available for the high sulfur coal for both December and January, you can see in December it's 181,169 tons, and then in January it's 184,282 tons. It seems that the amount of coal increases, yet the days at full load burn decrease. Can you explain why?
Yeah, so annually, we go back through a process where we review inventory targets and plant heat rates and how much coal it takes to get to full load burn. And that's always done at the end of the year for the start of the next year. So between December of 21 and January of 22, there was likely a small change in that number of days to get, or the volume to get to full load burn based off of the quality of coal we had burned the prior year and the heat rate.
So so there's a change, maybe a change in formula, would that be a safe thing to say?
The formula remains the same. It's some of the fixed values in the formula that would change.
All right, so Ms. Jankowski is going to show the formula up there, where the formula's are. It says, 0.15 divided by 9.055 times 1,000. See that? That's the formula.
Okay.
And that's for December, correct? And then in January, the formula changes to P15 divided by 9.965 times 1,000. So is the change there, the what's the previous one? basically goes from 9.055 times 1,000 to 9.965. Does that increase the denominator and therefore reduce the anticipated days of the inventory?
Yes. So what it says is, in this situation, based on the coal we had consumed the year prior and the heat, it was going to take more coal now to get to that same full load. So we
Okay.
have less days.
All right, so it's basically a recalculation every year. Probably a variety of factors that we don't
Correct.
necessarily know, but I just needed to
Yep.
get to the bottom of that. It's like, well, you had more coal, but yet you're going to have fewer days available to you. So, I guess when you make that change to the formula about how many basically tons of coal is used, or necessary for a full load burn on that, do you apply that? Would you look into that retroactively and say, oh, you go back and kind of reassess, like, if you were to apply it to 2021, that would actually take you below or close to that 10-day inventory level? Or is it just something prospective?
It's solely perspective, and as I said, we do it every year at the start of each year. We look at all of our inventory metrics. We look at the inventory targets we've set in the calculations to achieve those metrics.
Okay. So, during the review period, there are different target levels for low sulfur and high sulfur coal, correct?
That is correct.
And was it 30 days for low sulfur and 15 days for high sulfur?
That's correct.
Why was there a difference between the two?
So again, those are an item that we assess on an annual basis. And based on the fact that we were receiving all of the high sulfur coal across the belt, we viewed that as less risk, right? You didn't have to put the coal in a barge. It might take 3 or 4 days for the barge to show up at the plant, then it'd have to be unloaded at the plant. You don't have immediate supply, but you have less supply constraints for the high sulfur coal. I will add to that with the volatility that we saw in 21 and 22, we have since revised our targets again, based on the fact that it was very volatile, right? And we saw the supply constraints. And so now the targets for both high sulfur and low sulfur it's a 35-day target.
Okay, because, simply speaking, if you look at something's available at 15 days and 30 days at full burn, like, forget about it's mine to mouth. I guess that's the term, right? Is it? Okay. With the conveyor belt for the high sulfur coal, your maximum burn is limited to the lowest number there. If you have 100 days of high sulfur, but 5 days, 11. I don't want to put you in default to PJM rules. So 11 days of low sulfur, you really only have 11 days available. Is that correct?
Mr. Kearns wants to speak.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry. So Tim Kearns responding. And so that would be 11 days at full load burn. Mitchell can run on a different blend. They can run at a high percentage of high sulfur. So you would be derated a certain amount, but the unit would still be available.
Okay, all right. So, and I believe during this period in review that there was some testimony that Mitchell, one of the Mitchell units, I can't remember, was actually been as must run for a little bit. And that was and I believe the reason for doing so was to run it at a higher percentage of high sulfur coal, or just at
Yes,
high
that's
sulfur?
right. We did some testing to see what the maximum output would be on 100% high sulfur.
So if you can adjust the blends, then, how much leeway is there? You're looking at, you're making the assumption that it's, as I recall somewhere in the record, it's approximately 55% for one of the sulfur coals and 45%. It's somewhere lost in my notes. But, if the one that's burned at 55% their stockpile starts to get a little bit lower. Can you adjust the blend a little bit so you extend the life of the stockpile of which you have less?
Doug Rosenberger responding. The answer to that is yes. We can vary the blend for multiple reasons. One is if we're able to get more of one coal versus the other, we can vary it some. What we can't do is 100% high sulfur and make full load if the sulfur content's above a certain point. So we have to watch that operationally, but we can vary it around quite a bit. And if the high sulfur coming in at the time is below 4.5 pound, we can get closer all the way to full load on that. We also vary it sometimes based on the price of coal. So we'll burn typically high sulfur coal's cheaper on average. So we'll tend to run a higher blend of high sulfur coal when we can to keep the cost down to the customer as much as possible, as long as we can get the coal.
And the high sulfur coal is right across the street, basically.
Correct.
So you don't have to worry about demurrage or offloading, having personnel, I believe. I mean, is that correct?
Yeah, historically, we had bought all of our high sulfur coal from the direct mine mouth plant, but when we ran into some constraints in 21 and 22, we did add a few other high sulfur sources that are delivered down to the plant by barge.
So constraints from the adjacent mine, what were those constraints? Did they sell it somewhere else?
No, it was just when we saw the demand go up, right? We tried to bring in additional supply to try and meet that demand. So the other producer didn't have any coal that they could sell us at the time. So these two other producers had coal that we could purchase from them at the time.
Okay, all right, okay. Mhm. Oh, yeah. So the question, I guess you're the, Ms. Jacob, I mean, I'm pointing at you, but so when you change the target inventory levels, first of all, how frequently does that occur?
So that's an annual process.
Okay.
And it's not done in a vacuum. We, as the coal procurement team, look at the markets and where we've been and the inventories we have. And then it kind of goes to multiple people in the organization. Engineering looks at it for, like we said, heat rate and quality and that type of thing. It also goes to the operating companies for their review to make sure that they agree with the change in target levels that we're suggesting.
And so the operating companies have a say. They can be like, wait, we need more coal. We're going to need more coal than that, because we have to do test burns or for, whatever reasons.
Yeah, they could weigh in on whether they want to keep a higher inventory than we've proposed.
And when did Kentucky Power adjust the coal stockpile levels? Like they're 35 days now for both of them, is that correct? 30, and they exceed 30 days or at least?
So in 2023 is when we made the adjustment from the 30 days and the 15 days.
Right.
To the 35 days. And those are targets, right?
Right.
I mean, you pass through those targets as inventory, builds, or, you may, as you're coming into an outage, say, we're gonna run our below our target for a month or so because we know we're gonna be an outage and we still have obligations we need to take during that outage, right? So it might make sense to lower or raise your piles at different times.
So it's an obligation to take coal deliveries?
To take the coal deliveries.
Okay. And then so, to the extent that you had the Royal U, American, the operating companies, service companies, whatever, that had, say, a 15-day target level, how did that necessarily affect coal procurement leading, in 2020, 2018, 19, 20, pick a year, and you're sitting out there, you're looking at your contracts, you bid your contracts out thinking, okay, I just need a 15-day supply, is that correct?
So we procure to a forecast, right? We procure to an economic nominative forecast that we're provided. So as part of that procurement, you're always making sure you want to maintain that inventory target. But what you're really procuring to is that nominative forecast that you receive, so.
Okay. Yep. All right, so just a general question about how are coal stockpiles calculated? I mean, how do you go through, I mean, is there a turnstile that all goes through? Is there everything on a big giant scale?
Yeah, everything is weighed. We, and we do true ups of the piles. They actually do, and I'll let the plant people answer that. But everything that comes into the plant is weighed, and it's weighed then also as we take it to be consumed at the plant. So you're always adding and subtracting tons to those piles.
Doug Rosenberger responding, and to the point about the scales, we have scales that are coming right off of the river from the barge or from the supplier side, so we can measure what's coming in. Then we have scales coming from the pile into the plant to do the subtraction off as we burn it. And then to Ms. Chilcote's point around true-ups, twice a year at Mitchell Plant, they do what they call a coal pile survey. And it's a process where they come in and they drill down to get densities in the pile, to figure out how dense the coal is on the pile. And they'll do a mapping of the pile to figure out what the elevations are there and do a measurement to verify what's on the pile. And then we may have to adjust the pile up or down if it's off a little bit. Because there can be errors in scales, things can happen.
Right.
So this is a true up to verify where you are.
You're dealing with hundreds of thousands of tons, so there's going to be probably some margin for error. I can understand that. Let me ask you this. Has there ever been an instance, even within a review period, where when you've done the occasional elevation, density thing, volume, I guess basically volume and density check, where you've had to make adjustments to the days? Have there been significant adjustments, or it's like, oh, this just adds an hour here, it takes an hour off?
Go ahead.
Doug Rosenberger responding again. In the 5.5 years I was at Mitchell, we had one time where we had a fairly significant difference. And as it turns out, we had a problem with a coal scale that we didn't realize we had. Even though you do monthly calibrations, there was a problem there. And so we did take a one-time adjustment. In this case, it was actually in favor of the customer. It actually put more coal back on the pile on books.
Okay.
So it worked in favor, but there was an error, and we had to go back and figure out where that error came from. And there's a process where you take known tons across the scale to do a verification to see if what you did to the scale fixed it or not.
Okay, talk about this is just a curiosity question on my point. You have scales here, you have scales when it's unloaded, whether for the conveyor belt or the barge, and then when it goes into the plant, correct? How does the blending of the coal occur when you have different blends of high sulfur and low sulfur?
At Mitchell Plant, it's mostly done based on percentage of sulfur, because that's the bigger concern there is the amount of sulfur coming in, because if we go too high, we can exceed what our scrubbers can handle. So that's the biggest issue to watch for. So we'll control to a certain pound per million BTU sulfur
Right.
on the blend.
So are you basically, I mean, I guess I'm looking at like just a physical explanation of how it gets blended. Do you have low sulfur, a pile of low sulfur here, a pile of high sulfur here, two conveyor belts going in, and you're kind of comparing which ones go in, then they go into one, they get blended somewhere and just go in?
That's correct. There are two separate piles, and they're brought in on separate conveyors, and then they'll measure the sulfur of each of the coals, and they'll vary the speed of which the coal is feeding from each pile to get the blend, like 65% high sulfur, that kind of thing. And the measuring item that they use is the amount of sulfur in the coal.
Right, and so then the speed of the conveyor belts, that's where we talk about the blending. If it's like, oh, well, high sulfur is cheaper and we have the reagents to scrub or whatever, you can speed that up a little bit and preserve the low sulfur. I mean, there are ways to do that. That's how it would be done at that time.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. All right, so subject to check, Kentucky doesn't have a minimum coal reserve requirement, correct? The Kentucky Public Service Commission does not mandate that a generator have a 30-day supply on the ground. I mean, if it does, it's going to be news to me. But just correct. Am I correct?
Subject to check, yeah. I will state that as part of that inventory process that we discussed here earlier, we do set a low number on that also. We set a minimum target for us at Mitchell is 15 days. So if we saw, and obviously, you know, some of that comes into knowing what supply is coming and going, but if we saw we were going to be at 15 days for an extended period, we may, you know, enact some type of emergency type procurement or something to raise that level. But we do have an internal limit of 15 days.
And so does any of the states we talked about, I asked Mr. Vaughn about the other OPCOs that kind of, and for the lack of a better word, PJM East. Did any of the other states have requirements for minimum coal reserves of which you're aware?
Yes. Alex Vaughn, West Virginia has a regulation, and Witness Chilcote can correct me, I think you have to have 30 days under contract. It's
Okay.
not on the pile, but it's under contract for your plants.
And so I know there's a 50-50 ownership of Mitchell. So during the period under review, I guess that same requirement would apply to any of the coal that would be used for Kentucky Power too?
Yes, sir.
Okay, but that's under contract, not on the ground. Is that, just
Yes,
to
sir.
clarify? Okay. You know, what are the, notwithstanding the PJM 10-day rule, are there significant drawbacks for having a significant amount of coal piles, you know, in your physical reserves?
Witness Chilcote responding. First of all, there are physical limitations, right?
Mhm.
We can only hold so much coal on the pile at Mitchell. These are rough numbers. I'm going to say the most we can hold on both piles is about 750,000 tons, which is a big number when you look at days of inventory. And then there's cost involved, right, with holding a significant supply in inventory. And that's why we review it every year, right, to make the best decision that we believe based on the markets and what we're seeing, to make that decision based on, you know, we believe 35 days is protecting our customers from the volatility in the markets and from any supply disruptions that we might see. You could hold more days, and if you know, Kentucky would want to hold more days, we would have that discussion and come to an agreement of, you know, what they believe or what should be the inventory that we keep at Mitchell.
Tim Kearns, just adding to that, there are also safety concerns for the operators who manage the pile. I mean, if you think about this pile, it's going up in the shape of an inverted cone, and so the surface on the top of the pile gets smaller and smaller. You have operators running big equipment, heavy equipment there, and so as the slope gets higher and the top of the pile gets softer, there's safety concerns. So there's the physical space constraint, and there's ultimately the safety of the operators.
Okay, and so,
Sorry, to add one more point to that, Witness Vaughn. There's a cost to customers aspect of that as well, and that, you know, you're carrying that inventory, and there's a carrying charge on that inventory. It's, you know, fuel inventory. It's included as a rate base item, so you know, there's a cash outlay by the utility, and ultimately a cost to customers. So there's a balance of all these aspects we've talked about here when you're trying to decide what your target amount of coal inventory, any fuel inventory is.
Right, so if you have, hypothetically, you have a large coal stockpile, a utility comes in for a rate case, commission looks at it and be like, wait a minute, why are you trying to recover? Why did you have 1,000, why did you have 3 years worth of coal on there? That doesn't seem to be reasonable.
Exactly.
And so that would be the risk you run. Now, let me ask you this, since you have it, when does the company recover the cost of the coals? When it burned? I mean, like, that's where it's like, okay, you have an inventory, but when do you actually recover the full cost? Is that when you actually burn it?
Yeah, yes, sir. When it's expense, I think the 151 cost was discussed earlier. It's a sub-account of
right
501 fuel. So when the coals are burned, when the power's generated in that month, the average accounting cost related to those megawatt hours produced, hit account, hit the FAC, and those dollars are then, well, they're expensed, right? We have an expense month and we have a rate month in Kentucky, so you would expense them in the month where the power was generated, and then you recover it from customers 2 months in the future.
All right, so it just, when you have the inventory and it's just sitting there, it's basically a rock with a carrying charge. And then it turns into something real when you put
It
it
is
in.
an asset, yeah, right, it's an asset, and then you consume it and expense it at that time.
Sorry, Laricon, just one addition. If there's a survey adjustment, it operates the same way. It's in the expense month that the adjustment hits.
Yeah. I'm gonna pull the same spreadsheet at which I was looking in just a second to ask one more question about that. But okay, let's back up. Okay, so if you look at, that was quick. August and September and October of 2021, I saw that the stockpiles fell below the target 15-day stockpile. Was that because of increased burn, or was it supply constraints? What occurred there?
So yeah, you were definitely in the fall of '21, you were seeing the supply constraints, right? As I had said, we went out for an RFP in September of '21 when we saw the increased demand and tried to replace coal, but it was not available in the market. So, we were actively pursuing purchases for 2021 at that time, but there was no coal available in the market to be bought. And then we continue to look forward, right, and see that we eventually build that inventory back up slightly. But we were looking for purchases at that time, but there just wasn't anything available.
Okay, and I'll come back to ask a few questions about that, but just one general question. Anybody's knowledge, historical knowledge, of where if either of the Mitchell units have had to shut down because they've run out of coal? In the collective memory of the witnesses, it doesn't have to be for forever. Okay. All right.
None that I'm aware of, no.
All right, so nobody is aware, thank you, that's it. So you, Mr. Chilcote, you discussed the May 14th coal solicitation, correct? And it went
Correct.
out, and were there any responses to that?
So in 2021, we did do a solicitation in May, you're correct. And I have the details here that I can provide you. But we sent out 67 requests on that solicitation, and we received only 24 offers. Of those offers, 14 of them, there were no offers received for 2021. But we didn't ask for coal for 2021 at that point because from the forecast we had, we believed we had all the coal purchased that we needed for 2021. So we received offers for 22 through 24 at that time.
Okay, all right. And I'm going to go back to ask a few questions about coal inventory. I apologize, I'm skipping around, but has the Kentucky Public Service Commission, is anybody aware, ever disallowed costs for having too much coal on the ground? To go back to Mr. Vaughn's point that there's a carrying charge for having these minerals just sitting there.
Laricon, not that I'm aware of.
Alex Vaughn, not that I'm aware of, but the amount of fuel inventory that gets included in base rates every time they get set is often debated.
Okay.
So it's not just a blank check, right? All the parties have opinions on how much fuel should be included in rates because there is a cost to that.
Debated but never denied in anyone's memory.
I don't know if
PSC found you had too much coal.
I don't know if it's denied, but a lower position than what the company might have proposed has been approved in the past. From an inventory standpoint, that would be included in the amount of rate base that we recover in our base rates. It's often a position that the AG's witnesses will come in at a different level than we have in the past, a lower level.
So it is a topic of, more than a topic of conversation in base rate cases?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So I have a question about the monitoring of the stockpiles. Are those now reported? Have they always been reported to PJM?
From an always standpoint, I'm not certain. I mean, I think it's part of, there's a number of resource parameters that get reported daily for the next operating day, and fuel inventory could be one of those.
Yeah, I can speak specifically to 221 in 222. We did have some weekly reporting that was required with PJM of inventory levels. That was, obviously, it was not AEP specific, it was PJM specific, so.
Okay, and that was response.
Your Honor, Mr. Penny, can you tell me what the citation for that exhibit is?
I think it is the response to, hold on, it's in this 23-008, it's the response to Commission Staff Request number 2, item 6, attachment 2. Okay. And then I have one final question relating to this. The full load burns that are here on this inventory level, are these the levels that were, once you started reporting to PJM, the levels that were reported to PJM? These are just monthly inventory levels. Is that what was reported?
So what we reported to PJM was an hours of burn that we had on a weekly basis. And I believe that started I have to check, but it started sometime in the fall of 21. And we reported for every unit, not only coal inventories, but also consumable, our consumables that we thought would be that could be the limiting factor.
The other chemicals associated,
Correct.
the reagents and everything like that?
Correct.
Okay. I think we'll probably have, council will have a post-hearing data request related to this with some information about reporting to PJM. So, and one final question, when you report the stockpiles to the inventory levels, to PJM, is it for the past week or forecasted for the next week?
We reported what we actually physically had on the ground at the time we did the report, so.
Okay, so it's neither in the past or in the future, it's just now?
It was a present time.
Okay,
Correct.
all right. So, with regard to coal RFPs, just fuel procurement in general, you know. Where are the decisions made to issue an RFP? You know, is it, I mean, at what point do the gears start moving, and who starts the gears moving?
So that's normally, Kim Chilcote responding. That's normally done through the fuel procurement team, the Service Corps fuel procurement team. And when we issue an RFP, we issue it for the entire AEP system. We don't issue it specifically for one operating company. It's issued for the AEP system. And we do that based on looking at forecasts of what we know we're going to need over the next several years, and what we have in inventory and the purchases we currently have.
Okay, and so when you issue those RFPs, and it's for, well, let's say, for example, you know that you may not need high sulfur coal at Mitchell because you have a great next door neighbor. So you issue out the RFP, and it's system-wide, it does have to be tailored to the individual opco sometimes, because they may not need it. I mean, like, there's the input, you're not just, the service company's not just sitting there saying, high sulfur coal, we need this amount, because it's also gonna be tailored to delivery point, correct? And, the individual needs, is that correct?
Yeah, and we don't, when we issue an RFP, we don't issue it for a specific volume. We issue what we consider an open-ended RFP.
Okay.
And the reason being is, depending on the cost they bid me back, I may not need tons, right? If you tell me I'd love to sell you $200 coal. Well, $200 coal doesn't make very efficient electricity in today's market, right? So even if I thought I had a need, if I got a crazy high bid, there's no reason to act on that bid because I'm not going to be able to make electricity with that coal at that time. So it's a little bit of a give and take, right? I'm going to need so much based on the forecast that I have. And if the prices don't match up with that forecast, then my needs change.
And so, how quickly can an RFP be issued? Once you determine that there's a need, how quickly can it happen? I work in a bureaucracy. Nothing happens very quickly here. So I'm just imagine what a large corporation would be like.
It's going to take us a few days. In issuing it, so there's a whole process, right? I issue it. I can't expect a coal supplier just to be sitting there waiting for me to issue an RFP. So, you have to give them some time to respond. And then, in turn, once they respond, we have to process through all of the data that they provide us. So it's probably a month-long process.
Okay, and then I think you testified earlier that the September 2021 RFP, there was actually you specified a shorter response time, is that correct?
We did a shorter response time, and we acted on bids in a significantly shorter time. We probably acted on that RFP within a week.
Okay.
Which is a significantly shorter time than normally, right? We knew the demand was there and that supply was being taken very quickly. So you had to act quickly to secure supply.
What time period was this? We're talking about fall of 21?
Fall of 2021.
And if not having to act quickly, I mean, I guess you still have to act somewhat expeditiously. But there are, as I recall, there may have been times, not within this review period, or perhaps even the first 6-month review period, I don't know if Kentucky Power issued any coal solicitations. Okay.
We have not issued any since the fall of 2022. That's correct.
And then from the decision to accept certain bids, how long does it usually take to enter into that contract, to execute the contract?
My answer is going to be it depends. It depends on your counterparty, right? Some counterparties are slightly more difficult to enter into transactions with. We do have in place with some of our counterparties what we call master agreements, where we've sat down over the last several years and negotiated a standard form of terms and conditions. And so with those counterparties, you're simply agreeing on the current terms of price and volume. And those can go very quickly, but if you have to negotiate an entire supply agreement with a counterparty and they're difficult, it can take a significant amount of time because you're obviously trying to agree on, lots of different terms and conditions in a supply contract.
Right, and is there a rule of thumb once you execute the contract when that coal starts showing up? I mean, notwithstanding the coal across the street.
So that's part of the terms and the commercial terms that you negotiate, right? You negotiate the start of the agreement and then the termination of the agreement. That's all part of your commercial terms.
All right, and I mean, the terms also say it's like we need coal by this date at, the dock.
Correct.
That'd be in there, okay.
Correct. They have a start date, a specific start date.
And would those start dates vary depending upon the needs for coal and also, I guess, how far away it is, right?
Yeah, we procure coal, what I would call spot coal, right? Things that are a year or less. Just a short-term coal. We may do it we may do a 2 or 3 month deal. We did several of those during the review period, right? Because suppliers would see that they would have coal available. So you might do a supply deal for 1 month because it was available and you could transact on it.
And are those written or oral, the spot contracts?
So some of those I would call, what we would call unsolicited bids, where the supplier simply picks up the phone and they call and they say, I have tons available, here's the price, would you like to purchase them? And, you know, we look at where the needs would be, and then the price, and does that price make sense? And obviously, price is negotiable. You know, there are times we'd say, I would like to buy those tons, but that's above market, so I'll pay you market or a different price for them.
Okay. All right, I'm going to refer to something that was filed in the 2022-0036 case. Give you an opportunity to get it, and it's going to be response to the commission's first request, item 4, attachment 1.
Could you say that again, Mr. Penny?
It's in the case 2022-36. Response to data request 1, item 4, attachment 1.
It's very small.
All right. Okay.
All right, and so I'm actually going to be asking questions about the footnotes that are there, 1, 2, and 3. You see those?
Yes.
And the first footnote says the seller withdrew or modified after the RFP. Can you explain what that means?
Certainly. So what happens sometimes is a seller will make an offer, and then after they make the offer, they may have sold those tons to someone else, or they may have decided that they no longer choose to offer those tons as part of your offer, right? So there were instances, I remember clearly where I called someone and I said, I'll purchase these tons, and they said, we're not selling them anymore. So whether they could find a better price for them or whatever, it was based on the seller's option. And that's part of our RFP. It says that they have the right to take a bid back if they choose.
Okay, and so if I refer to the record in case number 22263, response to the first data request, item 4, attachment 1. I'll give you an opportunity to get there.
Is that this case?
It's the same one.
I think it's the same one. Okay.
It's going to have this kind of the same information. It's slightly different dates, but
Okay, can you say the case number again?
22-263.
I think that's the one we were
That's the one we were looking
Is that
at.
the one what you were looking? All right. Well, I guess the answers are going to be the same.
It says April 5th.
All right.
2022.
I was asking. The previous one I was asking was 22-36.
Okay.
Which
The
is-
answer would be the same.
Okay. All right. And so that, what if it says something along the lines of coal mines are not currently in production. So what does that mean?
So what happened during the 21-22, when the market had increased significantly, there were mines that were not producing coal, but all of a sudden, because of the large price increase, it became economic for them to produce coal. So they saw this as an opportunity, right? I couldn't produce coal at $70 a ton, but now at $100 a ton or $150 a ton, I can produce coal and I can make money. So they offered coal from these mines that were not, they didn't have equipment, they didn't have people into these bids, into these RFPs. And then we as a company did due diligence on those, right? We have two people that work in my group, and they went to, I don't know how many not open mines they went to, and began to look at them and say, could they possibly produce coal in the next 3 months, 6 months, the next year? And so you had to evaluate those a little differently, right? Because if you made a purchase from them, you may not know exactly when you were going to get that purchase because they were still trying to get up and get running.
Yeah. And then finally, I'd ask you to refer to basically the same response, but for the 2003-0008 case. Response to the first data request, item 4, attachment 1. Same, it'd be the similar information.
And that's the one that's dated September 12th of 2022?
I believe so.
Okay.
You know, same question for the footnotes that are listed there, but.
Yes.
But also, why were there no vendors selected for the high sulfur coal, do you know?
In September of '22, I believe we probably didn't have a need
Okay.
for additional high sulfur coal. We had procured the additional coal, the barge coal, and then we also had the supply from the belt. So our forecast probably showed that we didn't have any need for high sulfur coal at that time.
All right, I just didn't know if it was one of those facts of, due diligence or, when we're looking at the coal procurement sheets.
The majority of the suppliers that were in mines in development were the Central App mines. There were no Northern App mines that were in development. Everything that was offered to us that was in development was from Central Appalachia.
So, excuse me, so the Northern App, is that where the low sulfur coal?
That's the high.
It's Central. is the
Central
low.
App is low sulfur.
Okay, all right, so Mitchell then is considered in the Northern App region.
It sits kind of right in the middle of the two.
Yeah, I'm gonna have a poster in DR about some of the solicitations for 2236, 22263, and then 2308. I've been reminded I've been jumping around on my questions, so we're just gonna hit it with poster and data request. So has, as a result of what has occurred within the last few years, has AEP, the service company, and I know the OPCOs have input into this, has there been amendments to the coal procurement process?
We have, we did make some changes in how we contract, in some of how we've dealt with specific suppliers. And then on the procurement side, we continue to continually monitor the markets and look at what the plants are burning, look at the inventories that they have, and make the decisions based on the information we have. But we have made some changes in our contracting terms and conditions.
Would those be changes that were made in the written policies and procedures, or just kind of, it's within the parameters of it, you can just make certain decisions?
They are not part of the specific written policies and procedures that we've given you.
Okay, all right. And so during the period under review, were there problems with delivery with any of the coal contracts?
And I think I addressed that in my testimony, but, we work hard with our suppliers to make sure that they deliver the obligations that they're supposed to. When I look at the review of the period, we did have people that got behind, but we worked hard with them. I know there were some shortages at the end of '22, but everybody that had not supplied everything in '22 made up those deliveries into '23. So we completed all of our obligations for 2022 with our suppliers. We did have one contract that we did terminate. The supplier had production issues, and we have language in our agreements that if they declare force majeure, and it's for an extended period of time, we have the right to terminate. And we tried to work with that supplier to get that tonnage delivered, but it just didn't appear from our standpoint that they would ever be able to deliver. So we believed it was in the best interest to terminate that agreement.
All right, so there's verification of the force majeure, the reasons why?
Yes.
Okay, asking, just, I know that coal prices are really high, and you could probably sell it better, abroad than here, and say, oh, no, it's a force majeure,
Yes,
Sorry,
no,
we can't have it.
we definitely looked into the force majeure issue and investigated it to make sure that it was a valid and enforceable issue under the contract.
Yeah, and was there any litigation during the period of review with any of the coal suppliers?
There was not.
Okay. And just, we'll ask this in the post-hearing DR, we'll just want to know, like, for the 2-year period under review, just identify the coal contracts under which Kentucky Power was receiving coal, right? We'll put it in writing, just want to give you, put it on notice. I believe there was at least, when we were looking at some of those sheets earlier, the attachment for, I don't want, just, you don't have to necessarily look for reference, but I think one of them included an unsolicited offer, is that correct?
It may have, yes.
Okay, and so are you familiar, I think there's only one, are you familiar with that one? Was it significant?
I believe it was for 60,000 tons.
Okay.
So,
Yeah,
I mean, in the
it was-
market that we were in, when you're looking for coal and you're looking for offers, every ton makes a difference. So an offer of 60,000 tons helped us meet that demand forecast that we were seeing.
Okay. And so, I think I'm coming to the end of my questions for coal, but don't get comfortable, Ms. Chilcott. But I was just gonna ask, is anybody aware, has Kentucky Power ever sought authority to sell any of its coal?
I am not aware of that we've ever sold coal from Kentucky Power.
Well, subject to check, if someone wanted to, would you accept that there was a case filed here in 2017, case number 2017-00446, in which Kentucky Power requested authority to sell approximately 200,000 tons of high sulfur coal. And that the total sale was going to be 400,000, but 200,000 represented its own Kentucky Power. So the commission authorized it. Just wanted, subject to check, just put it out there that Kentucky Power at least once has sought authorization to sell excess coal supplies. So, I mean, Mr. Stetler, you were at the informal conference. I saw the sign-in sheet, but it was a long time ago, so I can understand if you remember.
Yeah, actually, when you brought up 2017, it does ring a bell, and I do recall that transaction taking place.
I know you're in the gas world now, so you've probably forgotten all about coal, but that's just, I just put that on the record. Okay. All right, I lied. I had one more quick question. So when you're talking about, you're calling, you're looking for coal wherever it is, and I think you testified earlier that you're picking up the phone, you're calling people. Do you have a Rolodex? Do you have a list of people that you can come up with? I mean, are you looking on Craigslist? I mean, how do you find these people?
So, I mean, I've been in the business for almost 35 years, so I have pretty many contacts in the business, but then some people from our company also approached the West Virginia Coal Association and asked them to approach their members to help with finding supply at that same time. So we did reach out to known organizations that were there that coal suppliers were members of. And that's how we ended up with some of these, what I'd call mines in development, right? These were people that had not been sending us coal, that either we had reached out to, or maybe the West Virginia Coal Association, or even the Kentucky Coal Association had reached out to and said, there are utilities looking for coal, could you guys begin to operate and offer them coal, so.
And so, were there any responses to that, or was that that February 2022 unsolicited response kind of the first thing that fell outside the normal RFP process?
A lot of those, like those offers came in as part of, later solicitations.
In response to a written RFP?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
so it was less, I need coal, I need it now, versus we're going to be issuing an RFP, I need you to
Yeah,
bid
in
and make you aware.
some of the fall of '21, were people that we had already transacted with, right? That had already provided an offer, and they might have said, well, I can offer you X more tons, right? I provided you an offer, I think I can make incremental tons, so I can offer you additional tons. And as that was done, it would have been included in that fall of '21 RFP.
Okay, I'm not going to promise you can sit back and relax, but I'm going to move on to ask questions about the adder, or I guess how is the increment for the coal conservation? I'm just going to call it the adder.
Sure. We can
For
call
lack
it
of
that.
lack of a better word. So, I'm going to draw attention to Mr. Vaughn, your direct testimony filed in this case, the 2308 case, page 9, lines 6 through 14, as well as Mr. Stiegel's direct filed in 22-263, pages 9, lines 10 through 17. I'll give you a second to get. Are you there? All right. So here a general discussion about how costs are established in the market-based offer curve and the cost-based offer curve, correct?
Yes, sir.
And if I call it curve instead of curve, they mean the same thing, so I apologize. And it discussed that these are subject to rules with both PJM and the FERC, correct?
PJM and what?
The FERC?
Yeah, it's PJM's FERC approved tariff.
Okay, all right, so FERC's not looking at it independently, FERC's approving the rules in the tariff, and then PJM is enforcing those rules.
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right, here I think it's a verbatim quote. The cost-based offer adheres to strict guidelines while the market-based offer allows for other factors such as opportunity cost to be considered by a market participant.
Yes.
So could you give me some examples of what opportunity costs are?
It's a great question. And so I'm going to point you back to my direct testimony, page 7, AEV figure 1. And it shows that chart of market prices over the period, right? And so just thinking of relative economics of Mitchell or any coal plant, you see that first larger line on the graph is $35 a megawatt hour. Right there is where you're marginally economic, okay? And as you see during the review period, you get to July of 21, and pretty much everything's above that $35 mark going forward. And when you're evaluating opportunity costs here, you're taking into account all of the market information that's available to you at the time. And part of that is, what would someone be willing to sell me a block of power next month? Or what could I sell something forward at? And so if we're pretty sure market prices are going to be $50 this month, and they're going to be $70 2 months, then the dead of summer, they're going to be $90. And we know, because of the market dynamics that Cummins Chilcote discussed in the coal industry, we only have this amount, X amount of tons of coal to burn. And so the opportunity cost is that we could just let Mitchell dispatch, like just all out, no adder, coal conservation adder in there at $50, and it runs itself out of coal. And now you have a big opportunity cost, because in August, the price is going to be almost double that you could have received for those coals, the revenue you could have received by burning those coals. So that is the opportunity cost that we're specifically focused on here. Trying to manage that finite amount of coal to produce the most economic value for customers based on the information we have at the time.
Okay, and then so are there rules associated with what could be considered an opportunity cost, or what these inputs for the market-based offer are?
Not the market-based offer, no. I mean, it's market. If you said my unit's worth this much, I only want to offer it at $100, that's you. And so you're pricing yourself out of the market if you did that. If your real cost was, say your real cost is 30 of some hypothetical resource, but you think you're going to be the marginal unit and you want to set L&P, you could offer whatever you like. That's why you have to produce a market-based offer and a cost-based offer, because if there's a reliability situation, or you fail the pivotal supplier test or something else, you're stuck with your cost capped, is what John referred to as, and you're stuck with your cost-based offer. So that market one is just that, it's market. So no, we were adding I've heard of other utilities call it a shadow price, but it is a fairly common practice, I believe, on reviewing the video of the hearing from the other utilities. I think EKPC and Duke also did it in Kentucky. I know Duke's done it in the Carolinas and Indiana as well. The other AEP utilities have done that. I believe Dominion has. I mean, it's a fairly common practice to try and, if you have a fuel constraint, to maximize that fuel value for customers.
Okay, and so, yeah, I mean, I'm going to ask this because I did a little bit of homework, not a lot. PJM Manual 15.
Yes.
And it has a section talking about energy market opportunity cost and opportunity cost policy and the like of that. Does that come into play when calculating opportunity costs for the market-based curve?
As I say here today, I do not recall. I know Market Manual 15 is very prescriptive in how the cost-based offer comes together and what can be included there. There's a allowable section 2.9 adder for if you are cost capped, you're allowed to have a 10% adder so that there is some margin in your offer if you get cost capped. But no, I personally, that's here today, I don't know all the ins and outs on what's an allowable opportunity cost in the market-based
I was
offer.
just asking because your testimony, you say, the market-based offer allows for other factors such as opportunity cost and like that. I just didn't know if there was actually a limit on what you could include in a market-based offer.
I don't know. I don't. My general understanding is no.
Okay. So I'd like to refer you to page 11 of your testimony, and just generally lines 11 through 23. And in general, I'm not going to have you read the whole thing, but there you discuss the opportunity cost to customers on the market curve, and you discuss the adder being used in your example to be dispatched only in peak hours. Is that correct?
That's right. In that example we're showing, it's meant to show that the unit may still be running, but it's the adder increment is causing it to run at economic minimum level of generation until prices get really high, and then so it might ramp up on peak higher prices and back down to economic mins at other times.
So when it's operating, this is just taking a step back. We're talking about bidding ahead into the day-ahead market and like that. If you said if the Mitchell unit's running on an economic minimum, that means that it's been picked up at the day ahead, correct? Or you either bid it in as a must-run?
Either way, right? Whether you're being dispatched it, so the adder is causing it to run at that minimum. So your day ahead award may have been during these 10 hours of the day, you're going to run at your economic minimum based on your offer price, and then the LMP solution was much higher over the on-peak periods, and so we want you to ramp up based on your offer price, including the adder. We still want you to ramp up during on-peak.
All right, so when you're talking about ramp up, you're not talking about starting from nothing.
No.
It's already spinning.
Correct. You're going from your economic minimum to maybe economic maximum or some point there in between.
Okay, and so, this is, correct me if I'm wrong, but you said earlier that if you've committed those units into the capacity auction, the FRR or whatever, then you must offer them unless they're on an outage.
Correct.
And so you offer them to the day-ahead market with a particular price, and you just discussed about the ability to ramp up. It's operating at economic minimum, those LMPs go up, and then all of a sudden you ramp up to meet whatever, the market decides that, right? Or PJM decides it on their dispatch model, but.
The market decides it, but again, this is how we're trying to, when we're forecasting each month, going into these operational meetings where the OPCOs are approving the offer strategy for the month, this is being included in the stochastic analysis. So we're assuming that we're going to burn less at certain points of the days, and we're keeping track of how many tons we're burning in this analysis and working with the fuels team to see how much they think is going to come in so that we can try and find the most optimal solution for customers, knowing that we don't have the fuel supply and the fuel supply doesn't exist out there to meet necessarily what this new higher anomalous level of economic demand would want us to.
Okay, and I was wondering the level of coordination. You know, do the opcos, you know, have a say in some of this policy? So you just testified to that, is that correct?
Well, absolutely. They're signing off on the strategy, and then the experts that work in the fuel supply team and commercial operations, that they do the day-to-day operations based on that strategy, and they carry it out. There might be changes and refinements throughout the month as conditions change, but they stick with that strategy, or if they need to depart from it, they would get back with the operating company personnel that okayed it in the first place.
Yeah. And so if a Mitchell unit, and you may not be the one to answer this, but so let's say, for example, one of the Mitchell units is in reserve shutdown the day before. And I believe that there was response in the record saying if a unit's in reserve shutdown, it's not burning any fuel, it's not spinning. Is that correct?
Correct. Sorry, go ahead, Tim.
No, I'm sorry.
Tim Kearns, and that's correct. It wasn't picked up in the economic model by PJM, so it's available for operation but not operating.
Okay, all right, available for operation but not operating, because I guess everything has to be available unless it's in an outage or.
That's correct. I mean, when you
Right.
look at the parameters that make up the available hours, it's the service hours plus the reserve shutdown hours.
Right.
The unavailable hours are made up of the planned forced and maintenance outage hours.
Right, and so in a reserve shutdown, and so when, and I think that there was some testimony to this before, at least for Big Sandy, when would PJM notify Kentucky Power that one of the Mitchell or both of the Mitchell units is cleared the day-ahead market? Like,
I believe that's about 1 o'clock, Dave, is that?
Yeah.
About 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
Okay. Okay, and at that moment, that's when you find the matches and you start to light things. Is that correct? Or like, what is, like, the question being is like, how long is it gonna take for those Mitchell units to be ready to meet that offer curve where it's going to, you know, after or not, gonna make y'all money? You know, for the benefit of the customers, it's been dispatched. Yeah, how long?
This is Doug Rosenberg responding. When we get the response at around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, whether we're picked up or not, that response also tells us when PJM wants us online.
Okay.
So we'll backtrack and figure out the timeline to get there based on the timeline they want us in parallel.
All right, so because there's the day ahead, but then there's gonna be the real time, I guess. Is that, they anticipate that they're gonna have you at a certain period of time, but if they're looking at the real-time market, there's gonna be a margin of error when you're gonna have to ramp up. Is that accurate?
Yes, that's very possible.
Okay. all
But
right.
they tell us when they want us in parallel.
I think what he's referring to, Witness Vaughn, is that in the day-ahead offer, it may not say, I need you at 1 a.m. It may say, I'd like you to be there at 2 p.m. the next day for
Correct.
the afternoon ramp. And so that's when he's going to base his operations on getting the unit going.
Right, and so that's, so let me ask you this, and so once the unit is dispatched, you know, does the level of dispatch, you know, what it's producing, does that vary? You know, say it's above its economic minimum, does it vary upon what PJM is requesting?
Yes, it does.
Okay, all right, because they're looking at it, they're saying, okay, there's congestion over here, there's this, is that an accurate way to say that?
Yes.
Okay.
They're looking
so-
at demand and where they can get it from.
All right. Subject to transmission constraints and.
Correct.
All right, okay. And does it matter how long it takes for a unit to come up? Let's assume it was in reserve shutdown. If it was in reserve shutdown for a day versus 2 days versus 3 days, does that affect the ability for it to come back online? Not affect the ability, the timing.
Doug Rosenberg responding. The answer is yes. Startup procedures for a coal plant, that you have a cold, hot, and warm startup, and it's different timelines for each.
Okay, all right. Thank you. So, Mr. Vaughn, I'll refer back to your direct, page 12, lines 20 through 22. And there you discussed the company, and I assume the company in this, is this Kentucky Power or is this the service company?
The service, so we're talking about, I assume you're referring to the line
Starting at
21,
21,
the use of proprietary software package to calculate the cost of each segment of the offer curve. Is that what you're referring to?
Right.
Yeah, that's a service that the service company provides to all the opcos.
Okay. So it might be it might apply individually to one of the opcos, but it's the company here referring to, does it refer to Kentucky Power or the Service Corporation? I apologize.
I mean, the people doing the procedure, the experts are service company personnel, but that is Kentucky Power is the company there, right there. They're utilizing that service for market offers.
Okay, and so for the purposes of Kentucky Power, since they're 50% owner of Mitchell with Wheeling, what level of is there a coordination between Kentucky Power and Wheeling at that point when they're taking a look at these offers? Or you said that the opcos have input to the strategy.
Yeah, so I'm gonna preemptively look at Mr. Kern since he has he has experience on the operating committee for the Mitchell plant. He can correct me if I misstep here, but generally, both companies could come up with different offer strategies. They could diverge from one another. I do not remember when that's happened. And my recollection from the period is that Mr. West and his counterpart at Wheeling Power both agreed with the strategy. Like there was no one saying, no, I think my half should be operated this way versus that way. I mean, it was all, the goal was to maximize the economics for customers no matter what. And that was always an agreement.
Okay. And so, going back to the proprietary software, what factors does anybody know what factors it takes into consideration when forming, those calculations? And you can make those. You said you can make the adjustments, at different segments on that curve.
Yeah, I have it in my testimony somewhere where it talks about the various market parameters. So, yeah, it's somewhere in here. It's not coming to me right now, but at a high level, right? It's all of the operational parameters of the unit and the heat rate coefficient. And remember, it's a curve.
Right.
There's some pretty heavy math involved. Heat content of the fuel, ramp rate of the specific resource, like how far can it move up the curve, point A to point B during an increment of time. It's solving for all of those things based on the inputs that go into it, and then providing that software package is there to calculate these things and then provide the needed inputs to PJM so that they can consider our offers in their economic dispatch solution. And so all we're saying in that Q&A is that we had the ability to add the coal conservation adder on top of the normal parameter calculations.
Okay, and so this proprietary software, is this something that can be provided to the commission?
I do not know if you can run PowerSpark or not. I don't know if it's I don't know. You could probably come sit down and look at it if you like.
It might be something that we would have to tackle later on. We'll make the question, we'll ask the question, post our debt request, and then we'll start talking about it.
Yeah, I honestly don't know.
I think that, we made a request once of another generator, and they offered to bring either a laptop in here or invited us to their war room to see. I'm not suggesting necessarily we want the software itself, but we will see. We'll make the request, and then we can make a response.
Certainly.
We'll work with folks to make sure you guys understand what's going on.
Okay.
You would not be the first commission staff that we walk through, like the market ops. We've done that with other staffs before and shown them how we put offers together and submit them to the market and how those things work.
All right. I'd like to take a look at the In case number 2003-0008, response, this is data, staff's second request, item 2. And it basically just discusses the formation of the adder committee.
I don't happen to have a copy of that one here.
Which attachment is it, Mr. Penny?
I don't know if it's an attachment, it's just response to item 2, second, commission staff second request.
I can.
Okay.
Okay. Nothing on it.
Thank you.
I now have it.
All right. So just general questions about the adder committee. When was it formed?
I'm sorry, can you repeat
When,
that?
when was the adder committee formed?
What was the, I'm sorry. one
I
more
think
time.
you said you discussed something about the adder committee, the people to get together to figure out the coal conservation things. It's the, I guess the people that get together to make the decisions about how to adjust that offer curve.
Yeah, the monthly strategy meeting that I
Right.
referred to, yeah.
And so does each OPCO have a representative on in that group?
Yes,
Okay. Is Ms. Chilcote part of that decision?
her and others from field procurement, yes.
Okay, all right. So if, you're talking about those adjustments to the offer curve, and there's a monthly meeting, but there's a monthly meeting, but especially when we're talking about the adder during the period of time, it was applied daily. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so, if there was only monthly meetings, how were the people who make the decisions to make those offer curve changes, to those different segments, how were they making those daily determinations then?
Yeah, so the way it operated is we would come out with the general strategy. There'd be strategy recommendations based on various levels of stochastic analysis with all of the inputs from the fuel team and the generation team and the commercial team. All of your inputs into what is going to create demand for a resource during the month. And kind of the starting point is, based on that demand we see for next month, if you do nothing, if you just offer it as is, what will happen? And so step one is you do that, and then the answer is we run out of coal or something bad happens. So now we have to come up with plan B. And so then there's a process, same type of analysis, but you place an adder on the offer to reduce the amount of total burn during the month that would be otherwise unconstrained to get to a level that's going to keep you above the 10-day rule or keep you from running out of coal. And that is what would be discussed. So one of the options may be, hey, why don't we shut down one of the Mitchell units for the month? Just run one of them, and Kentucky Power gets half and Wheeling gets half, and we'll do this level of increment, or we'll run both, but we'll have a higher increment. And so these are examples of things that might be discussed during the meeting, and the results. So then the opcos would say, all right, I prefer A rather than B, or B rather than A. Carry out that strategy for me. And so the personnel that do those operations on a day-to-day basis take that guidance and that strategy, and then they implement it throughout the month. And so there might be changes in the actual number each month, each day-to-day. Some months, if you look through all the hourly adder information we provided, it might be the same adder all month. It might change multiple times. That are folks, and it might have changed because Ms. Chilcote said, we're going to get a shipment from this supplier on the 15th, and we only got half of it, or we didn't get any of it. And so you might have had to have increased the adder, or else, again, you're going to run out of coal. But it's that same general strategy that the operating company signed off on. It's just being implemented by the experts on a day-to-day basis. And then you'd review again next month for the operating month, and you'd have new variables, right? You have new forward
prices of power, maybe Ms. Chilcote found another 60,000 tons of coal that's going to be delivered next month. So you evaluate all these things over and over again.
Okay. All right. And are there any formal records of the monthly meetings? I think I asked a question similar to this.
Yeah,
There's, no Robert rules or anything about this, but any documentation of it?
There's documentation. It's the monthly discussion document that I referred to earlier, which I already believe is in Discovery. If it isn't, we can provide them in post-hearing data requests. But I think they're already in here somewhere. I just have to get you a reference.
We'll check, and if it's not, we'll have a request for it.
Certainly.
All right, so then, sticking with your testimony, they were wise to keep you in the glass. Just going to page 14. Agreed. Second.
Thank you. Did you say 14?
Page 14, lines 9 through 13.
Is this rebuttal?
Should be direct.
Yes, I'm there.
And you say that if the company had not implemented, and you touched on this before, they had not implemented the coal conservation increment strategy, the Mitchell units would have run out of coal and been considered in a force outage. And that the strategy helped directly avoid, what is it, 234 unit force outage days at Mitchell, and it's 117 per
Yes, sir.
unit, okay. And when you talk about you say during the review period, is that the 6-month period in 23-0008, or is it a 2-year review period?
It's the 2-year review period, but specifically we had coal conservation adders beginning in October. I can't remember if we started Mitchell in October or November of 21, but in general, they started on the coal units in October of 21, and they came off at the end of November of 2022. So that's the period of time we're talking about, which is,
okay.
I think that number is just the 2-year review period, though.
And so, I know this is a simpleton question, but, under what scenarios would the Mitchell units have run out of coal? I mean, not just burning at full burn, but is it presumed there's not coal coming in, too?
I'm gonna go back to page 7 and figure AEV1. So the threshold issue here is that for well over a decade, LMPs hovered around that $35 line, a little below, a little above on average. And so that is normal over this period. That's what's expected to be normal. And so that price is what is the foundation of the economic demand for generation from our coal plants. And that is what's creating the forecast amounts that company Witness Chilcote and her team are procuring coal to. And then you have this anomalous run-up of all commodities, coal and natural gas and electric power included. And so your economic demand has gone way up from what you had forecast. And based on the amount of coal you had for that normative forecast, right? You don't forecast for extreme outliers. Had you just let the unit dispatch without the adders, it would have ran out of coal. So it would have been like this sawtooth-like pattern. You would have ran the unit completely out of coal, and then you would have had to have wait till you got your next amount of supply in, and then you could have, again, if you didn't mitigate the offers, if you just let it run unconstrained, it would have ran itself out, and then it would have sat, you had to build back up inventory, and then you would have done it over and over again during this period. And that's no way to operate a coal plant. I'm sure our generation witnesses would say that's not a great way to use those machines. They're better at continued operation. And it's if you did that, you're being completely blind to what the best economic solution is for customers. And that was our goal through all of this. Is we know we have this much coal. We hope they can go find more if it exists. It turned out the production didn't exist. So we're very glad we did it. And we were able to move tons, because you could have,
You could have dispatched yourself out of coal in a $45 market. It would have been economic to do so. And then you would have missed out on $70, $80, $90 revenues later in the summer.
Okay. And so, here's a question that I have. I had asked questions earlier about, let's assume that a unit has cleared the day-ahead market, but it's not going to be running full out the entire period of time. And it's just, at some point, I mean, it might be running at an economic min, but it's going to then be ramped up when that, that curve starts to go up, 2 p.m., whatever, when you have the load projections. So, because of that variability on the coal burn, how can one calculate what coal would have had been burned without the adder? I mean, when you're looking at, I've got 15 days of coal left, and I need to implement a coal, the preservation strategy. Are you looking at like, okay, here's what we anticipate the market's going to be, and that you're not going to burn a full day's load likely. And well, you might, but when you're saying we preserved ourselves 334 days of forced outages, is that predicated upon assuming a full burn if called into the market, or is that going through the calculation of saying, well, we would have burned at full capacity, full out for the 24 hours, but we would have been on from, we would have operated at an economic minimum for a certain number of hours, and then at certain capacity. I mean, how did you calculate it, I guess is the question.
Yeah, it's just, had you gone, basically it's a backcast. It's saying if I hadn't put those adders there, if the company hadn't added whatever dollars per megawatt hour, just let it dispatch on the cost-based offer, then that's how, you would have ran the plant out of fuel. It would have been forced out, and you would have had to have been out a number of days until you built your inventory back up, and then you did the same thing over and over again.
So you say
it's just a matter of it's a but-for analysis of taking the offers out and just letting it go. You're right, it would have, in theory, dispatched at different levels over that time, but it's taking that into account. And just generally speaking, again, look at AEV Figure 1 there on page 7. Once you get to June, July of 22, it was going to be economic for, if you let it, it just would have ran at full load. If it had the coals.
I mean, I guess you could probably, could you take a look at it and be like, oh, this is what had we bid it in without the adder, this is what it would have, it would have run. But, looking at the, hourly curve, calculated, what your burn would have been, because it would have only been dispatched at the economic min here and then up here, or would it just be, is that too complicated, or it wouldn't be of any value, I guess?
Sorry, can you rephrase that one?
Oh, gosh, okay.
Ask it again, I'm sorry.
All right, so could you take...
Maybe I'll help. The analysis that got 234 days of avoided forced outages related fuel is a backcast.
Backcast. So you look back to see, like, had we bid it in at 25, it would have burned full on this day, probably would have burned...
Yes, hourly analysis.
Hourly analysis. That was my question.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you for phrasing it better than I. So anyway,
No worries.
All right, now, are those calculations, are they in the record? Did you provide those?
I do not know.
Okay, we'll take a look, and if they're not, we might ask for something along the post-hearing data request for that.
Okay.
Now, have there been any changes to PJM policies? I think that there was talk about the critical issue fast pass in some of the testimony, that there might have been seasonal capacity questions. Is that when I start talking about ELCCs? Is that kind of tied into the same thing?
Yeah, there was 2 FERC filings made by PJM to change their tariff around CIFP, or the critical issue fast path, that I brought up in my direct testimony, just as potential market changes during the period. They generally don't apply to fuel costs, but they do apply to capacity requirements.
All right, so would that have any effect on coal procurement or fuel procurement for the OPCOs?
No, we just, the way the question was worded, we wanted to make sure we brought it up, that yes, it's a potential market change. I don't think, I'm trying to make a connection in my mind, but I don't think they're gonna impact fuel procurement or FAC costs. It's a matter of accredited capacity and whether or not there'd be changes to how FRR worked.
I think if you'd I think you said you'd watched some of the video from the other cases. I think like Duke, Kentucky said it might affect the way that they would operate, whether it'd be their choice to be FRR or RPM, but.
That's right,
Yeah.
and that was before, we had, FERC has ruled on both of those
Yeah.
now, one last week and one the week before.
Yeah, I'm supposed to be aware of those. All right, so, but no effect on fuel procurement, planning, anything like that at the moment, okay.
Not that I can think of.
All right. So, looking once again to the response to Commission's second request for information, item 2, attachment 1. I'm going to give everybody a second, including myself, to get there. Second request.
You said 2-1?
Yeah, it's the attachment, it's item 2, attachment 1, I think it's the Excel, the Excel attachment. So, attachment, well, it's where am I looking at? Right here. Okay, all right, so I guess it's attachment, yeah, it's labeled on our website, as attachment, I think it's attachment 1 to item 2. Yeah, I think, we'll pull it up on screen for ease of reference. Yes. And I think you've talked about some of this, is that the people, there would be discussion about the OPCOs getting together. We want option A, we want option B in terms of making the offer, and that could lead to a different, adder, I guess, is what we're looking at here for each unit. Is this what's reflected here when you start to look at it and you see Mitchell 1 and Mitchell 2, might have the same, or that the cost starts to change? And then that any, a coal unit could have different prices, just, in general, looking through there. I mean, is that what reflected? I just want an illustration of the
Yes.
approach that is. Okay, all
Yes.
right.
And you'll see, as you go through that, the amount of the adder changes over time based on all the other inputs.
Right. Yeah, Ms. Chilcote said, oh, we have extra coal. We don't have extra coal. Somebody didn't deliver.
Prices went higher, prices went lower.
Okay, all right. And does PJM have any say which units may have an adder included to it, or is it just something that, once again, you said there's a great deal of flexibility in the market price?
Again, from a market offer standpoint, I don't believe they do.
Item 3. Okay, so same data request, but item 3. No, I don't think it's, let's see. Not in Excel, it's just a response to.
I don't have any of staff set too, for some reason.
I have it right here, may I give you a copy?
This is the one.
Don't know why I don't have it. Thank you.
Yeah, all right. And basically, it just lists the AEP units to which the adder was applied. Are you there?
Yes, sir.
And so, is that all these are all the OPCO coal units in the East Zone? I
For
think?
PJM, it also, we also had issues in our west operating companies. Again, it was nationwide.
In those the West companies, well.
Public Service Company of Oklahoma,
SWEPCO. Yeah. They have SPP utilities. All right, gotcha. Yeah. All right. And just to confirm, the adder was used, that the strategy, I guess, adder strategy was implemented at each of one of these units from time to time?
Yes, during that period of October 21 through November of 22. Just to be like, just to, I guess, full circle on it, I mean, it's in response, the strategy is in response to any fuel constraint. So now we have an opposite, again, we'll get into this in the next review period, but we have the opposite problem where our constraint is that the pile can't hold any more coal because the economics have flipped and gas prices are no longer $8 and now they're, I think Mr. Stotler said gas is $1.40 today. And so your coal plants are not economic to run, and so you have to also find the most economic solution for customers and look at, is it cheaper for us to pay liquidated damages on a contract and not take the coal because our pile is at total physical max, or is it more economic to put a negative adder on the unit and make it run at minimums? And so the same thing's happening. It's just different. It's just being applied differently.
So you still put that negative adder on there. It's not a must run. It's still economic dispatch.
You could do either. Yeah. And the only difference there in your question would be that if you self-scheduled or must-ran a unit, right, it's sitting there at eco min, and then if you had a negative adder on the unit, so it made it $5 cheaper, it may dispatch up off economic min more often than it wouldn't without the negative adder.
At that point, you're making a value judgment that you need to get rid of. It's better to burn this coal even if you're doing it at,
Because the
below.
alternative is perhaps paying liquidated damage on not taking the coal from the coal supplier, and that would be more economically harmful than burning it at negative, putting a negative adder on. Or I think the fuel supply team also evaluates the cost of offsite storage. So
Okay.
you take everything into account and you say, what's the most economic outcome that we can provide?
I may have a question to post during DR. There was an attachment to this Excel spreadsheet. I'll just probably post it into post during DR rather than try to cast it and ask some questions about it. All right, so we talked about the units that were it also implemented the coal conservation adder strategy, so that's going to be the Amos units 1, 2, and 3, Mountaineer plant, Rockport 1 and 2, and the Mitchell plants, correct?
That's correct, from the AEP affiliate utilities.
Okay. And are those are all vertically integrated utilities? Are they both all vertically integrated utilities?
Yes, sir.
All right, and they would be subject to jurisdiction of other states besides the Great Commonwealth of Kentucky?
Absolutely,
All right.
sir.
And so, to what, what commissions or commission oversees Rockport 1 and 2?
The Indiana and the IURC and the Michigan Public Service Commission. And then, right, there's FERC jurisdictional costs of the UPA.
Right. But, and talk, like, just in general, like, if they were, to do the review, it'd be Michigan, PSC. I'm looking at states.
Yes, sir.
Michigan and Indiana.
Indiana and Michigan.
And what about the Mountaineer plant? Who owns the Mountaineer plant?
Appalachian Power Company.
Okay, and then they're subject to which?
Virginia and West Virginia. Virginia, West Virginia, and again, FERC, we have, Appalachian Power Company has cost-based generation wholesale customers that are FERC jurisdictional, and the FERC audits the rates under those contracts, including
Okay.
fuel costs.
And so Amos 1, 2, and 3, are they owned by APCO as well?
Yes, sir.
And so subject to West Virginia and Virginia.
And FERC.
And FERC.
Yes.
Where does Wheeling fit into all this? I honestly, wondering, so.
Yeah, Wheeling is West Virginia only, so it's, when you think of AEP, West Virginia rates, we take
APCO is multi-jurisdictional, Wheeling is just West Virginia.
Okay.
And so our AEP West Virginia rates include Wheeling and the allocated portion of APCO, the APCO West Virginia portion of costs together. And so there's a single rate for an APCO or a WIPCO customer.
Okay, and so Wheeling has a 50% interest in Mitchell. Does it have any other generation assets?
No, sir.
Okay.
It never owned generation until it owned 50% of Mitchell.
Okay, all right. And prior to Wheeling and Kentucky Power purchasing Mitchell, that was owned by AEP. Who owned that? Was it?
Ohio Power Company.
Ohio Power. And then when they deregulated, that they had to divest.
Yes,
Or find somebody to buy, not necessarily.
What's that?
They had to find a buyer for their generation. Is that correct?
It had to go somewhere, yes.
Okay, all right. So with these other units that are using the coal adder, have any other state commissions, reviewed the use of the coal conservation adder, the coal conservation strategy, and found it unreasonable or disallowed any costs associated with it?
These matters have been discussed in all the states we just talked about: Indiana, Michigan, and Virginia, West Virginia, and here. We have 6 month. We have all kinds of cadences of fuel reviews in those periods. Specific to an adder, no, I'm not aware of any disallowances related to the adder. We have last month Appalachian Power received an order in West Virginia that disallowed some fuel costs based on accusations of imprudent fuel procurement. Company obviously doesn't agree with that, and they've appealed that order.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up. And I'm passing out, Your Honor, at the moment, just for identification purposes only, a copy of an order from the Public Service Commission of West Virginia that Mr. Vaughn just referenced. And I'm going to have just one or two questions about some of the things that are discussed in there.
You don't want me to mark it as an exhibit?
Ma'am?
You don't want me to mark it as an exhibit?
I'll probably move to include it as an exhibit in a second, but right now, just want to identify this order. I'll give counsel and witnesses an opportunity to review. All right, so do you have a copy of the order, Mr. Vaughn?
I do.
I could assume you're somewhat familiar with it because I think you are one of the future witnesses that's discussed in that, but I'm not here to discuss your testimony.
There's a great deal of us that are, but yes, I was one of the witnesses.
All right, so my first question is that I'd like to turn to pages 22 and 23 of that order. And they're about halfway down through, I guess it's the second full paragraph on page 22. The West Virginia Commission is discussing post-hearing Exhibit 4, and they discuss the data that they requested that the companies provide. Now, one clarifying thing I want to ask, when referring to the multiple companies, does that also include Wheeling Power?
Yeah, so when we file cases there, it's APCO and Wheeling, and so we refer to companies plural.
Right, and so there's question about, are you familiar with this post-hearing data response that they refer to, post-hearing Exhibit 4?
I am, unfortunately.
Okay, do you know that included information relating to the Mitchell units?
It would have, yes.
Okay, and so would Kentucky Power be able to provide that response to the commission?
We can provide it, but I'm going to caveat it with it requested fictional information, and we noted that in our response. We objected to this,
Right, it was essentially provide these things that are non-factual, and so obviously we caveat with these things don't exist, but we provide them because the commission told us to. There's a lot of assumptions here, like you need an extra 6 to 7 million tons of coal to do what they asked us to do in the spreadsheet. And then I would, yeah, so there's a great amount of caveats that are included in the spreadsheet. We can provide it, but.
Understood, and it'd probably be, I mean, seek confidential treatment, this was provided confidentially, I assume, within the
Yes.
West Virginia Commission. And so, one of the things we'll ask in post-hearing data request is the request that the West Virginia Commission made, and then the response, please. We'll put it down in the post-hearing data request, for that. All right, Your Honor, may staff request a brief break?
Sure.
Okay. Thank you.
I think we could all use that. 10 minutes?
Your Honor, question, what is your plan for scheduling, if you have one?
Well, how about I answer that after this break? I'll discuss the staff, how much more they've got. Do you have an idea of how long your 2 witnesses might take, or?
It's up to the company.
Yeah, that's right, it would take, depend on Cross.
And the staff.
Yeah, okay. Let me get an idea from staff. Maybe discuss that, how much time you guys might need, and I'll ask you after the break.
Thank you.
All right, we are back on the record in case number 2023-0008. And Mr. Kenny, you may resume.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. We need 1 second. We're going to be sharing. Are you getting up to run away, Mr. Vaughn? I saw you stand up.
Somebody find the shackles.
So while we get the attachment, we're looking at, I'm going to be referring to, we'll pull up on the screen here, just a few questions for, in case number 2022-263. It's going to be the attachments to the response to Commission staff's first request for information 16. Attachment 5. Just a second while we get our screen share going.
You said 236?
236, yeah.
263.
Leaving 263.
Okay, so I'm looking at here, attachment 5. Okay. Okay, so I'm endangering everybody here's intellect because I have an Excel spreadsheet and the power to look at it. So what I'm primarily concerned about, if you can see lines 6 through 15, this is just illustrative of some of the questions that we may have, just an explanation about how some information is filed with the commission. And so, looking over here, you talk about purchase allocated to internal load. And when I'm looking at this, when it says purchases, these purchases from PJM?
Yes, sir.
All right. And then there's no force outage or anything. And so when I come over here to this column, this lines up with this. These are purchases that are made for the internal load, and this is the cost. And so this would indicate that for whatever reason, Kentucky Power's generating units were not available. Because if I go over to the...
They weren't producing. I don't know if they were available or not there.
Well, if I go over to net gen during this period of time, I'm looking at...
See, Big Sandy is offline. You scrolled.
Yeah, if I scroll over here, scroll. Big Sandy is offline for this period of time. And subject to check, it does say that I think that not only is Big Sandy off for that period of time, but both Mitchell units 1 and 2 are in reserve shutdown. So just accepting that, let's see here, is that further down, John?
Well, I'm saying, my clarification is offline in this spreadsheet may not mean the same thing. It may be economically offline, it may be in an outage. It's not distinguishing why it is not running.
All right, so there's where did I find that on that tab? But anyway, well, basically what I'm saying is here is that the commission has confirmed that during that period of time, here, you find it. Sorry, I'm trying to walk and chew gum at the same time. Basically what it is that for the period of time we're discussing, just this little period of time, if you were to import whether or not Mitchell 1 and 2 were in reserve shutdown or offline, or Big Sandy was in a maintenance outage, during this period of time, subject to check, would you accept that Big Sandy is in a maintenance, is unavailable, or sorry, is in reserve shutdown, Mitchell 2 is in maintenance, and Mitchell 1 is in reserve shutdown? It's available on one of the other tabs. But just the question I'm asking, if the units are in reserve shutdown or in a maintenance outage, are they producing any power?
No, sir.
Okay. So, okay, so then if they are offline, the 3 units are offline. I'm looking over here for the input for the power tracker. See right here? Where does that power come from? Is that, he says dispatch generation, where does that 75 come from? If 2 units are in reserve shutdown and one's on a maintenance outage?
What is the date over on the left?
It's March 1st, 2022.
Sorry, tiny. Yeah, so that's most likely coming from Rockport.
Okay.
Rockport is considered internal generation for the peaking unit equivalent calculation.
Okay. All right. That is all we needed to know. You have obviated about 8 pages of questions.
Great.
So I saw smiles for the first time from everybody in this.
Is that a most likely or from Rockport? Do we need to confirm that?
Yeah, I would, let me rephrase my answer. Rockport is included as internal generation in the peaking unit equivalent calculation, so I don't know for certain in that hour what Rockport was generating, but if the other units aren't available and they're showing up as generation, it must be from Rockport. We could confirm that.
We'll ask in a post-hearing data request just to confirm it, but it was something that had piqued our interest in it.
But just from a mechanic standpoint, it's
Right.
it's not included in the purchase line, it's included in internal generation.
You can understand our confusion if everything, if the portfolio, if Kentucky Power's portfolio is offline, how is then their, power being, quote unquote generated?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you. All right. All right, we don't even need a post-hearing data request on that issue. So, thank you. Okay. Give me 1 second, fund. What are we doing here? All right, so my next line of questioning is going to look at maintenance and outages. And so the first thing I'd like to refer to would be in case number 23-008, your response to staff's second request for information, item 26.
Which case again was that? I'm sorry.
I think it's the current 2308.
Is it second set number 26?
Fairly certain. Let me double or triple check that.
The most recent, or the goes through request 19.
Okay. I'm just gonna.
Skip it.
Yeah. All right, so never mind on that. We're going to move on to the next one. So let me ask you a question. When a unit is put into reserve shutdown, let me ask you this. Are there instances when a unit's put into reserve shutdown other than when it does not clear the day-ahead market?
No.
Sorry, you have to, I know who you are. But you have
I'm
to-
sorry, Tim Kearns.
All right.
Still no.
Thank you. So when a unit is in reserve shutdown, is there a appreciable difference in operation and maintenance costs or what has to be done than if it's being dispatched?
The difference would really be the cost of fuel and the cost of consumables that you use for removal of SOx and NOx. But the attendant costs of the plant remain the same. You still have the same staffing. You still have to be ready to operate if called upon.
Okay, all right. That was my question. Do you send people home like, hey, we're clear for the day. You're still going to get paid, but, all right. So, and so it being, okay, no appreciable differences. All right, I'm going to refer to the direct testimony of Mr. Rosenberger that's filed in this case in 23008. Give everybody a second to get there. And there, I'm just looking at pages 4 through 9 to discuss the planned and maintenance outages. And in response to why those outages extended past the planned or anticipated length, in many of the responses, it was stated that either working with a contractor or with company assets, that people were brought in to work longer shifts or to work on weekends where safety allowed it. Would documentation be available to confirm and further explain these additional steps that were taken when a planned or maintenance outage went longer than had been anticipated or planned?
Doug Rosenberger responding. In most cases, yes, but what we're referring to most of the time when we have maintenance outages or planned outages, we're normally working 6 days a week. It's the only option we have in most cases to work Sundays as well. And that's a double time day, so a lot of times we try to avoid that unless we absolutely need to do it.
Okay. And so, I guess that, I asked a compound question. The first is, would documentation be available to confirm that additional steps were taken beyond that 6-day work week?
In most cases, we should be able to get timesheets for either the contractor or who the resources were for the outage.
Okay, we may ask for that in post-hearing data request, just to put you on those. May, not definitely. So during the period under review, did Kentucky Power extend any planned or maintenance outages for the purposes of preserving its coal stockpile?
Tim Kern's responding, and the answer is no.
Okay.
So you can't, that's not a permissible reason to extend an outage. You extend the outage, whether it's planned or maintenance, based on emergent scope or scope that you didn't know at the time.
All right. I'm going to refer back to the West Virginia order that we passed out here again. And Your Honor, I'd like to move to, mark it as Exhibit 1 and just move it into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection. It's, it's a publicly available document. We note that we will want to file and we'll talk about this, some additional reviews of the same policy by other jurisdictions that have, other entities that have jurisdiction over Appalachian Power as well, and their reviews of the same program. So.
I don't think anyone will stop you from filing those things. So then.
Thank you. All right, so once again, I'm looking at page 29 of the West Virginia order, please. And the first full paragraph on page 29, I'll read it. It says, our meaning the West Virginia Public Service Commission, our calculation and disallowance of $231,769,431 does not take into account consideration the power plants were offline and unavailable for generation at times when market prices were very high and there was no effort by the companies to expedite repairs or upgrades or forego deferrable maintenance to return the plants to operational status in the face of this high PJM market prices. The testimony by witnesses for the companies indicates that return to service was possible, but the companies maintained the out-of-service status due to insufficient coal supplies. All right, so during this period under review, how did Kentucky Power and Wheeling have to coordinate and meet to determine maintenance and plant outage schedules at Mitchell?
Can you repeat the question, please?
So when does Wheeling and Kentucky Power coordinate maintenance and planned outages?
Yes, whoever the operator was at the time of the outage, right, at the time the outage took place, that operating company approved the outage schedule and plan. The operating committee ultimately approves the operating plan for the upcoming year during their annual meeting, which includes the outage schedule and the scope of work to be completed. So the operating committee approved it, and then the actual scheduling part of that takes place with the operator of the plant.
And so for the period under review, ending in October of 2022, who comprised the operating committee?
It's the Wheeling Power and Kentucky Power presidents. It was Mr. Madison and Mr. Beam at one point, and it's Ms. Wiseman and Mr. Walker for Wheeling Power now.
Okay, so the Kentucky Power and Wheeling still both sit on the committee for operation? Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Now, on September 1st, the operatorship switched from Kentucky Power to Wheeling Power. September 1st of 2022.
Okay, that's, okay, I knew that there was a switch at something at the point, but for the majority of the period of time, there was no, it was.
Kentucky Power for the majority of that, of the review period.
All right. And so, going back to what I read, that blurb from the West Virginia order, and I think Mr. Vaughn had testified to this, that Wheeling Power is one of the companies referred to in the West Virginia PSC order. Correct?
Yes.
And so, do you know, or does anybody know that if the West Virginia Public Service Commission was referring to any of the Mitchell units when it stated, quote, "The testimony by witnesses for the companies indicates that return to service is possible, but that the companies maintain the out-of-service status due to insufficient coal supplies," end quote?
I do not recall if the Mitchell units were included in this statement. However, the Mitchell units were on outage during this period in 2022, a planned outage, and Mitchell Unit 1 returned to service upon completion of its outage. It, to my knowledge, was not extended. Mr. Rosenberger can correct me. The Unit 2 outage in the fall of 22 was extended due to extensive wear in the air heater state plates, and that drove the outage to run longer, even up into December of 2022. But that was not due to a lack of coal. If we wouldn't have had coal, the outage status would have changed to forced outage.
Okay, understood. And that was that those brackets that were corroded that needed to be replaced? I can't remember that held the plates in. I asked a question about that.
Doug Rosenberger responding, in the state plates are plates that do hold the baskets in place in their heater.
So what do you mean that if you had coal, it would have been classified as a forced outage? What do you mean by that, if you don't mind me asking?
Sure, Tim Kearns again. And what I'm saying is that if the unit was ready to return to service and we wouldn't have been able to return to service from its planned outage, and it was unable to, or we were unable to because of a lack of coal or then the status would not have been allowed to stay in planned outage or maintenance outage. It would have been changed to forced outage, which was not the case with these outages.
All right, I asked that you refer to staff's the response to staff's first request in 23-008, item 14, attachment 1. So it's included in the request. It's not on the website listed as a separate attachment. And it lists the generating unit outages from May 1, 2022 to October 31st, 2022. So if Mr. Kearns, are you the one that would be answering this question, or Rosen?
I believe Mr. Rosenberger.
Mr. Rosenberger. Okay, so some of the reasons given are outages. They're labeled as maintenance outages, but the reasons given are pre-planned outage preparation. Can you explain to me what occurs during pre-planned outage preparation?
This is Doug Rosenberger. Are you referring to the Big Sandy statement?
Yeah, I think yes, and there's two instances.
Okay, because I don't see any on Mitchell, so that would be Dave responding.
Yeah, Big Sandy, I think there's one on September 8th to September 10th, 2022. And actually, yeah, there's one for Mitchell. Mitchell 2 on September 3rd through September 10th, 2022. It says pre-planned outage prep work.
But I'll respond for Mitchell. I'm sorry, I didn't see the bottom one. This is Doug Rosenberger responding. But in that particular case, what we were looking at there was some concerns coming into the outage on what we need to do to get equipment tagged out in time to hit the schedule. And the market was really soft. So the question was asked whether we could increase our probability of hitting our outage end date if the time was available and the generation wasn't needed to take an outage to do that. So in Mitchell, that's what was done, because the market was soft at the time when they reviewed it with PJM. But that allowed us to get a jump start on tagging that equipment out and getting it cooled out, because we were concerned that there was some risk that we would not be able to hit the end date.
So, planned outages are approved a year in advance by PJM, correct? Roughly, you know.
Planned outages?
Yes.
Yes, I'm sorry, this is Tim Kearns again.
Okay, so I'm looking at this, I'm just looking for a I don't know, a clearer explanation, just clear my head. So this pre-planned outage prep work at Mitchell 2, it leads directly into the planned outage. And so you get the maintenance outage approved by PJM, and of course there's parameters, can't last more than 9 days, right, on that.
Yes.
And so the idea is that you might take a little extra time in the maintenance outage where you may not have done it before, but it could have shortened the planned outage time, is that correct?
Yes, that planned outage preparation time period, if it doesn't look like the unit is going to be dispatched, then you would request a maintenance outage so you could kind of start that outage work early. It allows craft labor to start building scaffold. As Doug mentioned, it allows you to put your lockout tagout process in place to clear energy from the equipment and really just kind of get a head start on that planned outage.
And this is Doug Rosenberger. To further add into that, even though we normally schedule our planned outages a year in advance, you don't have all the planning and all the contractor schedules in place a year in advance. So as you get closer, you see some of that and you see where you may have some risk and it may raise some concerns.
Yeah, and would that be the same rationale for the Big Sandy pre-planned outage preparation?
David Mill responding. Essentially it is. If you look at the entry above the 9/8 to 9/10, we came out on 8/27 to 9/3 to take measurements on a 600 volt bus project. So we released it on 9/3 and went DNR, not DNR, reserve shutdown. We went reserve shutdown on 9/3, and as we got later in the week, we just discussed that our startup was 20 hours. So it didn't make sense, like these gentlemen have said, to put the heat back in the unit. So we requested an outage starting on 9/8, and it was for 2 days, and was just like these gentlemen said. But there was, there was a thought process to all this. You know, putting heat back in putting 20, that was a 2-day outage. It would have taken us 20 hours to start up. The market was soft, so it didn't make sense to start it up for 1 day and then shut it right back down.
Okay, and then just subject to check, I don't believe that any of those explanations were used in the two previous open cases, 2022-263 and 22-036. Is that because maybe the market wasn't as soft then, or is this a newer approach to it, or is it an approach that Kentucky Power has implemented before?
David Mill responding, for Big Sandy, the market was soft at that time. You know, it would be a case by case. You know, obviously on 9/3, if the market would have been strong, we would have started up.
Yeah.
9/8 is probably a Thursday or a Friday. I don't know right off, but that isn't something, you know, that's not a one-off, but that would be very limited when you're going into, like we were going into our long outage. And just like these folks said, that we wanted to take every advantage, so, and get an early start.
All right, so to get that early start, you said, did you declare maintenance outage, or did you put it in, it was in reserve shutdown, I mean, that you put it in?
It was in, it came out of maintenance outage on
Right.
9/3, and then went into reserve shutdown. So we were available for PJM to pick us up on 9/4, 9/5, 9/6, and 9/7. And then we saw we saw that, you know, based on the market, that we weren't gonna get picked up. So we asked, you know, you can't, you know, for the rules of PJM, you can't do maintenance work. You can't do maintenance work in a reserve shutdown, so we asked for the unit to come out. We asked for
Okay.
the unit to stay out, not put the heat in it, so we could get a jump on, 1 day, 2 day, jump on the outage.
Okay, and during this period of time, was the adder strategy, do you know if the adder strategies were used to put it into reserve shutdown, or it was just the bids by that?
David Mail, for Big Sandy, it was not.
Okay. So you can just request they be put into that maintenance outage in that shorter period of time?
David Mail, for Big Sandy, you know, PJM plays a part in that decision.
Yeah.
You know, yes, to answer your question, yes, but PJM we don't want you to leave the impression that it's a willy-nilly thing. You know, we have to meet certain requirements.
Okay. All right, thank you. I'm going to turn my attention now to the Commission staff's first request, the responses to Commission staff's first request in case number 2022-00263. It's going to be the attachment to item 15. It's not a separate attachment, it's still in the document itself. Mr. Massey and Mr. Rosenberger were the sponsoring witnesses, just to give you an idea where we're going, to whom I'd like to speak.
So is that staff's first data set, item 15, attachment 1?
Right. It's the generating unit outages from November 1, 2021 to April 30th, 2022.
Yes, we have those.
All right. And it actually goes a little beyond that review period, but, you know, one of the things I was looking at here, you know, subject to check during this review period, or like I said, it goes a little bit further than the review period, because it's the outages are listed as starting in October 8th, which is before the November 1st review period, and then it goes through April 30th as well. So, but subject to check, Metro 1 unit, if you look at these outages here, for the review period, was either an outage or a reserve shutdown for all but 20 of those days. Is that correct?
This is Doug Rosenberg responding. It, without doing a great deal of looking at it, but it does appear that way, but I can't confirm the 20 days without actually penciling out and make sure what you're saying is correct.
Okay, well, I'll just do a little walkthrough. Metro 1 is in a planned outage from October 16th to December 12th. Then it's in reserve shutdown from December 12th to December 19th. Then it's in a maintenance outage from December 19th to December 23rd. It's in reserve shutdown from December 23rd through January 9th. Then it's not either in reserve shutdown or in an outage from, I would presume, January 10th through January 30th. And then it goes into a maintenance outage from January 31st through February 11th, reserve shutdown from February 11th, on February 11th, then a forced outage from February 11th through February 16th, reserve shutdown February 16th through March 9th, and just looking through the rest of it, I don't see where it is actually online and generating for the review period. Am I correct? that the only time that it was actually operating and not either a reserve shutdown or in an outage was from that period of time of January 10th to January 30th, roughly.
There was one, this is Doug Rosenberger again, there was another short period just between April 5th and April 13th where it ran, but it's still a short period.
Well, yeah, all right. So my math wasn't right, but it was close enough. All right.
Yep.
And so there'd be a few, during this period of time, there appeared to be a few instances where the Mitchell units were rotating from reserve shutdown status immediately to a maintenance outage. And then they come out of the maintenance outage and sometimes back into directly back into reserve shutdown status. Can you explain why that would occur?
This is Doug Rosenberger responding again, and for example, one place where that happened was in December 19th, it was just, we went from a reserve shutdown to a maintenance outage after it had a planned outage prior to that, and the issue is we had a circulating water pump that was out for rebuild, and the rebuild company couldn't get it back to us in time to put it back in during the planned outage. So as soon as it did come back, we requested a maintenance outage because it was still going to be down in reserve shutdown based on the market, to go ahead and get that back in service, because without that, we can't make full load, especially as the temperatures outside start warming up.
Yeah.
So we determined it was better to go ahead and take the maintenance outage then to get it back in service to get ready for spring and summer timeframe.
Excuse me, this is Tim Kearns. That's one of those periods where I mentioned earlier that you can't, that's the type of work you can't do in reserve shutdown because it would inhibit your ability to get back online if they called you within that 2-hour period.
Okay.
So you're forced, if you want to do that work, to request the maintenance outage if you're in reserve shutdown.
And so is there some maintenance work you can do when something's in reserve shutdown that?
Sure, you can do generally the smaller maintenance, anything that wouldn't keep you from going in to your startup within 2 hours. So, you can be working on spare equipment, probably couldn't be working on your circulating water system or your coal handling equipment or your pulverizers, but there is some work you can do.
Okay.
You just have to be able to go into startup within 2 hours of getting that call.
And so, I'm looking at this, in February and March of 2022, Unit 1's in reserve shutdown. Do you know if it was in reserve shutdown because of the adder, or just because it failed to clear without that?
I'm not sure, this is Doug Rosenberg, I'm not sure about the adder in this case. I don't know if Mr. Vaughn knows or not.
Was the adder program is still in effect at this point? It came offline in November 2022, is that correct?
That's correct. It went on late 21 for Mitchell, either November or December, I believe, and it came off in November of 22. So there would have been some level of adder there. It's you had the data request up earlier that shows all the time periods that had adders in them. Correct.
Okay. And so, did any of the Kentucky Power's units during the review period, the 2-year period, ever go into what PJM would define as an unplanned outage?
So yeah, Tim Kearns, the answer is yes. So all of the forced outages listed in the responses or in the testimony would be unplanned outages.
Okay.
Planned and maintenance outage classifications are technically planned outages.
Okay. We may ask just for a response across the 2-year rather than the 6-month segments and post during data request. So just put you on notice. Well, we may ask for that. And then if, Mr. Kearns, you talked about the change in the management, or the management committee at Mitchell. You said September 1, 2022, that Wheeling Power took over, is that correct?
Yes, September 1st of 2022, Wheeling Power became the operator of Mitchell.
Okay, so as the operator, do they have they start, does it have the authority to determine maintenance practices, and when outages occur, do they still consult with Kentucky Power?
Yes, as the operator, they can determine the maintenance and the maintenance schedule. Like I said earlier, that maintenance schedule or outage schedule is approved by the operating committee in the annual meeting. That's part of the operating plan review.
Okay. Now, I'm going to ask a question about Mitchell 1 right now. Subject to check, I think that on December 19th of last year, did Mitchell unit suffer a pretty significant outage?
This is Tim Kearns. Yes, it did. We had a failure of a hand shutoff valve on a fire protection system that allowed water to, was released uncontrollably and ultimately damaged the excitation system on Unit 1, forcing it out of service.
Okay. And with that, what is the current status?
Mitchell Unit 1 is in service. It returned to status, going from memory, either January 28th or 29th.
Okay. And so how would that outage be reported to PJM?
That's a forced outage.
So forced/unplanned, one of those same?
Yes.
Well, you wouldn't have planned that one, I know that. Yeah,
No, not that
sorry,
one.
It's a stupid question, I'm sorry. Stuff too.
Okay.
All right, so I'm going to refer to the Stiegel rebuttal testimony that was filed in case number 2022-263. And that is going to, looking at page. I apologize, I neglected to put the page number in here in my notes, but it refers to that the coal supply was an issue across the entire PJM fleet, and that the entire PJM fleet achieved an average capacity factor of 37% during the review period, and it contained relatively high PJM LMPs. Does that sound accurate, Mr. Fromm? I know it's not your testimony, but you adopted it from Mr. Stiegel.
Yeah, no, I've reviewed it, and that's sounds accurate to me. Yes.
Okay. How does the average capacity factor for PJM get calculated?
So basically, the capacity factor just on its face is installed, right? Each hour, it's actual generation divided by potential generation. So for a 1,000 megawatt unit, if it generated 500 megawatts in an hour, it would be 500 divided by 1,000, so it would be a 50% capacity factor in that hour. And so there's a couple sources of fleet-wide data that we use. The independent market monitors reports, quarterly and annual reports on the state of the market contain a lot of that data in them. It's where we generally source that from. You can also get some of that data from PJM's Data Miner 2 system, which is, again, it will show you total fuel type. It will not give you unit by unit proprietary information for any, just publicly for any specific participant. But that's how we gather that fleet-wide information. It's sourced from PJM.
Okay. And with that information coming from PJM, and I may have asked this question before, does it distinguish for the coal units whether or not they're owned by, say, a merchant operator or a vertically integrated utility?
It does not. It's inclusive of all of our peers, whether that's an IOU, co-op, or any flavor of independent power producer. It's all there. It's showing what it does is it shows by technology class generally in its report. So it'll say for coal it's this, for combined cycle units it's this, for combustion turbines it's this, for steam it's this, for wind, solar, etc. That's how they generally break up their statistic reporting.
All right, and do you happen to know what percentage of PJM's coal fleet is comprised of AEP units?
Well, I can think of that real quick, though. It's approximately 10%, give or take. There's 52 gigawatts of installed coal capacity in PJM during the review period. So yeah, right around 10-12%.
Appreciate the math. That's good. I like that. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Vaughn, I'd like to have you take a look at your rebuttal testimony filed in the most recent case, 2308. And just take a look at let's see, actually, no, I strike that question. I'm not going to ask that. So, I think Mr. Kurtz kind of asked for the question: Are customers paying for the Mitchell plants for their upkeep, depreciation, investments, and like that?
Can you state that question again, please?
Like, our Kentucky Power customers, Wheeling Power customers, they are paying for the Mitchell coal plants, correctly, to maintain them, to keep them in running order. Is that correct?
So the non-fuel costs of the Mitchell plant, Kentucky Power's 50% undivided interest in the Mitchell plant, are included in the company's base rates, and the environmental surcharge. So yes, the depreciation expense, return on rate base, and fixed O&M costs.
Okay. So I'm going to have just a few questions on the PUE, and then you might be clear of me.
And I guess I'll just clarify that last answer one more time. Just some additional clarification there. When you're thinking about fixed costs and variable costs, right, you're getting different commodities there. You can't just think of all of that in terms of one commodity you get from the plant. You get energy and you get capacity. They both have values. We're talking about energy here, right? But when you bring in fixed costs, that's providing capacity value. And that's what allows us to meet our required reliability requirements. And so maintaining the accredited capacity of that unit, that's a function of fixed costs.
Okay, so there was some discussion between you and Mr. Kurtz, or you and Mr. West, talking about the PUE.
Yes, sir.
And the use of that. So I have a question about that. Is the PUE always the bookmark that's used, it's always used to determine what is, quote unquote, an economic purchase and a non-economic purchase?
No, it's the higher of your costliest internal generator in the hour, or the PUE.
Okay, I mean, that was my question. So, I mean, are there times when the coal units or Big Sandy exceed the PUE? Do you know?
Right. It could happen. It doesn't happen for Big Sandy really, because you're using, the PUE utilizes, I believe, the same gas pricing point as as Big Sandy uses, and Mr. Stutler can correct me if I'm wrong there. So I mean, it's a matter of heat rate then when you're talking cost between, if you're using the same price input, then it's a matter of cost, or I'm sorry, a matter of heat rate and what the fuel cost is.
Yeah, and so in determining the cost to run for an hour, let's say you have a Mitchell unit that runs for just 2 hours. You have the startup costs or whatever, and that leads to a very high cost of running just for those 2 hours. And it has to come down for whatever reason, forced outage or whatnot. Could that create, I mean, for that period of time, would that Mitchell unit, let's say it exceeds the PUE, you would use that Mitchell unit for the highest cost unit for that hour?
Yeah, I think you're referring to like an hour where there's like a failed startup, and so you have all of the startup like input costs that go into making that first megawatt of electricity, and it trips offline for a reason. Yeah, I'm sure there's hours, if you went through all the 8760s in the review period and looked for those instances where that would be the limiter used in the PUE calculation rather than the hypothetical proxy unit.
Well, it wouldn't be the PU, I mean, it's not something you put in the
I'm
PU.
sorry, it would be the limiter.
Right, the limiter,
used
that's what I was.
Rather than the PUE, sorry.
Right. You've been in the glass case for a while, I'll let you,
Thank you.
let you slide on that. So, I think you also said that the PUE is not something is no longer suitable for use in an RTO. Is that correct? There might be something that's better suited?
No, I mean, that's my statement, and again, it's based on review with council of, purchases made through economic dispatch or FAC includable. And we are purchasing all of our energy based on the FERC-approved tariff of PJM and their economic dispatch solution that runs hourly security-constrained economic dispatch. And again, I think my testimony explains it. It was implemented when we weren't part of an RTO, when we were our own control area as part of the AEP zone only, right? And so in my mind, it's there to limit opportunity purchases between control areas, right, versus, hourly economic dispatch solutions.
All right, so if it's not something suitable, did you propose any alternatives in the most recent rate case at the commission, or you just continue to, didn't make the argument that you no longer have, or you didn't seek any changes in how economic purchases were made or calculated?
No one made any.
Okay.
The company, KUC, AG, Walmart, any party to that case, the joint interveners, no one made any proposals to change the PUE in the base rate case, and that's the correct forum to do it because it changes. When you change the PUE, it changes components of base rates. And so what we're saying, and I say that in my rebuttal testimony, is if you're going to do it prospectively and do it in a base rate case where you can take all these things into consideration.
So I guess, philosophical question, are you presuming that economic purchase, as the commission uses it for fuel adjustment clause purposes, and economic dispatch, we're referring to how PJM approaches the dispatch of generation units, that the economic in both of those things means the same thing?
Both of what things?
Economic and economic dispatch, and economic purchase. Economic dispatch in PJM, economic dispatch, PJM, economic purchase in the FAC. That economic in both of those terms is the same thing.
Yes, sir. You can't separate them when you've integrated your resources into that dispatch solution. And here's why. So when you think, again, we do not dispatch, we being Kentucky Power, or any PJM member, you do not dispatch your resources to your load. You offer all of your resources in, and the market dispatches them based on the ultimate economic solution for the entire footprint. And so when you look back during the COVID pandemic or during dollar gas prices, there's going to be times where the most economic solution for customers is to not dispatch your plants and to purchase 100% of your energy from the market. If you've got $25 or $30 fuel cost unit sitting there and around the clock LMP is $15, that's economic dispatch. That is the value it's providing to customers. And so it's hard to separate the two things out. All of your resources are part of that economic dispatch solution. So it's hard to say this is economic, but that isn't economic. It's all the same solution. So when you're making purchases for your internal load, it's my opinion, it's our opinion that that's economic dispatch, and that is,
And so the generating resources within PJM can be owned by, you already testified, investor-owned, vertically integrated investor-owned utilities. The Kentucky Power, not LG&Q, sorry, Duke Kentucky, for example. Cooperatively owned East Kentucky Power Corporation, for example. or it could also be merchant units, correct?
That's correct.
So when PJM is making economic decisions to dispatch those units, is PJM agnostic to the type of units? I mean, the role those units play, whether they're in a vertically integrated utility or in a merchant utility, do you know?
Yes, they're agnostic to it because they're evaluating the price offers they've received from those units. It doesn't matter if we offer a unit at $20 and an IPP offers a unit at $20. Who owns it is not at question. It's a matter of providing the security constrained economic dispatch solution for the footprint.
All right. And so then it would be your testimony, I'll put words in your mouth, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, that any purchase made through PJM would be an economic purchase for the purposes of the fuel adjustment clause and be able to be recovered through the fuel adjustment clause?
We're not making that proposal today. It's an example I bring up in my rebuttal, and we may make that proposal in the future. Right? In my mind, the peaking unit equivalent is something that has run its course and doesn't really or shouldn't apply to the utilities that are in an RTO for the reasons I've stated. And that doesn't eliminate the fact that the commission upon review could look at the circumstances around why you had to make those purchases and say you did something imprudently and disallow some sort of fact cost on their review. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that from a fact eligibility standpoint, those purchases should be fact eligible.
All right, so just one last question. Just to clarify, is it the use of the PUE as the limiter that you don't think fits into the RTO, or this any limiter whatsoever for a high cost generating, if Kentucky Power owned a CT, for example?
Can you repeat that? I've been in the glass bowl for a long time.
No, I understand, yeah. So is it so you had said that the PUE is not something that is appropriate for use in the RTO? So for members of an RTO for calculating economic purchases. And I think I got from the gist, you're saying that any limiter really isn't appropriate because if it's made through the economic dispatch model, any purchase would be economic. But then you came back and said that the PUE is not necessarily, the use of the PUE is not appropriate. So if Kentucky, would it be a different result if Kentucky Power had a CT, didn't have to rely upon a hypothetical proxy? Would your opinion change about whether or not, how to calculate economic purchases?
No, I'm sorry. I was mixing terms on you there. And right, when you read through the administrative order and KR whatever, right, it talks about economy and non-economy purchases. And you're using the limiter as the dividing line between what is economy and what isn't economy. And my belief is that if you are part of a large system that's producing an economic dispatch solution every hour, that perhaps that limiter shouldn't apply to you anymore, because by definition, if you're purchasing something rather than generating it, it's an economy purchase.
All right, and so I was just clarifying because I thought you'd said it was the PUE wasn't appropriate. I just want to make sure. That's okay. I just wanted to clarify. Your Honor, staff has no further questions.
Okay, we'll have a few. Let's see, and I do need a few, actually. Mine's not going to be very extensive. Let's see, Mr. Vaughn, if you could refer to your rebuttal testimony, page 6.
I am there.
So we have a table here. We're comparing Mitchell's net capacity factor to PJM's coal fleet's net capacity factor. And you make the statement there, I think, beginning on page 4, that line 4, over the past decade, the entire PJM coal fleet has operated at an average annual capacity factor of roughly 43%, which is similar to the Mitchell plants.
Yes.
So Mitchell performs about as well as PJM's other coal units over a 10-year average. Is that what we're supposed to take from this table?
Yes, I was trying to distinguish it, trying to show, right, because I discussed net capacity factor in my testimony, and the generation witnesses talk about availability and all that, because net capacity factor is a function of economics, not just plant availability and maintenance work and all of that. And what we're trying to distinguish here is that rather than comparing the unit to one random data point, if you look at the entirety of our peers, which would be the rest of the coal fleet in PJM, the plant on average performs as well as its peers do.
Okay, let's look at the same table, but with a 5-year average, just the past 5 years.
Sure.
If we look at the last 5 years, it looks like there's only 1 year, 2019, when Mitchell would have exceeded PJM's fleet in net capacity factor. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I do. It would be slightly under its peers in the other years. Correct.
Okay, and subject to check. Would you be willing to agree with me that over the past 5 years, PJM coal fleet's net capacity factor would average about 38.66, and Mitchell plants would be 32.82, significantly below?
I don't know if I'd characterize it as significantly below, but it's below its peers, right? And so that's a matter of what is significantly below, what's an outlier, what isn't. And there's just, to provide some color around that, we have the right people here to talk about it too. Not all of its peers are going to be doing the same kind of environmental work that we are, because some of those units may be closing down in 2028 because they're not electing ELG. The plant may not be moving forward. So there could be additional outage work being done that reduces the amount of availability on the Mitchell plant versus some of its peers, and we got the folks here that can talk about that.
I think that if we think the 10-year average is significant and useful to look at, then the 5-year average would also be significant for the same reasons.
They're all data points, certainly.
All right, then. And then Ms. Chilcote, am I pronouncing that correctly?
Yes.
So, a lot of today has been talking about how Kentucky Power purchased capacity because they were unable to generate, because they were unable to obtain coal. And I know it was a very volatile time during COVID. Coal prices were down, gas prices were down, then suddenly gas prices are up, coal prices are up, and I don't know that anyone would expect anyone to make a perfect prediction. But this was a time when people were hoarding toilet paper. Was there discussions that maybe things are going to get volatile? We don't know what to expect. Shouldn't we stockpile some coal?
From what we had seen, Kim Chilcote responding, from what we had seen in the markets and our nominative forecast, we didn't have any indication that there was a need for that. We had also, as we went into 2021, we had high stockpiles because we had stockpiled the coal we didn't burn during the COVID timing. So we did have slightly higher stockpiles as we went into 2021. And so I don't know that it would have necessarily been prudent to stockpile additional coal at that time with not having any indication that you were all of a sudden going to have this market anomaly that we hadn't seen since 2008 in the coal market. The last time we saw prices go above $100 was 2008. So,
go ahead.
So prices had been very stable in the coal market for a significant amount of time, and prices did that jump in the 21, 22 timeframe, but since then they've come back down, right? So you had that anomaly, and now that anomaly is gone because of other forces, right? You had high gas prices and you had demand outside of the United States that drove those prices.
So it was discussed, but then discarded as an idea that things might get volatile. Maybe we should try to stockpile some more coal. You decided you didn't need to.
I don't believe it was discussed. I was not involved with the team at that point. I came to the team actually, at the May 21 RFP was my first interaction back with the coal team.
Anyone else here that was involved in those discussions that would?
You mean from how much coal one should have on hand? And so, Alex Vaughn responding, yeah, we were involved in some of those discussions, and when you, again, I'll point you to my direct testimony table, Exhibit 1 on page 7, wherever I have that. And when you went into early 21, going into early 21 out of 2020, right, there was essentially no demand for coal generation during 2020 because of the slowing of the economy, reduced prices. Before that May RFP, when we looked out, we already had essentially 100% of our burn procured that we were going to have. So anything we were going to get was already going to be additional coals. And literally no one saw this incredible increase in demand. When you look at that graph, you can see it. And there's these tails on either side of it where market prices are back under $35. And you have a decade before that, leading up to that, where market prices were there. And since since January of 23, market prices have been there. I mean, over the past couple of weeks, they've been like $15. Gas is very low again. And so you got to look at what we had on hand at different points in time throughout this. And so leading into this, we had a lot of coal. It's just a matter of how fast you're burning through it. And then, as Chilcote has discussed, the suppliers didn't have the capacity to supply more. So you had what you had, the market was what the market was, and there were no other coals.
So we're doing a looking back period here over this 2-year time frame, and I don't want to mischaracterize, but I would call those critically low stockpiles of coal. In retrospect, what could have been done differently to plan better?
Well, referring back to Kimberly Chilcote responding, looking back at item number 6, attachment 2, you can see the inventories that we had at the Mitchell plant. Even in July of 2021, we showed we had 38 days of low sulfur coal on the ground, and we had 22 days of high sulfur coal on the ground, both above what our inventory targets at that time were, right? We had a 15-day inventory target for high sulfur coal. So we had more than double our target on the ground in July, and we had 57 days of low sulfur coal. The company, when we saw the change, right, we saw the change in September. We saw the market turn, and we reacted as quickly as we can. You know, we issued an RFP in September of 2021, an open-ended RFP to seek additional coal to meet that increased demand. But when we went out for RFP in early 21, in May of 21, our nominative forecast didn't say we needed coal for 21. And in May, we had, 42 days of high sulfur coal on the ground and 69 days of low sulfur coal on the ground. So I think from a company perspective, we had coal on the ground and we had a forecast that said, you have enough procured to meet the demand for the rest of the year. So, I don't know, as a company, would you ever say we need to put more coal on the ground? I think we already had a significant volume sitting on the ground.
In retrospect, you wouldn't have done anything differently?
Had my crystal ball been perfect, I would have done things differently. Had we seen in early 21 that the markets were going to go crazy, we probably would have gone out for a request sooner in 21. We would have maybe procured coal had it been available, but I think had that signal come sooner, I think the outcome in the market would have been similar than what we saw in September of 21.
The RFP process has changed somewhat, become more flexible?
So we haven't necessarily changed the RFP process. We we, in the fall of 21, acted a little more quickly. We do evaluate all of our RFPs. We have a electronic system that we can feed them all into, as opposed to in the past, we used to do it all by hand. So some of the evaluation of the RFPs is definitely more efficient than it used to be.
Can be done in a week instead of a month now, I believe you said.
Yeah, we can probably get it done in a matter of a few days.
And as I read your testimony, the long-term contracts mostly were fulfilled. It was the short-term contracts, the spot market coal purchases that were the problem.
And that's where we've seen more issues, is with some of those spot-type contracts.
There wasn't any litigation,
We did not file any litigation
only one force majeure.
in the one force majeure, that is correct.
Does that change your evaluation of how much long-term coal you need to purchase? I mean, I know prices go up and down and there's a need for short-term, but as far as the mix of short-term and long-term, should that have been different?
I believe it's important to evaluate both when you look at supply and consistency of supply and diversity of supply. Short-term contracts are helpful, as you would see. In the past, when we would see a spike in the market, there was short-term supply available, right? So we could go out and procure short-term supply to fill that need that arose. And then long-term supply also helps the coal suppliers, right? Because it gives them the ability to say, if they need financing or they're hiring employees, right? It gives them the ability to say, I know I'm going to supply coal to Kentucky Power for the next 3 years or 4 years, right? It gives our counterparts some security in their processes and what they're doing too.
So the company's position is that things had been fairly stable since 2008. This couldn't have been predicted. Your testimony says, and I didn't write down the page, but I could find it for you, that uncertainty of coal-fired generation is expected to continue. Knowing that it's expected to be uncertain, and realizing what happened since COVID, and particularly in this 2-year review period. Customers are paying for operating the plants, and Kentucky Power in particular, just half of Mitchell 1, but they're paying to operate the plant, they're paying to keep it in good condition, and they're paying to have coal to run it. This was a critical stockpile shortage. What can be done to lessen the impact on customers for decisions that are made like this? And someone else can answer. I'm not trying to just pick on Ms. Chilcote. I mean, this is our job.
Yeah, so talk about the critical shortage, right? And I think the important thing to see here is that Kentucky Power wasn't the only one that was short coal. We go back to that same capacity factor table we were just talking about, and you look at the entire PJM fleet in 2022, the 52,000 megawatts of installed coal capacity there, and it only operated at 41.8% on average, the entire fleet. And it would have been economic for it to run at something much, much, much higher. But that required millions and millions and millions of tons of coal that there weren't producers to produce, right? It's all a matter of economics. And so if those tons were available, Kentucky Power would have purchased them, someone else would have purchased them, they would have been burnt, there would have been more coal generation, prices would have been lower. Just in general across the RTO, you had 50,000 megawatts of generation in a lot of hours where it wasn't there, it would have brought all the prices down. And so you ask what can be done, I mean, it's a lot of it's dependent upon an industry that the PSC doesn't regulate and that we can't control. We just have to work with, right, the actual coal industry. And so like you look in Witness Chilcote's testimony, it shows how sharp the production potential dropped off in COVID. From 2019 to 2020, we lost a huge chunk of the coal market, and it doesn't bounce back to a pre-COVID level. So like the production capability isn't there, and there's a lot of counterparties out there still. You know, the other Kentucky utilities, the other RTO members, some of the other Kentucky Power affiliates, and so if there's some way to make the coal supplier, the coal industry more stable, that would certainly help with the availability of coals when you have these type of spikes in demand, right? Because it's not just like a gas plant where you just open the valve more, you consume more gas. It's there in the pipe, right? They gotta mine the coal. They gotta get it to the plant somehow, whether it's belt, rail, barge, and then we do it. Like there's a lot of logistics in there.
I don't want to beat any horse, let alone a dead one, but at some point, don't we have to talk about the failure to generate power as opposed to just purchasing it all in the RTO, or nearly all?
Well, again, I think it goes back to what information was available to us at the time we made those decisions and whether we acted prudently with that information or not. And what we're saying is we had the same information that everyone else had, and it was telling us X and Y happened. And the only way you're going to do that perfectly is if you have perfect 20/20 hindsight, and that's generally not the standard that's applied to our actions to determine whether they're prudent or not.
Right. Redirect.
Yeah, just a couple, Your Honor. First, Mr. Vaughn, remember way back this morning we were talking about the peaking unit equivalent with Mr. Kurtz, and he had provided to you Exhibit KIUC-1, which was an excerpt of your testimony from the 2017 rate case. Do you still have that handy?
I do.
And there was some questions about whether or not it was clear that the startup costs would be allocated or would be applied on each hour of the the PUE equivalent, or the PUE calculation. Is that correct?
I remember that discussion, yes.
Yeah. Okay. And to your knowledge, has the PUE calculation always been an hourly calculation?
Yes.
And you described how the cost of peaking unit equivalent is calculated starting on line 3 of your testimony, is that right?
On which page?
I'm sorry, on page 33. Sorry, that's quite useful.
Yes.
And then about, on line 9 there, it says, if the peaking unit equivalent is the highest cost unit in that hour, the FAC purchase power limitation limits recovery of the purchase power cost through the FAC to the example given. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And so you were identifying in that situation that it was an hourly calculation?
Yes.
And footnote 10 describes the peaking unit calculation as an hourly calculation, correct?
It does.
Okay. And then I'm going to hand these out to folks. An exhibit, which is a printout of attachment 1-73. I'm sorry, to the Kentucky Power's response to Commission staff's data request 1-73 in that same case, and it's attachment 78. And this is the work paper for the exhibit AEV 8.
Mr. Gish, would you like me to mark this as Kentucky Power 1?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Do you have that?
Yes, I'm familiar with
At the end there, at the end of the, in the folded language that's in this exhibit, which is the exhibit that was filed in the case, in the rate case, it says proposed new peaking unit equivalent cost calculation, which we have identified in the testimony as an hourly calculation, correct?
Yes.
Is the daily gas price times the heat raise plus the total dollars per megawatt hour adjustment, is that correct?
That's correct.
And that total dollar per megawatt hour adjustment includes the startup costs, right?
It includes the firm gas, the startup costs, and the variable O&M.
So that the startup cost would be in an hourly calculation, or in the same hourly calculation that for the peaking unit equivalent, that it had always, sorry, I need to rephrase that in a way that's logical. That the startup cost would be added to the hourly calculation of the peaking unit equivalent was disclosed to the commission, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And also, there was a lot of questions this morning about the Cerrado unit and what it means and whether or not that this should be the Cerrado unit, the peaking unit equivalent. On the page, the third page of this exhibit, there's a summary of startup costs from the Cerrado unit. Do you see that?
I do.
And why did you use the Cerrado unit in this exhibit?
Because you had to have some example to quantify the level of costs that you were proposing to add in to the calculation of the peaking unit equivalent.
So this, if you had come in and told the commission, we want to add $30 of startup costs with NOAA support, would they have approved that?
I don't know. I would expect not. Generally, you have to have a basis for the amount of cost you're looking to include in something.
Okay. And it says Cerrado 1 right on this document, correct?
It sure does.
Right, and that was filed with the application?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Moving forward and into another jurisdiction, you are familiar with the West Virginia ENEC cost, is that correct? Or ENEC cost denial order? January 9th?
Yes, sir.
You mentioned earlier that Appalachian Power is regulated by 3 utility regulatory entities, is that correct?
Yes.
Which
they're-
are who?
Yeah, their fuel costs get reviewed by the West Virginia Public Service Commission, the Virginia State Corporation Commission, and the FERC.
And is the West Virginia, or Public Service Commission of West Virginia the only entity that has opined on the company's program in this manner?
No, we've Appalachian Power has been audited by the Virginia staff and by the FERC staff. And the Virginia staff, we don't have an order in the Virginia fuel review yet. There's no proposed disallowance there, and the Virginia staff's report is that the company acted prudently during the period of time. That came out prior to the West Virginia order. Staff then reopened its report after the West Virginia order came out and reaffirmed that it had reviewed the order from West Virginia and that its conclusion remains the same based on its audit, Appalachian Power Company, with all the same facts, acted prudently during the period and still does not propose a disallowance. FERC staff provided a audit during part of the period, and they have proposed no disallowances either.
And we talked a little bit about, and the Vice Chairman asked some questions about.
Sorry, one
Oh,
more.
sure, of course.
Same, we talked about other units supplying the same strategy in the same states. We have orders in Indiana from the same time period with, where we talked about coal conservation adders on Rockport. All the parties in that case agreed we acted prudently, and the order indicates that as well. There was no disallowance. Sorry to cut you off.
No, that's quite all right. And Madam Vice Chairman, I don't know, I feel like this is being rude to turn and ask questions of the witnesses and back to you, but I don't know how best to do this.
I don't know how to do it.
So
And
I apologize
I
for
should
any
thank everyone for their patience with the
perce-
setup today.
perceived
I
rudeness.
thought it would be a whole lot more being a ringmaster in a circus, and it has not been. Everyone's been very cooperative with the setup, and I think that it's been recorded well, so yes, please feel free to turn your back on me.
I apologize.
Mr. Stutler, you've provided testimony in this case about the fuel prices during the review period. What were the average fuel prices, ballpark, not to get this down to the cent, during the second half of calendar year 2022?
Witness Stutler responding. Natural gas prices were elevated throughout 2022, roughly $6, $7, $8 per MMBTU during that period.
And what is the current gas price?
I believe for tomorrow, our gas price for Big Sandy's in the $1.40, $1.50 type range.
Okay, so the prices during 2022 were 4 times higher than they are today?
That's correct.
Ms. Chilko, you have testified about the inability to get coal during the 2022 time period. Did you, what were the prices for coal that was available during the 2022 period?
So during 2022, we saw significant price increases. The highest prices we saw were in the third quarter of 2022, where coal prices reached over $200 a ton. And we do have some contracts that we did add into our portfolio during that time. They're not $200 a ton, but we did add contracts during that time because our forecast at the time was still showing a need for coal going forward, and those were the prices that we needed to pay.
Did the company file, not the company, did AEP file any litigation against coal suppliers during that time period?
AEP did not file litigation, but one of our counterparts, that's okay, APCO did file litigation against one of its coal suppliers during that time frame. They were significantly undersupplying the agreement, and APCO had tried to resolve the shortfall like we've done here with Kentucky Power with many of our suppliers, where we'll work with the supplier and come up with a mutual schedule where we can receive those shipments. However, with APCO, we could not resolve that. And APCO actually filed 2 lawsuits against a single coal supplier, against 2 different contracts.
And did Kentucky Power have to file a coal supply contract? I'm sorry, coal supply litigation?
Kentucky Power has not filed any litigation with coal suppliers.
And that's because they didn't need to.
We did not. We were able to resolve any shortfall issues amicably with the suppliers.
And what's the rough current supply price, the current price of coal?
Yeah, so currently the price for high sulfur NAP coal, like we take across the belt, is around $50 a ton. And then the CAP low sulfur coal runs closer to around $70 a ton.
I want to ask a question about the ability to get this across the belt, actually across the street. I think the belt goes across the street, if I remember correctly from my tour, but that's not important. That coal, you're having an issue getting coal from that mine during the period of constraint. Why would that coal supplier that's right there not be able to provide you all the coal you want?
So that, obviously, that supplier has contracted with other companies for supply. We're not their only supplier. So they're fulfilling all of their orders that they have at the time, right? So if they would have had additional tons, we would have tried to procure additional tons from them. However, they had sold all their tons that they had for production at that time.
Why couldn't they just increase the amount of tons they had available?
So to add tons is not, you can't just walk out on the street and get people, right? Coal mining and all of that requires skilled labor. And so it takes a significant amount of time for these mines to go out and to hire employees and to train them. And one of the biggest things they have to be trained in is safety, right? It's not a super safe job to work in an underground coal mine. So being safe and having all those required skills takes a significant amount of time to train that workforce.
Thank you. And so, Mr. Vaughn, you remember this morning when Mr. Kurtz was talking about the ability of the company to recover its fuel costs through base rates. You remember that discussion?
I do.
Yeah, so the company's last base rate case had a test year from March 22 through March 23, is that correct?
12 months ended March of 23, yes.
Yeah. And that was the period of the highest fuel costs we've seen in decades, is that right?
Since 2008, yes.
So if we had included those fuel costs at base rates, the company's customers would have to pay those high fuel costs regardless of what the actual, and there was no fuel adjustment clause. The company's customers would have to pay those high fuel costs regardless of what the actual fuel cost was, right?
Yeah, under that hypothetical, right, customers would be harmed greatly by embedding a high level of test year fuel costs in a rate case and then essentially not flowing through the actual lower costs that we're seeing beginning in January of 2023, right? And that's why you have a fuel adjustment clause, so that you pass along that prudently incurred operating expense to customers. And again, the drivers that drive these fuel costs are largely commodity markets that are outside of the control of the company or its customers.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Recross? Staff? Okay, is that your case?
That is, yes. The company rests.
Who wants to go first, or are you're joint?
Yeah, we have joint witnesses. We'll call Mr. Futrell.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Futrell, raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Good afternoon, Mr. Futrell.
Good afternoon.
Did you file direct testimony in case 22-00263 and 2023-0008?
Yes, I did.
Okay, do you have any changes or corrections to that testimony?
Yes, in the testimony filed in 008, on page 6, I have a few references to the price of gas, and unfortunately, I've added a megawatt hour there instead of MMBTU on the price of gas on line 5 and on line 7. So it should be MMBTU.
Does that change the substance of your testimony at all?
No, it does not.
Okay. If I were to ask you these same questions, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Your Honor, I tender the witness for cross.
Thank you. And in this case, you'll go first, I believe?
That's correct, but we have no questions for this witness.
No questions for this witness? And the Attorney General wouldn't have any questions for this witness? Staff?
We have no questions for this witness.
Mr. Futrell, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any reason why he couldn't be excused?
Mr. Kurtz, I believe Mr. Collins just left the hearing room.
Give him a minute.
Well, there he comes.
He is back.
You ready to call Mr. Collins?
Yes, yes, Your Honor. Mr. Collin?
Madam Vice Chairman, while we're waiting for him to get to stand, I've neglected that request to, or move to enter the company's Exhibit 1, so.
Yep. Any
request to
objections?
move- No.
Certainly. Mr. Collins, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
All right, welcome back. Have a seat.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Collin, did you provide direct testimony in case 2022-00263 and 2023-0008?
I did.
Do you have any corrections or additions to that testimony?
No.
Your Honor, I tender the witness for cross.
Okay. Ms. Glass or Mr. Gish?
I do have some questions. Good afternoon, Mr. Collin.
Good afternoon.
Have you ever been employed as the operator of a coal-fired power plant?
I have not. I have done operational audits when I worked for the Toledo Edison Company at coal-fired power plants.
Have you ever been employed as the operator of a natural gas-fired power plant?
No.
Have you ever been employed as a buyer of purchased power?
Not as a buyer directly, but as someone who evaluated contracts, the answer would be yes.
Have you ever been employed as a buyer of coal?
Same answer.
Have you ever been employed as a buyer of natural gas?
I thought, same answer.
Have you ever been employed as an engineer?
No,
Do you have any engineering degrees?
I do not.
Have you ever been licensed in any state as an engineer?
No.
Okay, so in your testimony in this case, you recommend that the commission disallow certain amounts of costs that were recovered through Kentucky Power's fuel adjustment clause over the review period, correct?
That's correct.
And Mr. Futrell also recommends that the commission disallow certain amounts of costs recovered through the fuel adjustment clause over the review period, correct?
Yes.
Does the amount that you recommend the commission disallow include the amounts recommended for disallowance by Mr. Futrell?
It does not. Mine are incremental. And that's shown in a table in Mr. Futrell's testimony.
Okay, so what is the total amount recommended to be disallowed by AGKIUC in this case?
I don't have Mr. Futrell's testimony with me, but I think that it's on page 16 or something like that in his testimony.
Your Honor, could I hand Mr. Collin Mr. Futrell's testimony?
Absolutely.
The amounts, the total disallowances are on page 18 of Mr. Futrell's testimony, and it would be $59.785 million under the 100 megawatt PUE. And on page 20 of Mr. Futrell's testimony, the total disallowance would be $44.345 million with the 100 megawatt disallowance. I'm sorry, that was the 200 megawatt PUE. The first one was the 100 megawatt PUE.
Okay, so can I direct you to page 17 of Mr. Futrell's testimony on, starting on line 1?
Yes.
And he says, "The changes to the PUE recommended by Mr. Collin and myself result in a disallowance of $59.785 million for the review period."
Right.
So that sentence implies that this is a cumulative amount between yourself and Mr. Futrell, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so is the total amount recommended to be disallowed by AGKIUC $59.7 million for the 100 megawatt PUE?
That's correct.
I have no further questions, thank you.
Okay. Staff?
No questions from me.
Redirect?
No redirect.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Collins.
You're welcome,
And any
Madam
reason why
Chairman,
this witness
Vice
couldn't be
Chairman.
excused? Okay. So, I know there are a number of, well, before I get to that, any motions at this time? Does anyone think they didn't move to admit their exhibits and would like to do that at this time? I don't recall anyone forgetting,
I
but
may have failed to move, so I will so move.
Move at this time?
Exhibits, yeah.
Absent objections, that'll be granted. Same for staff?
We have nothing.
Okay, all right, so I know there's a number of post-hearing data requests that are gonna be issued. I imagine that rather than trying to set a schedule now, that one will be issued. And then we'll go from there after we get the post-hearing data requests. Is there anything else at this time?
We would just request to brief this case. I think that desires may have already been expressed, but if it hasn't, we would like to brief as well as file a response brief to any of the intervener briefs.
All right. Well,
I would just suggest that we, staff has certainly have no objection to briefs, response briefs or like that. Just make a recommendation that we not establish a briefing schedule until post-hearing discovery is closed.
yeah, that's my intention.
Yeah,
To wait until after post-hearing discovery.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Your Honor.
This hearing is adjourned.
Thank you.
Are you related to Whitesburg Dishes?